meeting to order, please. Welcome back all the members of the state board. I'm trying very hard to memorize names, as I've seen many of you on the before. They sent me this wonderful little cheat sheet that had everybody's picture on it. I tried to study it. I know people are from Byrd, and I know people are from Harrodsburg, and I'm really trying hard. And there's Pikeville is represented, so I'm doing the best I can. So bear with me if I screw up. Clearly, the board members got the message. This is really be a very relaxed day. We want to be as informal as we possibly could so that everybody really feels like they're in a relaxed atmosphere where they can learn. There's a lot of information to disseminate today. Jennifer has tasked me with remembering this computer has a little clock at the bottom and that I have to obey that clock and keep things moving along well. But by the same token, if people have got questions and people want to stop on this, and on the board have questions, this is for all of us a learning exercise. So let's engage and make it a productive day. So the board members got the message about relaxing, which I'm very impressed about. The acting commissioner did not get the message. He didn't have a tie and a coat on. Those of you I've known Kevin for many years, and rumor was that he showers in a coat and tie. So it's just in keeping that he would never be in a tie. Did you own any outfits that you might call relaxing?
Well, I will tell you this, I have a copy of a men's dress chart from 1940 something out of a Men's Esquire magazine, and the most casual outfit for doing farm chores is a tweed sport coat.
Very good. I want to remind everybody that this is not being live streamed today, but we do ask everybody to turn off their cell phones or at least mute the cell phones so that I can be proper in that regard. I left them out of the car, so I wouldn't screw it up because it rang in the middle of it. I think, Patrice, you were sitting next to me when it rang in the last meeting, so that's not happening again. And that was mine. But this meeting will be recorded. So I would now ask Jennifer if you would call the roll, please.
Yes. Joanne Adams.
Here.
Claire Bath.
Here.
Holly Bloodworth.
Here.
Mike Bowling.
Here.
Alice Johnson.
Here.
David Karen.
Here.
Patrice McCrary.
Here.
Cody Polly Johnson.
Here.
Sharon Porter Robinson.
Here.
Lee Todd.
Here.
Lou Young.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman.
Here.
CPE President Aaron Thompson. Allison Slough.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The meeting then is formally called to order. I've already said my welcoming remarks and what, from my perspective, the meeting is about today. So I'll turn it over to Kevin for his portion. The next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Karen, and thank everyone for being here, KD staff for being here, and I think this is a great environment in this building to have somewhat of a retreat and more casual atmosphere despite my time. I will provide you that copy of that.
Thank you. I got Mr. Rogers on.
I do want to apologize in advance for the agenda for today. It is very packed and it is going to be very fast paced. Ideally, we would probably spend 2 days doing this. That is a luxury we probably can't afford given the schedules and the timing that we're under. But we wanted to highlight the major items that you're going to encounter. Take care of some housekeeping issues. Also, we want you to walk away today with an idea of, okay, that office at KDE does X, Y, and Z, and Rhonda is in charge of that office. If you can walk away with that today and knowing a little bit about that, about KDE, I think we've been successful. So that's the intent. It is a tight, as I said, time frame, so I apologize. And I don't even think we had time to build in bathroom breaks, but obviously feel free if you need to do that, take care of that. Before we get started, I do want to go over just a few changes that have occurred since I've been back at the department. I want to thank you also for this opportunity. I love KDE. It's amazing how things have come back to me. As you know, I've been in Jefferson County. Everybody's been very receptive and a team atmosphere there. The only person I think that's upset about you coming back here is Dr. Folio in Jefferson County. So you'll have to talk to him about that. Todd Allen, who's not here today, he's at a special ed conference out of state, but he is, I have appointed him as interim general counsel. I hired Todd when I was at the department previously. He's an excellent choice for that work. Ashley Land is here, you'll hear from her later. She's an assistant general counsel in the office. Tracy Herman, who you'll hear from today, has been appointed as interim director of governmental relations, legislative liaison. I also hired Tracy from the LRC when I was at the department previously. She previously has held this position, and then she remained at the department over the last few years as a special advisor for special education. Tony Constantman joined us yesterday. I am borrowing her from Jefferson County Schools, again, angry about it. She will serve concurrently with me as our interim director of communications. Tony covered education issues 15 years ago through Courier Journal and WDRB. And I have to say, when she did that and was under Dr. Holliday, she was a pain in our side. But it was she was doing her role, and it made us better as a result. And I've gotten to know her even better working in Jefferson County, and she's been an excellent choice for this work over the interim. She came in yesterday. She had already done pre-work, and so we're very pleased to have her on board.
Are you asking these people to stand up so everybody can see who they are?
Tony's fighting with Google Maps right now,
Okay.
so she's on her way. We're trying to talk her in.
Tracy, though,
Yes, Tracy Herman. Todd is in New Orleans.
we could have met there.
Ashley Land is behind me. We could have. And then most importantly, I really want to emphasize and thank Dr. Amanda Ellis. Amanda, as you know, several years ago during the reorganization of the department, the Office of Teaching and Learning was abolished. And there were reasons for that that Dr. Lewis had, and that were valid reasons. But that was noticed by the state, by the education community, that we no longer had an Office of Teaching and Learning, even though those functions were dispersed to other areas of the department. My personal opinion is if we don't have an Office of Teaching and Learning, we should just all go home. That's my personal opinion. And so when I got to the department, I asked that office be recreated. And we recreated an office in the department within about 2 days. Dr. Ellis very graciously accepted that challenge to lead that office once again. And so she is bringing the standards back under that office under her leadership. Title IIA, which is federal funding for effective teaching and leading. She'll be leading that work in addition to bringing our consultant for counseling, which is very important right now due to school safety and other issues, and we're trying to really beef up those efforts to reach out to school counselors. That's what the office will look like initially. It may continue to grow, but I really want to thank Dr. Ellis for her willingness to do that and taking us back to that place. Dr. Ellis? Yeah, she will be here though. And then one thing I want to bring to your attention, one glaring omission that you may see in the packed agenda is that we do not have an item for related to communications and the media. We had that on there. The Ethics Commission had the least amount of time they can do a presentation is an hour, and so we had to take something off. But we're going to add back the communications and media portion at the February regular meeting during internal board business, so we have an adequate amount of time that you can hear from Tony and the communication staff about media protocol and questions you might have. If your questions come up about communications in the interim, of course, let us know, but that will be addressed, but it won't be addressed until February. So Chair Karen, I'll turn it over to you.
Let me digress just for one small moment. For most of you on the board who know a little bit about me, I did have 7 years on the state board before. And when I was on the state board before, there was an individual who guided me on a regular basis and who's just joined us. And I would like to ask Mary Ann Miller to stand up and have you all understand that for many, many years, literally, Mary Ann Miller was the guidepost for all of us who worked on the board. And it's wonderful to have you back. And I'm so glad you're here.
I'm glad you over.
The next item then on the agenda is getting started with technology, board technology. The technology team is led by Logan Bales, who will provide a tutorial on board computers and software. Andy, who you all already all know, will give a quick discussion on best practices related to microphones and live webcasts. So,
Can we go first? Looking
Andy, go first.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's see, I'm Andy Leomson. I work in the Office of Education Technology. I'm the team lead for webcasting and video services. This is my partner over here, Megan Osborne. Together, Megan and I produce over 300 video projects a year. The most important, of course, is the Board of Education live webcast. The live webcast plays an important part in keeping the meetings transparent and accessible to the public. In fact, at your last meeting, there were well over 800 viewers. So it's pretty important. I guess what I'd ask you to do is, when we start the meeting, the microphones are on probably just a moment before the gavel goes down, because we have to get ready and turn the knobs up. And then they're live during the meeting. So you want to be careful about any kind of side conversations. And then once the gavel goes down, it takes us just a moment, to stop. So no exclamations or. So I think those are the most important things. If you move the microphone, go ahead and just move it back down so we can hear you well. And I guess most everybody here is a teacher, former teacher. So I know we've got teacher voice, so we don't have to worry about speaking into the microphone.
Yeah, I guess an example of that would be you don't want to be Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
When the microphone is still on, they're calling each other liars. But I'm not going to do that this morning. And believe me, from the 7 years that I was on, there are occasions when people forgot the microphones on. So,
David already does a great job.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, sure enough. David does a good job of giving us a heads up, when the meeting's going to start. So you can kind of look over at Megan and I, and you'll see us, give the go ahead. So you'll know when the microphones are getting ready to go. All right, thank you.
All right, my name is Logan Bales. I have one of the technical support units at the Department of Education. Real quick, we have set up accounts for you all, email accounts, but there's some other services tied to those. They are sensitive, so you got to keep security in mind. You should never keep your password written down anywhere. You should keep it only in your head. Don't share it, stuff like that. Anything you do on these computers, I think we've had to fill open records requests before in regard to things that board members have done on these computers during meetings. So keep that in mind. Don't Twitter or Facebook anything while the board's in session. Also, your emails are subject to open records, so careful with what you say and do in those. We do have a pamphlet that we will pass out after it's been vetted to give you steps to log in to your email. It's not that complicated. It's just go to a Microsoft website and logging in with the email address you have been provided, password as well. You can access it from just about any device in the world. We can also assist you with putting it on your phone, should you choose, and also getting to it from a home computer, stuff like that. I will also be providing you contact information for who to call and when if you need help. Any questions? All right.
We're on to portal.
Please.
The next item then is for the KSBA portal training. Katrina Kinman is here to give us a tutorial on how to access and use that portal.
Thank you. I'm Katrina Kinman. I'm Director of the Policy Services at the Kentucky School Boards Association, and the e-meeting service falls under our division. This is Prendel Hinton. She is also an e-meeting trainer and another policy consultant. KDE does subscribe to two divisions, subscribe to our policy service. We maintain the policies for the Office of Career Tech and for the Kentucky School for the Blind and the Deaf as well. So just wanted to make sure that you all were aware of that. But today I'm going to do a very brief overview. Joanne and they all logged into the portal. Are you all logged in and seeing this yet? Okay. I will be very brief. One of the best features about this portal, which side note, Mary Ann was very helpful back in 2012 when you were on the board at that time. The KBE subscribed to our e-meeting service and has been using our functionality to access board meeting materials since that time. So we're happy to be here and do a tutorial for you all as a refresher training. But when you log into the portal and go basically to this main screen on the name of the date of the meeting, if you will see up here at the top, there's a little box called leading that where is leading the meeting. But over here to the left, there's autopilot. And if you put a checkbox there in autopilot, as she navigates through the agenda, it will take you to that particular agenda item. And then if you would like to go off and come down and look at the next item, if you have a question or something that you want to refresh as you're going through the agenda, then it will take you off autopilot and you can just simply go back up and put a checkbox there and it will bring you right back.
Okay, I'm not seeing that.
That's what Brenda, you're gonna, okay.
Is it anybody else? Oh, is it?
Are you? Nobody?
We just don't have all.
So, yes,
Right.
you're seeing this is the
Mine just says
here's your
attached.
autopilot.
So just.
And so now it brought you down to where we are on the agenda.
If you just need to make certain autopilot is
There.
clicked in.
Make your screen a little bit bigger. Oops, sorry, push it off.
It should just come up.
I see. There's one, makes it a little bit easier for you to see.
Yes, it's attachments.
One of the, so is everybody on the screen now?
Everybody, but I think Joanne's computer is arguing.
Okay. Okay. All right, so this, once you get the notification that the meeting materials are ready for your review, you will log in with your assigned password and log in, which is unique to your individual email. And then you can navigate, excuse me, through the agenda by using the forward and the backward arrows, or just by clicking on the items on the agenda as you go through there. If you get to an item that has an attachment, it will show up over here on the left-hand side, or excuse me, right, another right. And also up here at the top, you'll see there are two attachments. And then you see this little sticky note feature. If you would click in that little box for a note, you can add a note to remind yourself, ask a question about whatever. And that note is unique for your login. Other users cannot see that note. But as Logan just reminded you all, please be careful about anything that you put in a note that might be subject to an open records request. Treat it just as any other note. So go ahead and just type hello or something in there. Just kind of and save it. So then, as you're navigating through the agenda and you get in here to the meeting, your note will be right there to remind you, oh, I had a question about whatever that was. And you can also edit that note or delete that note, but remember in technology, I don't know that anything ever truly goes away if you delete it. So just another reminder there. So basically, as a board member, you are consuming the information. You won't have all the bells and whistles to, take attendance or any of those things. While you're logged in there, you're not going to hurt anything. Don't be afraid to click on things. You're going to be able to access materials and all during the meeting. Excuse me, I've had the Kentucky crud. Pardon me. So does anybody have any questions just about the basic navigation of the agenda and how to open an attachment? If you go to one, you just click on the attachment, and depending on the browser that you're using, it'll either open automatically or download, and then you can open that attachment. You have preferences for e-meeting. If we'll go up here to KSBA Online and go back to My Portal, here's where you see where your account is. This is where each of you can go in and change your password. We can't see the password, so go ahead and click to edit. So see, your password would be right here, and you would just back that current password out and then type in the new password, and then tell it to update your profile. And then you can cancel out of there. So when you first log into the portal, the meeting is going to show up over here on the left-hand side or down on the calendar, and you just simply click on the name of the meeting, and it takes you back into this screen where we talked about where you could go into the autopilot, or you can go and open your attachments and notes.
Do you advise us to change our password?
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering. Like, God's password.
So, yeah, I would advise you, yes, to change your password. We didn't assign them. KD staff assigned them for you, but that's our recommendation, to change password to something that you can remember that others can't see, or that others don't know. But yes, that's a good practice. And so
I'm sorry, Katrina, how do you get back from My Portal?
if you're, sorry, we can't see where you are.
I'm in My Portal.
Okay, so you're on that main page. So to get to the meeting, you can click on it on the name of the meeting or down on the calendar.
No.
You're welcome. E-meeting also has several search capabilities, where if you want to go back to prior meetings,
So did you just do that?
to KSBA Online. So you can go. All these are sensitive. So there's My Portal, that's at the very beginning. And then you, like if you wanted to look back at the December meeting, you would click here, or here's today's meeting. And so you just go right there, click on it, or on the calendar.
But it didn't.
It is very sensitive. This is another view. Would you click on the word e-meeting?
This one up here.
Yeah. You click.
You want to do the search?
Well, I'm going to show you what that screen looks like. So if you hit this e-meeting up at the top, this is just a different view of all of the meetings. And you will see that over to the right, those are grayed out areas, because those are things that KDE staff that are preparing the materials publish and things like that. But you can still view. So if you get here and you're like, oh, how did I get here? You can always just click on the name of the meeting, and it'll take you right back to that other view. But this is also where the search functionality is on that e-meeting page. And if you wanted to search for a prior topic, say, Breathitt County Schools, where they've recently come out of state management. If you wanted to go back and review, there's Breathitt, you just type in Breathitt up here, and all the agenda items and attachments that were related to that particular topic would come up, and then that's fully searchable.
I'm on autopilot.
Yes, sir.
And you said go to that page, and that those nice folks Manning went to that page. Why doesn't it do that on that?
Because it's unique to the meeting that you're in. So if we'll go back into the January 17th meeting, and she has click on a different agenda item. Are you still in the 17th meeting?
So
autopilot
only works.
It's about a 3 to 5 second delay. Okay. Can you go back up like a call order or someplace?
So it just the autopilot only does this.
For the particular meeting that you're in. Yes, sir.
There's a couple of second delay.
It's when you click it.
But leaving it, I was doing one more time, leaving it on autopilot. If somebody at the superstation switches to something else, it does not necessarily pop up on there.
You will have to open any attachments on that, but the particular agenda item would be there. Yes.
So is this what we would use to prepare for meetings, like
Yes.
attachments and things? So is this the login we take with us so that we can access it?
Unless you would like for me to walk you through changing your password right now.
So this is what we would
Otherwise,
take
yes.
onto
That is correct.
or onto.
This is how we get into this.
Yes. And so I will point out on those instructions, it says to go to portal.ksba.org. Our portal is maintained separately from the KSBA website, which you can still log in through our website. But if for some reason our website is ever down, the portal would not be down because it's housed by Rackspace. It's up in the cloud. And we have a 99.9% upgrade, even with scheduled maintenance downtimes.
I will point out that while you're in the binder, at this meeting, that binder is designed to keep with you during your board service and it has informational items. You will not have a printed binder for regular board meetings. It's all going to be on the portal. Of course, if you need a special accommodation for a printed binder or other computers printed, do that for you. Several years ago, when we went to this system, the idea was to get away from the binders. This is the same system that many school boards use around the state. So that's the idea. So you can have information that sometimes your board materials will change, a day before the meeting. And if we need to update that, we can do that in the system and automatically populates your computer.
That's correct. We currently have 111 school districts that use the KSBA e-meeting service, 41 SPDM councils, and then 11 other agencies, including some city and county government and municipal utilities. And the Kentucky High School Athletic Association Board of Control also utilizes our e-meeting service. So I have e-meeting login instructions that are detailed that we will give to pass out to you all later since you're already logged in. But there's also a contact information on the back. Obviously, Joette would be able to help you all if you need assistance, but you can call the KSB offices during the day, or we have an after-hours number, which is located on these materials as well. And that forwards to one of my staff's cell phones. We take turns being on call on evenings and weekends if there's a problem with anybody having an issue with logging in, for instance, or something along those lines. Unless there are other questions, I know you have a jam-packed agenda, so
No, this is important. So if people have questions, answer. Now, what I just also want to point out to all the board members, during the board meetings themselves, there's always staff who can assist you because my experience has been on several occasions, something goes haywire with one individual's computer or something. So there's always somebody there that will help us. It's not unusual as the meeting is going on to see somebody circling to help out a board member so they can get to what they need to see on it. Albatross that I am an old timer, I finally got used to it. I think Mary Ann should give me maybe a B on my capacity if I didn't work it, but I did learn to do it. It's a good system. Anybody else have any other questions on that topic? If not, then thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's see if we circle and hell. Next item on the agenda is a discussion on board meetings, working with the staff, working with the board, and some different current issues. This is primarily a Kevin's agenda item, and we are doing reasonably well here. So on tab. So Kevin, I'll just turn that whole agenda item over to you.
Thank you. And then at the end, I'm going to defer it back over to you to share some of your experiences. We are making some time, and that is good because we are going to have some other agenda items throughout the day that will generate more questions from you, and we will need that time. So happy to see that. As an attorney by training, I generally want to find yourself going back to your roots. Dr. Todd, as an engineer, I'm sure you find yourself going back to big engineer when you're talking about things. That's the best thing at first to do that. So I wanted to, it may seem a little bit off topic, but I think we need to get started by reminding everybody why we are here as a board. And so as an attorney, I always look back to the law and the Constitution. So I want to kick us off by talking about that. If you'll turn to tab 2, I printed 2 statutes for you, and tab 2 in your binder. And don't think that's on.
Yes.
Okay.
Or in your binder for taxes.
And you all are aware that the Kentucky Constitution says that the General Assembly shall provide for an efficient system of common schools. And that is done through the statutes that the General Assembly passes. And so the General Assembly has said in order to provide for an efficient system of common schools, it's kind of like on day 1, we will create the State Board of Education, and on day 2, we will create school districts. It's kind of how I see it. So these 2 statutes I'm bringing out, those are the 2 main statutes that the General Assembly has utilized to create the State Board of Education and your roles and responsibilities. Before I talk about those statutes, I'll point out that, and I'm not sure if you've given a copy of this before yet. This is the Kentucky School Law Book, and it's required to be published by the Commissioner of Education. And this book contains all of the statutes that we believe, the state statutes, just the statutes that apply to education in Kentucky. We can get you a copy of this if you would like. It makes for interesting reading. There's also a web version of this that can be searched. So some of you I like the paper copy, and I go back and forth, but we'll make sure that we would give you an opportunity to have this as well as the link to the online version. It's important to know how we are governed and why we are here. The first statute is 156.029, and it talks about the Kentucky Board of Education, establishes the Kentucky Board of Education, talks about the membership and the functions of that board. It sets forth the primary function of the board, and that primary function is to develop and adopt policies and administrative regulations. That's how you govern as a board, by promulgating administrative regulations. Ashley, during the official legal portion of the orientation, will walk you through how that regulatory process works. But the regulations that you pass carry the force of law. So they are reviewed by the General Assembly, but once those are signed by the board chair and then reviewed by the General Assembly, they carry the force of law just as a statute does. Ashley will guide you through that in more detail. And it talks about how the board creates policies by which the KDE shall be governed in planning, coordinating, administering, supervising, operating, and evaluating the educational programs, services, and activities within the department which are within the jurisdiction of the board. The next statute that we have for you is KRS 156070. That sets forth additional powers of the board. And again, I'm not going to read the statute, but I will refresh for you the main portions of that directly apply to the board. And the most important phrase in that statute is the Kentucky Board of Education has the management and control of the common schools and all programs operated in these schools, including interscholastic athletics, the Kentucky School for the Deaf, the Kentucky School for the Blind, and community education programs and services. That's very broad. That may be one of the most broad authorities that any board has in the country. And that's good because that puts that power in this board. And then it goes on to talk about how the board may designate an organization to manage scholastic athletics. The board has done that. Over the years, you will be asked to redesignate or designate an agent for that. That has always been the Kentucky High School Athletic Association. The good news about that is that other than designating the High School Athletic Association and reviewing their bylaws, you don't have to deal with the day-to-day activities of interscholastic athletics, and the board can focus on the other matters of the board. And then there are other requirements in there that the board can publish various at public expense, the administrative regulation, courses of study, and curriculum. And then another important phrase is that upon the recommendation of the Chief State School Officer, the Chief State School Officer is used interchangeably with the Commissioner of Education. The State Board shall establish policy or act on all matters relating to programs, services, publications, capital construction and facility renovation, equipment, litigation, contracts, budgets, and all other matters which are the administrative responsibility of the Department of Education. So that again encompasses everything and so many things. There are other statutes that are related to this statute that talk about the authority of the department. I'm not going to go over that one, but I did go over that one when we had our first all KDE meeting with employees, and all KDE employees were there or watched the webcast, and I read that statute to them. That was on December 19th and 20th, I believe. And I told the individuals that if you don't, when I read what the department is responsible for, if you don't identify with something that I've read as part of your work, then you need to come see me afterwards. Because again, that statute's all encompassing and talks about the administration of everything related to the common schools. So I think that's important to know how we were established, why we were established. As you know, the board hires the commissioner, and then the commissioner administers the department, much like a corporate framework of a board of directors, a CEO, and the company. And that has worked well. That system has been in place and that process since 1990 when we switched over from an elected superintendent of public instruction. In Kentucky, when you leave Kentucky, you will find that folks still envy our system and the way it's created. And so I've always been a kind of student of it and have been at the department and have seen that it provides for a very professional Department of Education and professional board, which I think some states cannot say the same. So that's very good. I am going to defer to David just for some general thoughts that he may have, since he is the only one in the room, I think, that's previously served on this board. But I want to just give you some general parameters on how we think questions that you may have should be addressed. Generally, I serve as the contact person for your comments. You feel free to text me or email me, and I will either answer you or field those questions and concerns. And that probably is generally in the policy area or questions about legislation or something in those areas. If you have matters pertaining to more housekeeping areas or inquiries or logistics or your travel, obviously reach out to KBE Executive Director Jennifer Frankfort, which you already are doing, and she will answer your inquiry and she will respond. You will also receive constituent requests, emails, phone calls from citizens of the state with issues and problems, and we understand it is necessary that we provide an answer on your behalf. We want to do that, and that's part of our process and protocol to do that on your behalf. The general protocol is that for you to forward that on to myself or Jennifer, or both of us together, and then we will draft an answer for that, allow you to review it, and then generally the protocol is to send that on behalf of the board. You have inquired with board member Matt, and we are responding on behalf of the board to your inquiry. So that's how we handle those items. David, do you want to reflect on your experiences as a former board member and about, particularly on speaking when questions come up for board members on speaking on behalf of the board?
Yeah, that is an important issue that we need to talk a little bit about. I think I actually had a phone conversation with every single member of the board when I first contacted you all, and we talked about the issue, and just very briefly about who speaks for the board. I'm one of these individuals that believes that every member of the board has a right to their own opinion, and that there are occasions where you may need, because of your area or your constituency or your personal views, that you want to express an opinion. I think it's helpful if we remember that, generally speaking, for the board, the chair, or in the absence of the chair or vice chair, should be the one speaking. He or she should be speaking for the board. So there'll be issues that come up and in discussions at meetings where there's a consensus on a position, then it tends to be the right way to deal with it, that one person's expressing that. That's the chair or in that absence, the vice chair. If for some reason there is a need in your personal view to share your view, I think it is helpful and important to remember that you should always say that you're not speaking for the board. That this is I am expressing a personal point of view on something. If that occurs, and it probably that often won't really occur, but if that occurs, you ought to at least notify the chair, or in the absence of the vice chair or Kevin, that you just feel compelled that you have to let somebody know, whether it's media or group you're going to speak to or whatever it is. But always remember that in a situation, that's your viewpoint, and you have to differentiate that from a board position. So if there's any questions about that, give me a buzz.
I do want some clarification on that, because in my area, very often I've been a spokesperson for education on the local television station and the local radios, and they have been at my doorstep wanting to talk, and I have put them off. But at the same time, I'm beginning to feel like I'm going to push it too far, like they are going to begin to think I'm trying to hide something. The only thing I've shared with them so far was my personal background of who is on the board from my perspective, my story, because so many of them listened online and were able to know that each of us had a story in education. And so that I've given them, because that's impersonal. But I have a radio station and a television station that I know they're going to call me probably tomorrow, because they know we've met today, because I've been putting them off. What do I do?
Well, I think this is me. there's nothing to hide. I think good relationships with the press are critically important, and you have your community that you are representing, and you should feel free to speak to them. What I'm trying to get at are more the issue of specific issues. I mean, Patrice, if somebody's saying, what did we do today? I mean, I think you're wide open. We talked about how to operate these damn computers. We talked about a variety of. Well, my neighborhood would say that. We're kind of progressive.
So just
But
I mean, it's on the agenda.
yeah. On the other hand, if they try to corner you, let's see how to. I'll make it personal. Don't you think that that Karen handled that in a heavy-handed way, or whatever it is? I mean, I think be sensitive about what they're asking you, and don't let them put you in a corner. And so later on we're going to talk about the discussion about committees, and there's going to be a recommendation that in the past there were 3 committees, and I'm going to recommend that the board go back to 2 committees, because the finance committee, I think, which was a separate committee in the immediate past, it was my feeling that the finance committee is so terribly important to all 11 members plus Allison and plus Aaron and plus the lieutenant governor, that ought to be treated as something that all of us participate in. So that if this board agrees to that, what I'm trying to get at on this issue is, were you totally dissatisfied with Karen's recommendation that they got rid of the finance committee? And wasn't that just what was that about? Is he irritated at somebody? Did he have some agenda item in his personal agenda? You just don't want to get into that kind of. Thing. The discussion that took place. There's nothing wrong with saying the discussion took place. That we all felt that the finance committee should be something that all 13 participants participate in, or 14 participants participate in. Nothing wrong with that at all, in my opinion.
Right, and I think I agree with that. If you're asked a question about what is the State Board of Education's legislation, and you rattle off the agenda that you passed today, and everybody agreed that the vote was taken, and that's the official position. You have to ask yourself the question, though, I'm not sure if the board has ever weighed in on that issue. That's when it gets tricky, and so you would need to tell the reporter or whoever you're talking with. Now, the board is not taking a position on the funding of charter schools or whatever it is. However, my personal opinion is X. The other situation that may arise is, and this has arisen, I'm sure, with Chair Karen over the years, is suppose a reporter with the Courier Journal comes, Olivia Kraft, and says, what's your opinion on the new, to do an interview with you about the new park on the river, and David has been with the Waterfront Development Corporation. David needs to say, now Olivia, I understand that I'm talking to you as an official with the Waterfront Development Corporation, not as a member of the State Board of Education. The same goes if you're over in the General Assembly representing, because you're on the board of Acme Corporation or whatever other group you may be with, which is fine. You need to make sure that when you're talking to a member of the General Assembly, now you know I'm on the State Board of Education, however, I'm here today to talk to you about the agenda for Acme Corporation. It's important just to stay up front, make sure they understand who you're representing, who you're not, and make sure they when the interview is concluded, that they also confirm to you that that's the case.
In fact, Sharon and I had a little discussion this morning about everybody here is involved in other organizations. And so making sure, in fact, when I was on the table before, at one point, I was also on the board of Spalding University in Louisville, Kentucky. So I want to be crystal clear that if somebody's asking me as a board member of Spalding University, that I'm only talking about Spalding University. I'm not talking about the State Board of Education. And that's just really critical. I will say, and this maybe Kevin will, it could come to the point where 10 members of this board agree on one position and one member doesn't. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but you have a right to your opinion. And so let's say, Allison, can I pick on you for a minute? We've now recommended Allison to be the Commissioner of Education. And Patrice, all 10 other people said it was wonderful, but you just don't think she should be the Commissioner of Education. I mean, we can't force you to, and if somebody in your neighborhood or your area says, well, you have to have the right of free speech ultimately to say, well, I love the board and I'm 99% with the board all the time. I've got to tell you that that she's a lovely person, but I just don't think she was the right choice. That almost never, I can't remember in the 7 years that I was on the state board that there were any occasions that were very much like that. I mean, I think it gets into more of the issue that Kevin's addressing. If you're on the board of some other organization, making sure, or if it's a personal viewpoint, you're always making sure I am not speaking for the board. So it kind of just lodged in the back of your mind, and if you're being asked a question that's, you have a difference of attitude or opinion, I am speaking for myself and myself alone.
And the same goes for the social media. If you have a blog or social media post and you're expressing an opinion that the board hasn't taken a position on or maybe contrary, you need to make sure you state that you're expressing the opinion, the personal opinion, and not that of any organization that you may represent or be on a member of.
Mike, and then
Okay. Recently, Lou and I attended a Southeastern and Southern Central Superintendent's meeting. And obviously, some of the there was a period that they opened the floor up and let some of the superintendents ask us questions about the new board and the makeup and what we thought. But one of the superintendents asked, whether the board was going to make a decision on the chartered school training for their school board members, because a lot of them have that scheduled here in February, things like that, and they wanted to know when we were going to do it. Of course, Luke said, and I said, we don't know what the board's going to do with that. Obviously, we've not discussed it. We don't have any idea. The second question they had was, we would like to have, the superintendent would like to have some input into the selection of the next commissioner. Because because they said we really had no input in the selection of Commissioner Lewis. And we would like to buy into it and have some input. And again, all we could report was that, well, we will discuss that with the board and see what their prerogative is. And that's about all that they questioned. Did you remember any other questions?
And then they just wanted to tell us some of the things they'd like to see in the commissioner, but we did open a meeting to say we are 2 individuals and happy to talk to you about what we're doing, but please know we're not speaking on behalf of the board.
Right.
Anything fine.
I think your answers on both those points were perfect. I mean, I think that that's exactly the way that you handle it exactly correctly. It helps you to.
David, when you were speaking before, you said your last 7 years, did you say you had every vote that they all voted in favor of it, nobody voted against it?
Not me, I mean, on the issues,
On the
it
issue?
was very rare, in my recollection, and Mary Ann probably is even better at that with Kevin than I am on this, it's my recollection that there was so much open dialogue about issues among the board members that they generally reached consensus on most of the things that became board positions, and there was not a whole lot of dissension. There were going to be cases where it was not 100%. That's always going to occur. But you'd be surprised if you really go through and you kick it around, and everybody on the board speaks up freely and openly and gets their opinion heard. You'll end up coalescing in most situations around a reasonably comfortable position on things. I mean, I think that's, is that a reasonable characterization? I mean, Mary Ann, I think that's, you will, the only one that I can remember was that there was on the hiring of the first commissioner, there was one person who was just, this was an individual who was kind of like to be a curmudgeon anyway. And we had a 45-minute conversation, and he finally, after all the board members shared with him their feelings, he ended up coalescing around that, and came to where he really didn't want to go out and say, I'm the only one who was not for it, but he wanted to make sure we understood his points clearly, and so it worked out.
And if I could just say, this board is reflective of the education community. It was formed based on recommendations by every group that represents education across Kentucky. And so, while we may be asked our own opinions, we're here because the education community had faith in us to listen to them. And so I think if you get in a situation where someone is even asking your opinion about something, obviously they care about it. Ask them what theirs is and tell them we want to hear from people and we want feedback because that's why we're here. And so at the end of the day, that to me, that's the best way that you can respond, not necessarily your individual opinion, but asking our friends and colleagues across the state, what do they feel about something and what would they like to see done? That usually helps people to feel like they've been heard, and it helps give us a perspective statewide. So.
And maybe it's I guess this is still on topic, or maybe slightly on topic, but when you get into public meetings, you need to understand there may be people attending public meetings who have an axe to grind and have a certain disposition that is not that they're there to be ugly. I hate to say that, to be ugly and challenging. And so you just have to realize. I can't imagine that. I looked around this room. I imagine that every single person on this board has had an experience similar to that. Or even if it wasn't their public meeting, but they went to another. So maybe themselves were in a public meeting, and somebody just wanted to be curmudgeon at the meeting, and you're not going to make those people happy. I mean, you just can't. We ought not catch ourselves trying to tailor every word that comes out to make somebody happy. It's just not going to occur. It doesn't work that way in real life. So, and back to any question, feel free to give Kevin a call. Feel free to give me a call. We'll sit and chat about it, and I think you're going to find out that there's not going to be that many areas where we have those situations. It's more likely where you're part of another organization and they're asking you to speak about that. I mean, if somebody asks Lee Todd a specific question all about Kentucky, University of Kentucky, he's going to make it crystal clear that he's, as former president of the University of Kentucky, speaking about the University of Kentucky, not the, we're elementary and secondary education anyway, so. Making any progress on that when we got the comfort level on the way? And these meetings we want you out there speaking positively on behalf of public education. I mean, it is, Kevin said something that's critically important, and that is that the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Kentucky requires a high-quality public school system that is open and free and to all citizens of the Commonwealth. And we want the board members to go forth understanding that. That's what we're here for. It's the same, in my opinion, after the Rose decision, it's the single most important constitutional duty of this Commonwealth is to provide for a system of common schools that are quality, that are free, that are open, and that everybody has the same opportunities in that system. And it couldn't have been stronger in the wording. I'm part lawyer, all-time lawyer. It may be the strongest court decision I ever read. I might, and my whole another lawyer in my life to reaffirm that this is the biggest thing. And look at budgetarily in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, what's the biggest thing? It's education. So go forth and speak out. I mean, absolutely. Anybody have any other Kevin, we satisfied on that one? Okay. The next item on the agenda is, and it looks like we're gaining 2 or 3 minutes, Jennifer. Executive Branch Code of Ethics. This is the presentation by the Kentucky Branch, the Kentucky Executive Branch Ethics Commission with the Executive Director, Katie.
Right here.
So you now have our attention for the next hour or less. And by the way, while she's getting organized, this previous discussion this is exactly what's, to me, is wonderful about this board. That we've got the kind of people who ask these interesting questions and we're in here sharing these kinds of things. Terribly important. It's wonderful. That was a good little exercise in how the exercises are work.
I'm passing around a sign-in sheet because we do keep track of who we give trainings to. And then you've got a pamphlet, or 4 pamphlets and a guidebook. Have any of you had executive branch ethics training before? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is new to everyone in the room. If you had it before, things have changed a little bit, so we're going to highlight some of the changes. This is typically a 2-hour training that I'm combining into 1 hour, so I'm not going to give a lot of examples. And I hear from my attendees that examples help. So if you have questions, wait until the end because I might answer your questions. And then if I don't answer them, then I'm happy to give a few minutes at the end, or if you want to contact me later, you'll have my contact information and the materials. So if you'll start with the blue pamphlet.
I do want to tell you what, it's possible that somebody has a burning heart desire to ask you something.
Okay.
You have to bear with us.
I absolutely understand. And I assume specifically when I get to the section about statements of financial disclosure, I'm going to get a lot of questions. We've had some changes with that recently, so we are getting a lot of questions. My name is Katie Gabhart. I'm the Executive Director of the Executive Branch Ethics Commission. And if you look on the front of the blue pamphlet, you will see the names of the current commission members of the Ethics Commission. They are appointed by the governor, and they serve 4-year staggered terms. And then you'll also see the names of all of our current staff members. We currently have 7 staff members, so we're a pretty small agency with a big task. We enforce the Executive Branch Ethics Code that's codified in KRS Chapter 11A on all public servants in the Executive Branch. You, however, are unique. Most boards and commissions are not covered by the Ethics Code. They're covered by the governor's executive orders. However, you are specifically listed, board members of the Kentucky Board of Education are specifically listed as officers in the executive branch, and you're covered by the full Ethics Code. From the provisions that apply to normal public servants to the provisions that apply to major management. So I'm going to highlight all of those provisions as we discuss. And then, again, as you have questions, feel free to ask, but remember we have an hour. And I am accessible. You can contact me directly through the 502-564-7954 number, or my direct line to my office, my desk, is 502-892-3400. That's 502-892-3400. We want to be accessible to you. We want to set you up for success and not failure. Believe me, we're busy enough doing our investigations, so we don't want anybody else to violate the ethics code or potentially violate it. So if you have an issue or a question or a scenario that pops up that you need advice, you can contact me. The ethics officer that's for the Kentucky Board of Education, I don't know who that is right now.
Todd Allen.
Todd Allen, okay.
He's not here today.
He's not here today. Okay, I'm sorry. We've had so many changes with ethics officers, it's hard for me to keep track. So Todd is going to be attending training next week for ethics officers, and he is supposed to be accessible to you to answer questions, but you can also come straight to us. And my general counsel also is accessible for answering questions. Now, if you'll look at starting with, if you'll turn to page, let's see, 4. I'm sorry, page 5. So I've already stated that the ethics code applies to this board because you fit within the definition of officer. Now, the main overarching principles of the ethics code are provided there on page 5. So when you're making decisions on behalf of this board, we want to make sure that you consider these overarching principles. Anytime this board has to vote on a matter, these are the things you should be considering. You must not use your position, you must be independent and impartial. So every decision you make, you can't allow your personal biases, your friendships, your family relationships, your personal financial relationships interfere with your ability to be independent and impartial on behalf of this board. So anytime you have to take a vote, think to yourself, can I be independent? Am I being impartial in making this decision? You must not make decisions and establish policies outside of the established processes of government. What are those? Those are going to be the statutes and regulations that you have to follow or established by this board. If you don't like the current policies of the Board of Education, follow the established processes to change those. But Nothing causes more strife within an agency when agencies don't follow their own policies. Also, if you have unwritten policies, please get those in writing. Nothing causes more trouble, especially when matters are referred to the Ethics Commission when an agency does not have written policies. Unwritten policies are worth the paper they're written on. So please get them in writing and then enforce them consistently amongst your employees. And again, that causes a lot of confusion and strife within an agency to be inconsistent with enforcing policies. You should not use public office to obtain private benefits for yourself or others. Most of our cases, when we charge individuals with violating the ethics code, is for abusing state time, resources, equipment, personnel for their personal use. Your actions should promote the public's confidence in the integrity of government. And again, you do that by ensuring that you're not allowing your personal biases to interfere with your ability to be independent and recusing whenever you have a conflict of interest, which I'm going to get into quite a bit. You should not engage or be involved in any activity which has the potential to become a conflict of interest with your state service. Now, if you'll turn to page 9, these are the overarching, what we call our bread and butter provisions when we charge individuals for violating the ethics code. Most of the time we're charging them under one of these 4 principles. Use a public servant shall not use or attempt to use your influence in any matter which involves a substantial conflict between your personal and private interest and your duties in the public interest. You shall not use or attempt to use any means to influence a public agency in derogation of the state. That first provision that's on the screen, that is ensuring that you don't engage in decision-making on behalf of this board in a manner in which you have conflict. I will go through some principles, some questions you should ask yourself to decide whether or not you have a conflict. But if you don't recuse in a matter in which you have a conflict, this is the provision we would use to charge you. The second provision, not my favorite provision in the ethics code, I think it's written kind of broadly, but you can't use your influence to influence your agency into doing something that will hurt the state. The best example of that is someone who influences their agency to violate its own statutes, either to give somebody else a benefit or gain or to benefit yourself. The third provision on this page, you should not use your position to obtain financial gain for yourself or members of your family. Anytime the ethics code uses the term family member, we're going to use the definition on page 12, which is in the top part of the page, and it's in the box. A definition of family member is not what you would normally think. It includes your spouse, children, parents, siblings, grandparents, your in-laws, your step-family, and your half-siblings. It does not include aunts and uncles, nieces and nephews, or cousins, those extended family members. So what's interesting is you have blood relatives that are not considered family, and you have non-blood relatives that are considered family. So we have a very interesting definition of family. So anytime the ethics code mentions family, we're going to use this definition. So if you're using your position to give a family member a financial gain, we're going to use that definition. And financial gain means you've influenced your agency to either issue a contract for your family member or give them a business relationship for your family member, or perhaps even give them a job. And they receive some sort of gain that's realized, a profit that's realized. And then you shall not use your position to attempt to secure or create privileges, exemptions, advantages, or treatment for yourself or others in derogation of the public interest. And this I consider to be our catch-all provision. Most of the time when we charge individuals, it's this provision. This is what we use the most when we find public servants who are abusing state time, equipment, and resources for their personal use, for a for-profit use, for campaign purposes, running for office and using public resources to run for office. And we also see often, and I hate to say this, but public servants using state time, equipment, and resources for their own sexual purposes. And I have lots of examples I won't go into today. I'm sure I've piqued your interest, but I only have an hour. I wish that would go without saying, but obviously it must be said. Okay, conflicts of interest. The ethics code requires you to avoid all conduct which might in any way lead members of the general public to conclude that you are using your official position to further your professional or private interests when appearing before your state agency. So if you'll turn back with me to page 5, we talked about conflicts of interest. The ethics code gives you, okay, first and foremost, when you have a conflict of interest, a matter is going to be decided by this board, and you know that you personally have a conflict. Either it's involving a person you know on a friendly basis, a friend, someone you're really close with, it's a family member, or maybe it's somebody you used to be intimate with, or you are presently intimate with, and it's not public knowledge. You don't have to disclose openly what your conflict is. You don't have to explain the details of your conflict. Your responsibility is to disclose that you have a conflict. The ethics code says you should do so in writing, but when it comes to board and commission members, we recommend that you just state openly during a public meeting that you have a conflict, potential conflict, or a conflict related to a particular matter, and that you will not be participating in the vote on the matter. And that can be noted in the meeting minutes of your board. So that's the in writing. So you can just announce it during the meeting, state that you're not going to vote on the matter, and then we recommend you leave the room while any discussion is had on the matter. You don't want to be perceived as trying to influence the other decision makers in a matter in which you have a conflict. So you can do that by just announcing before the board and making sure that the board secretary notes that in the meeting minutes that are voted on at the next board meeting. Now there's some questions the ethics code provides for you to ask yourself whether or not you should recuse. Has your personal or private interest created a substantial threat to your independence of judgment? That's getting back to that independent and impartial. Can you be independent in making a decision on behalf of this board? Will your participation have an effect on the public's confidence in the integrity of the executive branch? This question asks you to stand outside of yourself and be objective. Look at the situation as how the public would view it. And if the public would see it as a conflict, perhaps you should recuse. Is your participation likely to have any significant effect on the disposition of the matter? Is there a need for your particular contribution, such as special knowledge of the subject matter for the executive branch to function effectively? In that situation, even if you answer yes to any of the questions, I would say you still recuse, but you can provide that information to the board and then recuse from the vote on the matter. Will the official decision affect you in a manner differently from the public? If you can answer yes to 1 through 3 and 5, then you should recuse. 4, again, is go ahead and give that special knowledge, but still recuse from the matter. So these should provide you some guidance in deciding how to decide whether to abstain. But sometimes we just need to bounce ideas off of other people. So you're welcome to call me up or talk to your ethics officer, and we can talk the issue through before the board meeting that's coming up that you believe you might have a conflict on a matter. And we can decide whether or not it's a good idea for you to recuse. I always say, though, when in doubt, recuse. You don't want the decisions of this board to come into question. And that sometimes, especially if it's a really important decision, you don't want the board's final decision to be questioned. So this is just good government, making sure that our agency makes decisions that are independent and impartial. And for me, this is the most important aspect of the ethics code. Now, if you'll turn with me to page 14, 15. I used to know the page numbers in this book, and we updated it a few months ago, and now I have no idea. So the provisions I talked about on page 9, if you violate those provisions, it's a potential civil penalty, and I'll talk about those at the end of the session. But the provisions on page 15, they carry a civil penalty, and they also carry a potential Class D felony. So yes, there are provisions of the Ethics Code that are criminal in nature. However, our commission, the Executive Branch Ethics Commission, is not law enforcement. So we enforce the civil process of the Ethics Code. The criminal process, we refer to the Attorney General, local Commonwealth attorneys, and we also work with the U.S. Attorney. And so they make a decision whether or not to charge individuals in the Ethics Code for these criminal provisions. But oftentimes our investigations do lead to those criminal prosecutions. Now, as a public servant, you shall not knowingly disclose or use confidential information acquired in the course of your official duties when such would further your own economic interests. Now, as public servants or board members, you probably will come into contact with a lot of confidential information. I know I do as part of my job. If you reveal that publicly, but not to further your own economic interests, it still may create a problem for your agency. But for this provision to apply, you would have to reveal that information to further your own economic interests. Give yourself some sort of financial benefit or leg up on competitors. It's a fancy way of saying insider trading. Think of Martha Stewart, that sort of situation. As a public servant, you shall not, as an officer, you shall not knowingly receive directly or indirectly any interest or profit arising from the use or loan of public funds in your hands or to be raised through your state agency. I don't really see this as an issue for you. You probably will not be actually touching funds of the state agency. You'll be making decisions about how funds are spent, but you don't actually touch them. So I really don't see this as being an issue for you. But what we've seen in the past are public servants who process payments or fees that are collected by a state agency, and they skim off the top. They take money from their state agency. We have one individual who wrote checks to herself, to cash to herself, and took money out of a state account. And so that's what we typically see. So I don't anticipate this being a problem for you, but just keep that in mind. This is a fancy way of saying don't steal state funds. You shall not knowingly act as a representative for your agency in entering into a transaction for business with yourself or with any business that's owned by you by more than 5% of the total interest of the business or is owned by your family member. And so that would be you participating in a vote on behalf of this board to enter into a contract or a business relationship with yourself. You just can't do that while you're serving on this board. We had one board that the newly appointed commission member had a current contract with the agency, and so they had to dissolve that contract for him to continue to serve on the board. So that situation, it's not that he made the decision, but once he got appointed to the board, that required him to no longer have a contract with the board. You shall not knowingly hold or bid on or negotiate in whole or in part any contract or business relationship with this board while you serve on it. I'm sorry, that says retirement systems. I know you're the Board of Education, that's a typo. But no, these same rules apply to the retirement system board as well. Now, this does not mean you can't participate when an agency seeks eminent domain, when public funds are dispersed through entitlement programs, your spouse or child doing business with any state agency other than your own board, purchases from state agencies available on the same terms that they are to the public. So if this board issues grants or has any kind of public program, the board members can apply for that same program as long as it's on the same terms as members of the general public could apply, and you don't make the decision on behalf of the board. So you don't participate in that decision making. Again, this is different from the board deciding whether to enter into a contract. This would be a public program that's available to any member of the general public who's similarly situated to yourself. And then finally, from the provisions on page 15, you shall not knowingly accept compensation other than what's provided by law for public servants for the performance of your official duties without prior approval from the Ethics Commission. So this is a fancy way of saying don't accept bribes or kickbacks. I don't know what your compensation is. Is it $100 per meeting? Something like that? Okay, so that's your salary. That's what you get paid by law for serving on this board. No one else can give you money in addition to what you get paid for your service on the board for doing a good job. Whether or not you do a good job or a bad job, the legislature has determined your pay for your performance of your duties on the board. It's a thankless job. Now, there are some post-employment provisions, which is pretty interesting. I get a lot of questions about how do these provisions apply to board and commission members. And if you'll look first on page 28, there are outside employment provisions. In my opinion, you already have employment when you're appointed to this board. It's assumed that you'll continue in that outside employment while you're serving on this board. So it's hard for the Ethics Commission to apply these provisions to you. And if you read through it, it talks about appointing authority. Well, your appointing authority is the governor. And so if the governor says it's okay for you to continue in your current employment, that's fine with us. So I'm not going to spend much time talking about the outside employment provisions for board and commission members. Now, the post-employment provisions. Again, you're not really employed by your board. You serve on your board as an appointee. But I'm going to talk through these provisions. In my history with the commission, I've been with the commission for 9 years, we've never enforced these provisions on board commission members. And I think it would be hard for us to do so because your service is not a full-time employment. But I'm going to talk through these, and if you have questions, I'm happy to take those. But I think it's going to be really difficult to enforce these provisions on you. Now, post-employment, the Ethics Commission typically has jurisdiction over former public servants for 1 year after they leave state service. Public servants, after they leave, cannot contract or negotiate a contract with the Board of Education. This, I think, is something we could enforce. So for 1 year after your service on the board, you can't have a contract with this board. Officers, 1 year after they leave state service, cannot accept employment, compensation, or other economic business from a person or business who contracts with, does business with, or is regulated by this board in matters in which you as a board member were directly involved. So if you make a decision or vote on a matter on behalf of this board about entering into a contract with a vendor, you have to wait 1 year post-service on this board before you can take a position with that vendor. Now, this provision, the exception to this provision, does not prohibit you from working in the same business, firm, or occupation that you worked in prior to your service on this board, or using your professional degree or license. So if you were going to go to work for that vendor and you were going to work in the profession that you have for your professional degree, then you could go work for them, even within the first year post-service on this board, as long as for a period of 1 year, you personally refrain from working on any matter in which you were directly involved during your last 3 years of your service on the board. Now, these next two provisions apply to all public servants, not just officers. Public servant cannot act as a lobbyist or represent a person or business before this board for 1 year from the date of termination of service in matters in which you were directly involved in the last 3 years of your tenure on this board. Now, being a lobbyist means you're professionally paid to lobby. So if you are a member of an association that wants to lobby this board and you do so without pay, that's okay. You can do that. This is prohibiting individuals from being paid to lobby. So if you're doing it out of the goodness of your heart and not being paid, you will not be prohibited from doing so under this provision. Our definition of lobbyist is someone who gets paid to do so. And then represent is not in the context of being an attorney, representing a client. Represent means attending a board proceeding, writing a letter to a member of this board, or communicating with a member or employee of this board on behalf of someone else. And you are being paid to do so. So if you're working as an employee for a vendor or an association or someone who's appearing before this board, you can't do that during the first year of your after leaving service. Next slide. Now let's talk about gifts, and mainly I'm going to be talking out of this green pamphlet. Because all this information is also in the guidebook, but I like to talk out of this pamphlet. Now the gifts prohibition, this applies to all public servants the same. Now a gift is something you're not paying for. A gift could be anything of value, from someone buying you a meal, taking you on vacation, someone who wants to make payments on your behalf, like pay your mortgage or pay your car payment. I know it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Someone actually giving you money or providing you free services. It's anything of value you're not paying for. Now, someone gives you something and you pay for it at face value or fair market value, it's no longer considered to be a gift, regardless of the source. So if you're paying the same amount that a member of the general public would have to pay, it's no longer considered to be a gift. Now, gifts are not gifts that are provided to state agencies to benefit or fund the agency. In 2017, the legislature created KRS 45A097 as part of the Model Procurement Code. That statute was enacted to be an exception to the Ethics Code's gifts rule. So you have a gift prohibition in our statutes and the exception to that provision is in another set of statutes. So I highlight that we don't enforce the Model Procurement Code, the Finance Cabinet does. So if your interest is piqued by our agency can receive gifts and donations, actually yes. How does that happen? Talk to the Finance Cabinet because they enforce that provision. I just want you to know it's there and it was written to be an exception to our gifts prohibition. So if a gift is offered to you and it's for the benefit of your service on this board, go talk to your chair first and talk to your executive director, talk to finance, make sure it's okay. You can also call us and we can talk through the issue. But if it's to benefit the mission of this board, then it may be okay under that provision. Gifts are not gifts that you are received from your family members. So remember that definition we talked about earlier. Who is a family member? You can receive that Christmas gift from that family member, even if the family member has business before your board. You should not be participating in decisions about your family members. So you should be recusing in those decisions. So it's okay for you to accept those gifts from those family members. But keep in mind, a family member is not your uncle or your niece or your cousin. So if they have business before your board, and you, even if you recuse from that decision, you still can't receive a gift from that extended family member while you serve on this board, if they have business before the board. Campaign contributions. If you're running for office, you can accept campaign contributions. They're not considered to be gifts, but you still have to follow the campaign finance rules. And be very careful about the perception of quid pro quo. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. If you give me a campaign donation, I'll make sure the board renews your contract. That kind of action, promising action or an action on behalf of this board in exchange for the campaign contribution, that is prohibited. But receiving the donation itself is not. Door prizes available to the public. Say a vendor or a contractor of this agency is providing a door prize or a discount or some sort of public program giving individuals discounts. You can participate in it as long as you do so on the same terms as members of the general public would. And if you have a vendor of your agency that says, we're giving a discount but only to members of the Board of Education, then you can't accept that discount. And then lastly, tickets to a sporting event, if you pay face value for the ticket or admission. Replace the term sporting event ticket with anything else. It's the same concept. I don't know why the legislature thought it was important to highlight sporting event tickets. Maybe I'm a little naive. But if you pay face value for something.
What do you mean?
I have no idea why.
You pay basketball or the Kentucky Derby or.
Right, but if you replace the term sporting event ticket with anything else, if you pay face value for it, it's not a gift under the definition of gift. Now, the basic rule, you, your spouse, your dependent child cannot accept a gift valuing over $25 in a calendar year from a person or business who's regulated by doing business with, seeking grants from, is involved in litigation against, or is lobbying or attempting to influence the actions of this agency. So to break that down, if you look at the flow chart in the green pamphlet, someone's offering you a gift. We've determined it's not in any of the exceptions. It does fit the definition of a gift. It's not for use by your agency. It's for your personal use or enjoyment. The first question you should ask yourself is the gift offer a person or business? The easiest way for me to tell you what a person or business is to tell you what it's not. A person or business is not another governmental agency. It's not the federal government. It's not a county or city government. It's not a public school system or a public university. Now, you guys are, I would recommend, even though school boards and school systems and public universities are not considered to be persons or businesses, you can have a more restrictive rule for your board. The ethics code sets a minimum standard. But since you are making decisions about these entities, I recommend that you not receive gifts from them, even though they are not technically considered persons or businesses, because of the public perception of you making decisions and that may benefit or hurt these entities, or they might perceive as hurting, and you receiving gifts from them. But just generally speaking, public entities, from school systems to universities to governmental agencies, county or city or state or federal, are not considered to be persons or businesses for the purposes of this gift rule. Now, so we've determined the person or business who's offering you the gift is a private entity or a private citizen. The next question you ask yourself is, do they fit within this list of prohibited sources? Are they doing business with your board? Meaning, does this board pay state funds to a person or business in exchange for a service or product? Meaning, you have a contract or a business relationship with this person. Are they regulated by the board? Do you make decisions about them? By statutes, you have the ability to make decisions about them. Are they seeking grants from the board? Are they involved in litigation? That should be easy to figure out. Lobbying or attempting to influence the actions of your agency is a little bit harder to figure out. If you want to know who's registered to lobby the Board of Education, all you have to do is contact Jenny May. She's listed on the front of the blue pamphlet. She is our lobbyist coordinator. You can just send her an email, jenny.may@ky.gov, and she can send you a list of all of those individuals who are registered to lobby the Board of Education. Then that'll make it easier for you to decide who you're allowed to go to lunch with, or travel, or take gifts from, and you'll know whether or not they're in that list. So going through this flow chart on the green pamphlet, you've determined that this individual who's offering you this gift is not in the list of prohibited sources. Then you can accept the gift regardless of how much it costs. But if you've determined this individual is in the list, then you have to look at, well, how much is the gift? We're going to use some common sense to determine the value. We either look at the face value or the fair market value, how much a member of the general public would have to pay to buy this item. If it's less than $25, regardless of the source, you can accept it. If it's more than $25, then you can't accept it. Sometimes I get questions from individuals, well, can I pay the difference? Yes, if somebody wants to offer you, a meal, and they pay the first $25 and you pay the rest, then that's fine. As long as you're not receiving more than $25 in a calendar year from that individual source. And then again, is the gift listed in it as an exception? That's that list we talked about here, things that are not gifts. If it's in that list, then you can't accept it. Does anybody have any questions about gifts?
I do.
Okay.
So if I'm serving on the bank board, and the bank board gives me a gift, I can't accept it.
Is the bank board regulated
The
by?
board of directors, no, or a bank, like community trust bank.
Only if the bank is in this list of prohibited sources. So if they're regulated by doing business with, seeking grants from, involved in litigation, or lobbying this board, then you couldn't accept it. But if they're not in that list, then you can accept it.
Second question, if I have a contract with the state,
With another state agency?
I have it with this state agency, I've got a contract. Does that exclude me from serving on this board?
Well, we would recommend that you no longer have the contract with the board. And that's what we recommended to the Commission for Fish and Wildlife. That was that same scenario mentioned before.
So you would recommend that my business would withdraw from that contract?
Well, it's something you might want to discuss with the governor. But if you currently have a business relationship with this board,
No.
or with the KDE,
No, with Bluegrass Community Action Partnership. Which is-
with someone regulated by this board.
No, they don't. I don't know if they're not regulated by this board.
Okay. So you don't have a
any
contract.
agency that's not regulated by this board, you can have a contract with.
Yes. But I
That's
mean,
the
you can't have a contract with this board.
I understand that.
Okay, that's what I mean. Right. But if you don't have a contract with this board, you're good.
Okay.
Yes.
It's another state agency.
Right.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right.
Just not with this board itself. Okay. Sorry if I was confusing. Okay. So what if you receive a gift that you can't accept? What should you do? Now, I recommend every agency develop some sort of policy to be consistent to determine how you deal with gifts. But here's some recommendations. You should return the gift to the gift giver. You could pay the gift giver for the fair market or face value of the gift to make it no longer a gift. You could donate it to charity or destroy it. However you decide to handle the gift, I recommend that you make some sort of indication in writing how you handled it. I mean, and that could be you merely stating on the record for the board, you received a gift from this individual, you believe they're a prohibited source, so you gave it to charity. Or you donated it to the board if it's something that can be used by the board, or you destroyed it or you sent it back to the gift giver. However you did that, it can be noted in the meeting minutes of the board. Otherwise, you can, if you don't want to do it during an open board meeting, you don't have to do it. All you would do is indicate in writing to your agency, to this board, either the executive director or the chair, the scenario. You received this gift, you believe it's a prohibited source, so this is how you handle it. You as a board can determine how you want to consistently handle it. If you always want the gifts to go back to the gift giver, or you always want it to go to charity, you can determine that. And that's something you can decide. Again, the ethics code sets minimum standards. Say you want to set a standard where no member of this board can receive anything of value from any of these sources, not the $25 threshold. That's up to you. I know for a while, the Kentucky State Police had a no cup of coffee rule. I don't know if that still exists, but some agencies have gone to an extreme. Again, our ethics code sets a minimum standard, and you can decide how you want to be consistent with that. Okay, so as members of the Board of Education, and you're considered to be officers under the Executive Branch Code of Ethics, every year as board members, you have to file something called a Statement of Financial Disclosure. Now, since you're all newly appointed, and correct me if I'm wrong, when were the appointments?
December the 11th.
December 11th. Okay.
Was it
So,
12?
so you
You were sworn in on the 10th.
okay. It was in December. That's
You were
all.
appointed on the 11th. The executive order was the 11th. Wasn't it?
Right.
That's the governor was sworn in on the 10th.
Executive order
was the
on
11th.
the 10th.
He signed it after me.
I just wanted to confirm it was in December.
Yeah.
I don't need the exact.
It was in December.
Okay. That's all I need. So there was recent legislation in 2019 to change this process a little bit, and it's much more confusing than it used to be. So try to stick with me for a minute. As newly appointed board members who are appointed in December, you will need to file a new hire form, which means when you fill out this form, you can either fill it out, it's a PDF on our website, or we have an electronic portal you can go through. So if you look at our main page of the ethics.ky.gov website, on the top right-hand corner is a red box where you can click here to submit your SFD. And I recommend you go through the portal. mainly because it helps us in our process. But if you don't want to go through the portal, that's fine. If you on the front page click on State Employee Resources, and then it'll highlight something called Statement of Financial Disclosure. Click on that, and you can find the PDF version of this form. If that's all just too much for you, just email me and I'll send you the PDF of the form. But you will be filling out 2 2019 forms. The first form is a new hire form. So when you fill out this form, on question 4, you're going to state new hire. You're going to skip question 5, and then on question 6, where it asks for your state agency information, you put the Board of Education.
We've actually done this.
Oh,
Everybody
has
has
done
already done it.
Yay. Okay. Then the second form is going to be the annual filing form. So have you done the second form?
No.
Okay.
No.
The second form is due by April 15th, and it's to cover the time period from December 9th or 10th, whenever you started your service, until December 31st. So when you answer the questions from sources of income to gifts, that sort of thing, it's going to cover that time period from December 10th to December 31st. I understand that the forms may be virtually identical. You may answer these questions exactly identical, but the yearly form on question 4, you're going to say not a new hire. That's the main difference. And then you'll answer question 5. And so you can again go through that portal and do it online, or you can fill out the PDF as long as we get it by April 15th. Then you don't have that new hire form, you don't ever have to do again. From here on out, while you continue to serve on this board, you will just do the annual filing. The annual filing is due between January 1st and April 15th of each year, and you're filling out the form for the previous calendar year. So the 2019 annual form is due by April 15th, 2020. The 2020 annual filing form is due by April 15th of 2021. It's like your tax return. So you're covering, when you answer the questions, when it comes to sources of income or gifts or anything like that, you're going to answer the question for the entire calendar year you served on the board. Then, here's one more form. When you leave state service, so say you do your full 4-year term and you don't do a second term, or you do 2 4-year terms and you serve 8 years, whenever you have that last day of service on this board, you have 30 days to file your final form. So say your service ends on July 1st, 2023. Within, I know that may not be an actual number, it's just throwing it out there. By August 1st, 2023, you need to file the 2023 form. So if you leave during the middle of a calendar year, you're going to file that final form for your state service. We will send you letters to remind you. So if it happens that you get to April 15th, well, actually, we're going to be sending out letters next month. So say you haven't done your annual filing requirement by next month, we will send you a postcard reminding you. Say you don't file by April 15th, we will send you a letter reminding you missed the deadline. We give you plenty of opportunities to file. But technically, if you don't submit this form by April 15th, we can have the state withhold your salary, which is the $100 per meeting. But for most public servants, that's a big deal, right? So one other thing to keep in mind, if you lie on this form and the commission is later told that you lied on the form, we can open an investigation and potentially charge you with a violation of the ethics code, which is a potential $5,000 fine. Any other questions about this form? We do have a question by question answer instruction form on our website that explains how to answer each form. It is not an easy form. I understand it is a legislatively required form. So we're trying to make it as easy as we can, but we understand it's a very complicated process, and it just got more complicated by recent legislation.
The good news about these annual forms and these forms for the board members is the staff has been very helpful on making sure and and or will nag if necessary to make sure and or follow up that we all comply. So
I serve a commission, I know how to act, so. Stock ownership, I don't think this is gonna be an issue for your board, but if your board has contracts with vendors, then during the time that this board has a contract with the vendor, you can't own more than 5% of the total value of that business while you serve on this board. Again, if you think this might be an issue for you, I'd be happy to talk it through.
however, if you own 4% of Amazon, we'd like to talk to you. Can make donations to the agency.
Now, the governors, last two governors have had some executive orders. They require mandatory training for officers. You're doing that. Also states that you can't seek employment or other contracting services by the use of your position on this board, meaning you can't enter into a quid pro quo and try to tell somebody, if you give me a job, I'll make sure the Board of Education renews your contract. You can't misuse state time, equipment, personnel, facilities, and other state resources. I've already discussed that. You can't solicit or otherwise engage in a financial transaction with a subordinate on this board if it will benefit you more than $50 in a calendar year. So don't engage in business with your subordinates if you are getting the profit. It also, these executive orders prohibit you from negotiating for future employment with persons that do business or regulated by the board. And you have to abstain from direct involvement in matters relating to any person or entity. You shall notify your appointing authority of such abstention. I've already covered, those provisions are already covered in the ethics code. These are also restated in executive orders of the governors. Okay, so what if you violate the ethics code? What would happen? I don't know why that just skipped. The Ethics Commission can issue an order telling you to stop engaging in the conduct. Keeps jumping forward, sorry. We can require the violator to file a report, like the Statement of Financial Disclosure. It just automatically jumps every time. We can issue a written public reprimand, and that goes on the Commission's website. And yes, your name can be Googled, and they will find it on our website. And then we can order you to pay a $5,000 fine per count. Okay, fine. And if the commission finds that your conduct substantially influenced the action taken by your agency, that can be grounds for voiding or rescinding or canceling the action, such as a contract or a hiring decision. And the commission, we refer all matters that are potentially criminal to the Attorney General, and there are Class D felony provisions. So that is the ethics code in a tight nutshell. I think I stayed within the hour. Do you have any questions before I leave? Well, we're accessible to you. You have my direct dial number. My email is katie.gabhart@ky.gov. I may take a couple of days to get back to you. I've got a lot of emails lately, especially during the transition, and I'm happy to give you some of my time. I have people that like to come and do face-to-face, and that's fine. I'm happy to meet with you. We want to make sure that, again, you're set up for success and not failure, and that your board runs smoothly. I appreciate you giving me this time today, and good luck with the rest of your meeting, and thank you for your service to the Commonwealth.
Does any member have any questions while we got you here?
Will this presentation be on the portal? Is this presentation on the portal?
It is. It is, yeah. Okay, I didn't get on your case. This presentation, do you have my purpose? Okay. If you go through the CRIS system, there's a My Purpose portal. We do have an online training as well in there. Okay, thank you.
I will tell you all a humorous story about this gift issue. So, this ethics piece is very similar to the legislative ethics piece. And when I was in the legislature, I remember a humorous incident where a lobbying group called up my home and became very threatening to my wife over the telephone, and were pretty aggressive and pretty hateful. And I called, when she called me on the telephone and told me that, she was very upset about it. I called that lobbying group's principal person and told them that they were really horribly inappropriate with my wife, and I didn't care for it at all. And subsequently, the next day, our florist came to our house with a bouquet that probably cost $50 or $75. It was this huge arrangement, and it was clearly more than the $25 piece. So my wife called me up on the telephone and said, when the doorbell rang and the man opened the door and he tried to give me his flowers, I told him, I'm not touching those flowers, sit them on the porch. She left the flowers on the porch. When I got home, the flowers were on the porch. They stayed on the porch overnight. The next morning, I put the flowers in my car and took them to the Legislative Ethics Commission and put them on their counter, and they had 4 or 5 days of beautiful flowers. You might want to not take any of those. Any other questions on this ethics? The next item on the agenda is a discussion of the legal perspective of being a state board member, also administrative regulations, board procedures and policies handle, and Assistant General Counsel Ashley Lantis. Ashley, there's all there you are.
Good morning, I'm Ashley Lant. I'm Assistant General Counsel for the Office of Legal Services. I've been with KDE since 2017, and I came into the office under Kevin. Todd is traveling for work today, so he sends his regrets for not being able to be here with you. So he has provided some materials to you all about the work that we do in the Office of Legal Services. If you all have any questions about those materials, feel free to contact Todd, or I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have today. We've also included information in your board materials, which are on the portal, about the Open Records Act and the Open Meetings Act. Both, of course, are applicable to this board. In short, the Open Meetings Act and the Open Records Act are Kentucky laws that are put in place to help ensure transparency in state government. There's just 2 primary takeaways for your purposes today. Unless an exception applies, any record that is generated by you in your capacity as a board member is subject to the Open Records Act. That includes your emails. And secondly, anytime a quorum of members are discussing state business, the Open Meetings Act would apply. And of course, if you have any additional questions about that, never hesitate to contact the Office of Legal Services. Additionally, I've been asked to provide kind of an overview on the regulation process. Kevin addressed KRS 156.029, which indicates that the primary function of the Kentucky Board of Education is to develop and adopt policies and administrative regulations. So an administrative regulation is an enactment.
Can I stop you just one second?
Of course.
This one is really important for you all to hear. One of the things you're going to do more than anything is deal with administrative regulations. And it is really critical that everybody understands the process and how often you're going to have to deal with this process and the ramifications, because as repeating what Kevin said, they are law once these things go through. So, and almost all the normative legislation gets passed and will be developed through administrative regulations by the Kentucky Department of Education. So, heads up on this. This is a big one.
Thank you. So an administrative regulation is an enactment of law by an executive branch agency or department under the authority granted by the General Assembly. So the Kentucky Department of Education does not have any authority to promulgate regs. It's only the Kentucky Board of Education. So KDE staff draft regulatory language, and we otherwise help facilitate the process. But the regulatory authority is only being granted to the board by the General Assembly. So in many instances, the framework of a law is established by the General Assembly in a statute, and then the specific details of how any given process will be carried out is then promulgated by the Kentucky Board of Education in the form of regulation.
Actually, if I could just draw an example. For example, the Transportation Cabinet Secretary, Secretary Gray, has the authority to promulgate Transportation Cabinet regulations about whether the guardrails should be painted a certain color, for example, or whatever. There's not a board of the Transportation Cabinet that has that. That's the Cabinet Secretary. You are different in that the Commissioner, which would be the equivalent of the Cabinet Secretary over Transportation, does not have authority to promulgate regulations on behalf of the department. That is this body only.
And as Kevin previously mentioned, regulations, of course, carry the same force of law. The Kentucky Board of Education currently has just under 200 regulations that are currently enacted. So these are topics ranging from assessment and accountability, instruction, including academic standards and high school graduation requirements, special education, and technical education. And then we also have regulations related to teacher disciplinary hearings, for example, school administration and finance, including bond issue approval and seek funding, school district tax rate formulas, facilities management, including property disposal and capital construction, and then transportation and food services. And I just highlight some of those examples, certainly not as an exhaustive list, but just that the regulations cover everything that the Department of Education does. So as far as how the regulation process works, KDE staff will present proposed regulatory language to the Kentucky Board of Education generally during 2 meetings. So we'll come before you with proposed language in a first reading and a second reading. In the time between those meetings, staff will make the changes that you all have requested. That process can be expedited if needed. Once the Kentucky Board of Education takes final action to approve a regulation, our KDE department staff then files a proposed regulation with the regulations compiler with the Legislative Research Commission, and that commission operates as an administrative arm of the General Assembly. And so after the proposed regulation is filed with the regulations compiler, it appears in print in the administrative register on the first day of the next month once we file it. We are required to schedule a public hearing to receive comments from the public about a proposed regulation, and we also accept, pursuant to Kentucky law, written comments for a 2-month period. After that comment period closes, we prepare a statement of consideration outlining the comments that we've received and any changes that we propose making to the regulation based on those comments, and then that comes back before the board. The statement of consideration is then filed with the Legislative Research Commission, and they add that to what would be the next meeting agenda for the Administrative Regulation Review Subcommittee. That's a subcommittee comprised of 8 legislators that are appointed by the General Assembly for a 2-year term. After that process, it goes to they have a 45-day time period to undertake review of the regulation, and then it's sent on to a subject matter committee, and then there's a 90-day time period for the subject matter committee, education committee, to either take action on the regulation, or after that review period lapsed, if they don't meet to take up the regulation, it would then become law at that point. So I know that that's like kind of a lot crammed in Todd has provided some pretty very succinct materials in your board materials that kind of lay out this process. So if you all have any questions about that, we're happy to help explain it further. Yes, ma'am.
So, this is real time. I know for a fact, because of experience, there's a need to revise the regulations regarding alternative certification and whether a program is authorized to be started or enacted within a particular institution. So, do we wait for the staff to bring it to us, or do we bring it to you?
I believe that's the EPSB, Educational Professional Standards Board, which is a regulation under their purview. Is that correct? Yes. So that would be under that board's purview. However, that question can arise. So it's in, when we hear feedback, ultimately the chair, working with staff, determines the agenda. The chair hears from board members as to what the board believes both should be agenda items. So if there's belief by the board that something needs to be addressed by regulation and it's not automatically coming forward through our regulatory review process to the board for changes, then that is certainly the board's prerogative to direct staff at the department to bring that a regulation forward. The only difference is the example you used is under another board, but that same process should happen at EPSB as it would here. The other thing I would add about timing, and I'll go back to the example I used by the transportation cabinet. So let's say that Secretary Gray wanted to promulgate a regulation about the guardrails. He could file that regulation on Tuesday and file it with the Legislative Research Commission. We cannot file a regulation on behalf of the board on Tuesday because the board has an extra process, which is a very good process that, and I'm not saying anything about transportation or anybody other entity process, but because our regulations are promulgated by a board as opposed to an agency, the process of how this board comes to determine what should be in a regulation has to occur through public meetings. The process that Secretary Gray uses occurs through meetings he has every day with his staff, and it probably has also taken months to come up with that regulation. My point being, we are often sometimes criticized by some of our regulatory language or things that end up in a regulation. However, we have a longer process than most state agencies because you are a board, meaning that you have a first reading and a second reading. Well, that's 3 months, that spans 3 months. So that's a 3-month extra amount of time that the education community and the general public have to give feedback to you publicly, or if they meet you at the grocery store about a regulation that other agencies don't have the luxury of. And that 3-month span of comment and feedback is in addition to the public comment that will occur through the legislative review process, and a hearing occurs and people can submit formal comments. So I just point that out. It's a very good process to allow, and that's why, generally speaking, and knock on wood, the regulations of this board, it's rare that we receive a lot of comments once it gets to the legislature because we have had that extra 3-month period of vetting. Now the downside to it is it's an extra 3-month period of time that we have to have for a regulation compared to other state agencies.
So if y'all have any additional questions, just let us know. Todd and I in the Office of Legal Services, we're always happy to help you all out wherever we can. So I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Okay, good morning. It's so good to see so many of you, all of you actually. We're fortunate to have you. My name is Jennifer Fraker, and for a formal introduction, I serve as the director to the board. So this is why I'm sorry you get so many emails from me, and will continue to do so. I also want to point out Joette Fields over there right up your way. Joette, we're grateful to have her. She really puts everything together for us. So you'll be hearing a lot from her when it comes to travel and lodging and other needs. What I do want to do, and I'll be really brief, I promise, is just highlight a few of the things in the KBE board policy manual. And if you'll go to tab 2 in your binder, we'll just kind of hit on some things. I just want to make you aware it's in there and what's in there itself. So this really does guide a lot of the processes and protocols that we follow as part of the board. For instance, on page 6, you'll notice it sets forth the calendar or schedule of regular meetings, that being February, April, June, August, October, and December. There is a copy of the board schedule, the exact dates, on the board policy or on the board portal, as well as the Google Drive. And then also, if you ever want to find it, it's on the KDE website under the KDE pages. So just drawing your attention there. If you want to flip over to the next page, just a note about the agenda. We will always send out a copy of the agenda and a link to the KSBA portal that contain all of the agenda items. Again, as Kevin mentioned this morning, today you have a binder. In the future, everything will be on that portal. So it is helpful in the sense that you can go on there ahead of meetings, or if you are nominated as a board committee chair, you can always go on in advance of any of the meetings discussing the materials, and you can review those as you may. Those are also archived so that the general public, after meetings occur and during meetings, can access those as well. I'm talking about voting procedures, which we'll get into as we go forward, but also, and Kevin indicated this, if you'll turn to page 8, I just want to highlight, especially as you're beginning, and I know some of you have already experienced this, responding to written correspondence and emails. As he indicated, please, any correspondence that you get, oftentimes they'll email you directly because you live in their area or they know you. In terms of responding, again, on behalf of the board, forward that to Kevin or myself, and we'll make sure that we route that to the appropriate staff and work with you to draft an email on behalf of the board. Let's see, if you will, then page 10. Compensation and expense reimbursement. You'll notice on your table today you have a white folder. Joette's fabulous about providing all the forms regarding your expenses and reimbursement in that folder, if you will, every time. Just sign what you need to, provide receipts if that's applicable, and leave the folder there, and we'll actually collect those at the end of the meeting, and then again, next time you come, you'll have new forms and you'll be ready to go. Joette, do you want to add anything about the folder? We try to make it as efficient as possible, I promise. But as always, flag us down and ask whatever questions that you might have. And that's it. So we'll come back to this, and certainly any questions that you have, always feel free to reach out. But I just want to keep it brief and draw your attention. Thanks so much.
Anybody have any questions? Beating the dead horse one more time on administrative regs. I can't emphasize enough to you how that would be a lot of work. And my experience with on the board, that we were extraordinarily fortunate to have Kevin as the general counsel at the time, because his capacity and talent to walk us through the torturous components of those regulations and understanding that they end up enforcing an effective law. And you got to deal with stuff that you may never have even thought about. Albus may have thought about some of the sports things. Many of us may have never thought about some of the regs you're going to get on some of those areas. So it's a big task that needs a lot of time. We're lucky. We're very fortunate that staff is as wonderful as they are. So
sometimes there are more interesting things on the agenda, and it's easy and tempting to say to yourself, "Oh, that's just a regulation." Don't give in to that temptation. As mundane as some of the changes may be, it has obviously real world effects on the school districts. You all are the experts that have been assembled to make those decisions. So just remember that as we ask you to pour through the regulatory documents that we give
you might not misunderstand how clear we've made it that Administrator Franklin. The next item on the agenda, I'm going to go through a number of things that are agenda items that require some recommendations and appointments and some discussions and stuff. I just please ask you to bear with me as I go through this. And the next is the issue is a nomination and election of the Kentucky Board of Education Vice Chairman. I have talked specifically to Kevin and made my suggestions, and I'm in the position that I would like to recommend that Lou Young be elected as our vice chairman. I had a conversation with that young individual who said she was willing to do so. And so at this point, my agenda item is to open up to the board the nomination process. And then after the nomination process, then we will have the actual election. So we're now in the position for opening up nominations for vice chair. If there's anyone who would like to help the chair out by nominating Lou, it would really be a big help.
I would like to nominate Lou Young.
I would say. Are there any other nominations? Then, seeing that there are no other nominations, that item is closed, and we will move on to a vote to approve Lou. Why did I say Lou? People that all Lou. I'm now in the position to accept a motion to approve Lou as the vice chair of the board.
So moved.
It's been moved by Lee Todd and seconded by Albus that Lou be elected vice. And I believe on this we need a roll call vote. No. All right. So all those we don't need a roll call. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations. Appreciate it. And anybody willing to do that's wonderful. The next item is agenda item number 10, which is a discussion and approval of board committee structure. This is something we talked a little bit about already earlier, but let me frame it this way. When I was on the board, there were 2 standing committees. Subsequently, in the last board group, added a third, which was the finance committee. When Kevin contacted me and explained to me that there had been a finance committee, we entered into a discussion. It was my feeling that the finance issue, we are a small group of people. I mean, there's only 11 board members and 3 others who serve in capacities, whether it's ex officio or appointed to represent an entity. So there's only 14 people, and if we ought to all be acquainted with the issues that are of a financial aspect of the board. So my conversation with Kevin was, I think we should go back to the 2 full committees that we've had in the past and leave all financial issues to the body as a whole. One of the other benefits of that is the scheduling of these meetings of the 2 or 3 committees could, if there's 3, it could get into being quorum problems because these meetings take place the same day as board meetings, and so making it. In the past, it was very easy to stagger the 2, so that, in fact, frequently, most of the members, or a strong majority of the members, stayed to hear the whole committees of one of the standing committees. So you'll have an actual number of people. I think the frequently the board sat through, many of the board members sat through the whole committee meeting and then stayed for their committee meeting. So, having rambled on enough there, my recommendation is that we approve the two standing committees, the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee and the Operations Committee. I need to have discussion. If anybody, I'm very interested in this. If no discussion,
I think you're correct on what you said, that most members are going to want to have input because there's really only 14 of us. And frankly, I know everybody would want to have input definitely on finance things. So if Lou made the motion, I'll second it.
all right. The motion's been made and seconded, and any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the ayes have it. So we now have, Kevin, is there anything we need to add now about those two committees that you want to mention?
Jennifer, do you want to explain any materials, the purpose of each committee?
Yes, I have a copy of a list of all the standing and ad hoc committees that either have existed or currently exist. So they've reviewed this.
All right, so number 11 is the election of committee chairs and committee members. And these have in the past come about.
We need to go back up and actually establish the awards committee. So it's part of 10.
Maybe I was afraid you might talk about that before they had that name. I was trying not to talk about that on purpose. Okay, so for a matter of practicality, we need the board approval to establish an awards committee as an ad hoc committee to review applicants for the KDE awards and make a recommendation to the full board regarding award winners, as well as providing recommendations related to the types of awards, the board issues, and criteria, etc. Is there a motion to establish an awards committee?
So moved.
Alice has moved. Holly has seconded. All those in discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We have an award. Appointments to that will be coming later. The next is election of committee chairs and committee members. Accordingly, I would like for the board to approve the following members to serve on the Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Committee. Holly Bloodworth to serve as chair. Joanne Adams as a member. Clara Batt as a member. Patrice McCrae as a member. Luke Young as a member. Allison Sloan as a non-voting member. May I please have a motion to approve that slate of individuals to be on that committee?
So moved.
Lee has moved. Joanne has seconded. I could prompt Joanne. Thank you, Joanne. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The next item is the approval of members to serve on the Operations Committee. I would like for the board to approve the following members to serve on the Operations Committee. Lee Todd to serve as the committee chair. Mike Bowling as a member. Aldous Johnson as a member. Cody Polly Johnson as a member. David Karen as a member. Sharon Porter Robinson as a member. Is there a motion to approve those members of that committee and the chair? Patrice has moved. You know, it's helpful when you all do that because then I can get these names down. Right? And Cody, did you second that?
Yes.
Cody seconded that. This is going to teach me the membership. Any discussion on that? If not, all those, there's been a motion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Let's see. Oh, now I have a list to serve on the awards committee recommendation right here in print. I would like to recommend that Patrice McCray serve as the committee chair, Clara Back, and Lou Young serve on the awards committee. Sharon, do I have a motion to approve that? Thank you so very much. Mike, will second. Mike is second. All those in favor of those three individuals to serve on the awards committee signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it.
I would just add, Mr. Chair, that we were going to ask the awards committee to also look at the awards, all of the awards, the time of year the awards are given out, how those are spread out. We need to have any streamlining. There's been some awards added in recent years. Whether or not those need to continue or joint awards need to be made. Those kind of issues are also going to come before the awards committee, and they will make a recommendation to the full board if there are any changes that are necessary.
Having said all that, I really do appreciate the members being willing to serve on those committees. Especially those two standing committees are really critical to the function of the board. And as you will learn, much of the work will come out of those committees. And it's important that people are willing to serve on those committees and attend the meetings. And as I said earlier, they'll be scheduled on the same day as the board meeting. And so if you want to sit in both boards, if you want to sit and listen in both boards. And in fact, in my experience, it's been that some members who are not on the committee have attended those meetings and actually had some intriguing questions and have asked the chair if they could. And so the flexibility has always been there if somebody has a position they want to talk about it. Somebody has particular insight that the actual committee members are not thinking about. So, it's a fairly informal process, and again, we're lucky to get this as Mike is pointing out. There's only 14, so it's easy to cross the work. The next item on the agenda is establishment of a RFP evaluation team for response to commissioner search firm. We have to establish that, and then we'll end up needing to appoint members to that. But first, we need to establish, as you know, our primary big piece of work in front of us right now is the selection of the new commissioner. The RFPs are out, and responses are coming in. We need to have a group to review those and make a recommendation. So first I need to have an approval to create this evaluation team. So,
and we're going to have Robin come to the table, Associate Commissioner Robin King, to talk about that, kind of some background information, because I know there are going to be some questions.
My name is Robin Kenny. I'm the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operations, and I've asked Charlie Herman, our Budget Director, to join me at the table for questions. But if you'll remember back to the December meeting, we asked you right off the bat to authorize us to go out and post a solicitation to engage an executive search firm to help us find qualified candidates for the next commissioner of the Department of Education. So we did that. We did that on December 20th. And that solicitation has been posted. The reason we do that, and many of you probably have background in working with public entities, but the reason we do it in this manner
And we are governed by KRS Chapter 45A, which is the Model Procurement Code. Lots of school districts, universities, other people follow the Model Procurement Code. And it serves as the framework on how we procure services on behalf of public agencies. So the Model Procurement Code tells us that we're trying to procure services such as this type that requires a certain skill and experience, and this is the way we do it. So we posted that on December 20th. The solicitation is out there. We had questions from potential bidders that were due to us on January 14th. That time frame has already come and gone. And now responses are actually due to us at the department on or before January 24th at 2:30. And it's really important because we are very much sticklers in trying to make sure that everyone has the same opportunity and notice. That's the reason behind the Model Procurement Code, gives everybody the same chance, same opportunity. It creates that fair playing field. So what we're before you today to do is request that evaluation members be named from the Board of Education. We'd like 3 to be named to score these responses when they come in. And we are looking at a timeline of January 30th because proposals will come in on the 24th. We would like on January 30th to conduct that. We feel like it will probably be a day on scoring the technical proposals as they come in. The way the RFP is crafted, we have technical components of the solicitation, we have cost proponents, and then we also have oral presentations as part of our request for proposals. So depending on how many we receive, we think a day will probably be adequate, but once we see how many we have, then we will schedule on or about, depending on how many we have again, February 11th, we'll do oral presentations if that is required. And then after oral presentations, we would like these evaluation team members to select the highest score. And then ideally, we will call a special meeting of the board. We would come before the board the next day on February 12th. There would be an opportunity for that vendor to appear before the board, and they would, the evaluation team making the recommendation to the board to then award the contract. At the same time, we'll take other steps with the selected vendor out on the day of that special meeting. So our request today is for you to appoint 3 board members to serve in that capacity. The other piece that will happen is we will have technical advisors that will assist the evaluation members. Those will be people from the Department of Education that will be there to help. Also, we have a buyer. Anytime we go through a solicitation like this, one person from Charlie's office is actually the buyer, and she makes sure that you stay within the curves as far as the Model Procurement Code is concerned. So she's keeping us on track to make sure that we follow all the statutes and regulations. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the process itself or the responsibilities of anyone that would serve on the evaluation team.
I would add that there's an attachment to this agenda item, click on that outlines the meetings that Robin just defined, and then next steps generally outlines what we think will be the time frame for the remainder of the search.
In the solicitation itself, we are anticipating an aggressive timeline for our executive search firm to help us with. We're trying to give them notice that we would like, in ideal circumstances, to have a new commissioner on board July 1st.
As will the interim commissioner.
As with the interim commissioner. And he adds that after every time I say that.
Those 2 dates that were the 2 meeting dates where the group meets and then the entire board meets are likely to be in Louisville at the Waterfront Development Corporation. That they use that facility was used previously. It's good because it's people flying in and out of town. It's easy. So I think there's a lot of commercial flights into Frankfort. And so it works out well. And the people in charge of that organization have provided those facilities. So they knew somebody who worked there. They should get out. So the motion that I need is the motion to approve of the creation of the evaluation committee. Joanne has moved and Claire has seconded that be approved. All those, any questions on that? Any other questions for the nice folks? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The next item then would then be to approve the appointment of 3 individuals to the RFP evaluation team. The chair is recommending Cody Howard Johnson, Sharon Porter Robinson, and Lee Todd. I would need a motion to approve those 3 individuals as appointed. Mike has made the motion to approve. Holly has seconded that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, and those 3 individuals are appointed. And thank you all very much. They get to go to an extra meeting. How fun for them. And how nice, on all serious note, how nice that you're willing to do that, because that's going to be that's a long day. Conceivably. The next item, number 13 on the agenda, is a discussion and instructions that the KDE administer a public policy survey to solicit desired qualifications from the next commission. Robin, did you want to explain what's going on there? This is something that has happened in the past. This addresses a bit of Mike and Lou's discussion earlier before, where folks are interested in. We want to make sure people do have an opportunity to express their opinions about what the qualifications ought to be for the new commissioner. And so this may help you in your all's further discussion. So if you might outline what's done in the past and how this will work.
So I think people are very, very interested. You know, one of the most important jobs that this board has right off the bat is the selection of the next commissioner. And we've already started hearing back from co-op meetings and superintendents, lots of people really interested in this buzz. And as the Lieutenant Governor spoke about this morning, you know, we want to ask their opinion. What are they interested in seeing in the qualities of our next commissioner? This has been done in the past. Because we're on such an aggressive timeline, we'd like to run this simultaneous with the selection of the executive search firm. We'll go ahead and post something on our website to invite that feedback. We'll work with our communications office to make sure that we're crafting good questions. Put that out for all stakeholders, parents, teachers, superintendents, local school districts, education association groups, any and all are invited to, and then use social media to kind of promote that, to get people engaged, really get them to, giving us that input and feedback. And then by the time that you all have your special meeting and hopefully select your search firm, then you would have an opportunity to share already with that search firm exactly what you're already hearing from Kentuckians about the qualities they'd like to see. And that might help your conversation about creating your own qualities that you'd like to share with your search firm as they begin trying to find those great candidates. So this allows us to get a little ahead of that, lets the department do some work on your behalf to try to seek that input, and then bring it back to you at your next meeting.
So this does several things. You're going to have many sources of information and for the characteristics. Obviously, your own candidates, because you are board members, you're put on here for a reason. You've been out to some co-ops. You meet people at church or the grocery. They may have a comment. You're bringing that with you. We're going to do the survey on your behalf. We're going to bring that forward. And then in addition, to bring all those things together, the idea is for us to bring a facilitator into the February 12th meeting. Aside from the search firm will be listening to this, but and we proposed the facilitator to be a former Commissioner Gene Wilhoy. He actually facilitated the same exact process in 2015. If you're familiar with Gene, he was served in the Council of Chief State School Officers as their executive director for many years as well. So he has the national perspective, the Kentucky perspective, and he's a great facilitator. So he'll be at that meeting, assuming he agrees to do that. I'm sure he agrees. He has agreed. He will facilitate that, and the search firm will be sitting there listening to that. And then at the end of that process he facilitates, we will have a list of characteristics that this board will utilize to select the next commissioner.
This is going to run concurrently, this survey, with what is formally called the TEL survey. So can we make it very, very clear that this is a separate survey that they are to complete? Because there's going to be a major push over the other survey in the schools.
And of course, we'd like to get great responses from that survey as well, but this will be separate and apart from that.
And as Robin mentioned, we're going to have our experts through our Chief Performance Officer's office, Karen Dodd. They're the experts in surveys and data, and they will be putting that together and packaging the results of the survey. And because I predict we will have a large response, putting that in a way that can be easily digested and reviewed by the board.
What is the second survey?
There is a statewide survey sent to schools where they're talking about their school climate, their leadership in their school, and it's legislation is based on it sometimes, the results of it. So it's a very important survey. This one is too, but I just want to make them very, very aware of the fact that the two are running at the same time.
The TEL survey was actually came about during Terry Holliday's service as commissioner, and he really wanted all of the schools, school districts, anybody interested in, he wanted their very strong in selling the TEL survey and getting good responses to it, because it can be very directive of what is needed in the state by people who are actually out working in the field all the time. So, and during my time, the responses were really strong. And I'm assuming, because I haven't paid that much, that they still are doing it and it's getting good response.
Yeah, it's now called the Impact Kentucky Survey, and Kentucky has led the nation since the creation of TEL and now Impact in response rates of teachers in the 90s, I believe.
About 91% before. In 2017 was our last response rate. Now we're going to do Denver.
I do remember when Terry Holliday, I was on the board when Terry Holliday promoted it, and I recall all of us saying, when you do this and you get this input, it's important that we hear it and that we react to it. It's not just one of these things where you get input and somebody, because that'd be the most frustrating thing in the world. When people go to the trouble to do it and they see no results ever out of it. So it's a wonderful thing that came of that.
I also want to emphasize that the survey questions are designed to solicit feedback on what the state wants to see in a future commissioner. The questions are not designed to elicit feedback as to complaints about previous commissioners, and certainly complaints about the interim commissioner. So it's forward thinking, and I just want to make sure we understood that.
So we're not evaluating the interim commissioner.
Robin, how were your 3 to 4 days as acting commissioner?
Well,
Was it
not good. I don't think I messed anything up terribly, but it's an awesome responsibility, even for a short time. And I was very happy on that Wednesday when I asked, "Is Kevin Brown in the building?" So I was very happy to relinquish that to him.
So I now need a motion to have the Kentucky Department of Education administer this public survey on the qualifications for the next commissioner. I I'm seeing that Claire is making that motion, and it appears to me that Cody is seconding that motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Number 14 on the agenda is lunch. And I will point out that we're running ahead of schedule, but it's only 15 minutes ahead of schedule, 14 minutes. But we cannot restart until 1 o'clock because that's the time we publish that we will reach on. So we will be in recess until 1 p.m. and then convene back again. Thank you all. The meeting will come back to order. I was intrigued by this. Mike, you might participate in this. I was intrigued by this gavel because there was a big article in the Courier Journal recently that almost all the judges have now abandoned gavels. And they quote Franklin Circuit Judge Phil Shepard that he has hardly ever touched the gavel. But it seemed like a reasonable way to sort of better than like yelling. Well, the other thing you could do is I could find out, I could go around and see who is got the strongest two-finger whistle, and we could use that.
We know the teacher class.
Turn the lights on.
Betty Governor, are you good at whistling?
I'm not. I was gonna nominate Coach Johnson.
I may not whistle, but I can get loud.
Everybody has skills. Next item on the agenda is a summary of the work by the Kentucky Department of Education office. And these are, this is a fairly long component of the agenda, but Kevin, if you would explain what the logic of this being on here is so that folks understand why we're going through this.
Sure. The department is organized by offices. Each office is led by an associate commissioner. The associate commissioner reports to the commissioner. The offices are organized, as you can see, by their names, by program. We call them program areas. All of the names actually describe what those offices do. There was a time at the department where the offices, when Dr. Pruitt arrived, because of the way the offices were named, it was hard to figure out what the offices did, even though those names are tied back into the strategic plan. So we renamed those offices to better reflect what they actually do. So we're going to have each associate commissioner come or their designee if there's one associate commissioner is unable to be here due to a death in the family, day enforcement, and they are going to lead you through a very high-level summary of what their office does and some of the important initiatives that are within that office. We know this is going to generate questions. There will be maybe a little bit of time with each associate to ask questions, but each associate may also point you to a document that already exists in your Google Drive that you've had access to. That's the repository we created to place as a reading library for you for more advanced reading on the various issues within the department. So they may refer you back there. And then also, as you're driving home, if you say, you know what, I wish I asked Rhonda the question about accountability that I now have, feel free to email that to us and we will get the answers back to you. So we turn it over to the first associate up, which is Rhonda Sims.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be with you this afternoon and introduce you a little bit to the work of the office. I have to say several people here I've worked closely with over time, and so again, it's great to see you in these roles. We are an office that's aimed very much with the big categories that we work with. We work with all state required and federally required assessments, with a little exception. The Office of Career Technical Ed works with assessments specifically for career technical education programs. So we have a lot of places where the work of our office overlaps other offices, and you'll hear associates talk about that. We can highlight a few of those for you. We are a relatively small office. We do have, we're organized into two divisions. So we have a division that's really around the support, the assessment and accountability program that happens with the work in the school level and the district level, all the communication around the program, training, the support of our district assessment coordinators that are charged with leading all the effort at the local level. And that is our office that is the division is headed by Jennifer Stafford as director. It's a division of assessment and accountability support. Jennifer's actually in the audience. And then we have Mike also in the audience from my office is Michael Hackworth, who is my policy advisor. And so we have the two organizations of the office, or two divisions. We have the support side, all the communication, all the training, all of the questions, answers, materials to get the assessments actually implemented and to help clean up and review the data. Then the other area is led by Kevin Hill. Kevin works with all the data productions, and both directors have a branch manager that helps with that work. We do have a lot of not only state required programs, but federally required, because your assessments have to go through some approval process federally, as well as your accountability has to line up with some of the 4 big expectations that are part of every Student Succeeds Act. Now, in terms of folks, we are a group that a lot of us have been together for a long time. We've worked together more than 20 years. And so we are maybe a little old, that we can say that. But I think at one point we actually sort of added up just the experience with Kentucky assessment of the core leadership group. And we had over 100 years of experience. We're going to blame that on a couple of people that are a little older than that. Now, I will assure you, even though we're talking about assessment accountability, and you're going to have a lot of information this afternoon, there won't be an assessment. We're not going to be anything there. We're not going to ask you to take a test and say what office does what. We do overlap the work of other offices quite a bit. We work with career technical ed around the assessments that go into accountability from the career side. We are moving to more fully online assessments using a computer base. Many states have been very successful with that. Kentucky had some really early efforts with that years ago. But we kind of slowed that process down, and we're ready to do that. So we work very closely with the Couch's office on that work. We also work heavily with Greta Hilton's group on accommodations, how to provide the best testing experience for students that have special needs. We also need to provide federally an alternate assessment program. Now, that's a program for students that have trouble even with accommodation of accessing the regular curriculum and doing a regular assessment. So it's a different kind of test, but a whole different program. So we work around that, and that's also closely connected with that work. Also, some of the EL work works with Greta's office as well as with Kelly Foster's office, and we work with identifying schools that need more support. That's what's called the comprehensive school support schools that support improvement and target support improvement. So we work with running that data as well. So you'll find that we have a lot of overlap. Obviously, offices like our finance office, we couldn't do our work. We do a lot of work with contracts. Most of the assessment program, while it pulls in Kentucky teachers, so we think that's critical to quality work and developing standards and matching your test to a standard, we still have to have vendors to help us do that work. And so we do a lot of contract oversight, and Robin Kenny's group helps with that as well with us. So those are kind of our big high-level ones. I've had the pleasure of working with both Patrice and Holly as members of the School Curriculum Assessment Accountability Council, and also Luke has been on that council. And our office manages that. It's a governor-appointed committee. And the structure of it has changed quite a bit over the last few years. There's been a number of executive orders. Many years ago, we called it the Noah's Ark Committee because there were sort of 2 of every kind of group that worked with public education. Now it's structured a little differently, but it's still an important group to help us work through issues around implementation. Assessment accountability has a lot of stress around it. People get very stressed out about giving the assessment. They're concerned they'll do something incorrect. They feel overwhelmed sometimes that there are so many assessments. And we try to say, in our goal, we try to make it as smooth a process as it can be and try to work in support. So I would say, what's not kind of captured on the page is we put a great emphasis on customer support. How can we best support? And we want to hear from people that we work with closely, what do you need? What would make that easier? What would make that better? Could we make that smoother? And when I think of where we were, say, 15 years ago or 20 years ago, when we were trying to clean up data with paper copies and what we can do now with electronic systems, it is a tremendous growth and change. And I think the other thing we've put a strong emphasis for many years is data quality. When we go out and we put any kind of a label on a school, be it a label that says, wow, I'm at the top of the scale, or a label that says, I'm going to need help, we want that data to be right. And we want the students that are included to be the appropriate students that are included. And so we do a tremendous amount of work from the time a test is administered until we're near the time of reporting to offer cleanup opportunities and hold people's hand during that process. We've been known to chase you down, to call the district assessment coordinator and say, hey, have you taken care of this yet? Always very nicely. But that, we think, helps bring forward what is a stressful experience. It doesn't take the stress away, but it just makes it a little easier to do. Many of the people in our office, we have kind of two tracks of folks. We have people who are more technical, who are database analysts, programmers, and then we have a significant amount of our group that have been teachers and classroom teachers. So it's interesting when we kind of merge those two kind of groups together, but I think they both play a role. And I think one of the things that, many times people think, well, if you're with the assessment office, man, you must really want to go give a test. I don't really think that we have that attitude. We want to do what we need to do that's in law. But we still think the most important thing is what happens in that classroom every day between the teacher and the student. And then how does the testing program support that in some way and have that happen? So let me kind of pause there. I've got my timer on because I'm scared of the gavel. So I've got my timer on here to stay kind of on track here. But let me pause there and take a breath and just see maybe if you have some specific kinds of questions for me.
It's a lot of belonging to you fear me in any way, shape, or form. What in the world brought you?
I didn't say you. I said the cat.
That's all you. I'm sorry. Anybody have any questions?
Yes. Do any of you have a specific question or something you'd be interested in knowing a bit more detail about?
So just information, do we still participate in NAEP?
Yes, we do. The National Assessment of Education Partners, we have a NAEP coordinator that actually works with Kevin Hill in that division. We've had actually a very consistent person there for a number of years. It's Mark DeCandia, is the owner's name, and probably annually you'll see us at the state board talking about what our NAEP results are for that particular year. And then, that has a pretty much a year-long process, obviously reaching out to the schools that have been identified for NAEP. We actually have some from language in our regulations that say if you are identified for NAEP participation, that you will participate. And so, again, trying to support that process. NAEP is a bit different. We ask our teachers all the time to step out of the role of a classroom teacher and be a proctor for the assessment, which is a different role. But with NAEP, obviously, we have facilitators that come in and do all of that work that is managed through the national level. And Mark is our coordinator here in the state of Kentucky. So we do work with NAEP testing as well. We work with English language learners testing. So in addition to a test of reading or math or science, social studies or writing, we do have an annual test for students that English is a secondary language. And so annually, beginning at kindergarten, we say, how is that child attaining English and English language? And so that is a federal requirement as well and is reported on annually. And it is a requirement as well as ESSA to be in the accountability plan. And that accountability plan does get merged together into something called a consolidated state plan that is submitted for negotiation and feedback to the U.S. Department. So multiple offices work on that process because multiple things are in that plan, but assessment accountability is part of that as well. Yes, Holly?
So, teachers, that's always like one of the most common comments is, can you do something about all the state testing or whatever? So, how much of what we do as our state testing is something that's federally mandated?
And in fact, Jennifer and I were with the House Education Committee yesterday, kind of walking through these requirements because there is interest in the amount of testing. Kentucky tests social studies, and we also test writing on demand, which is literally constructing a written response. And there is a requirement for editing and mechanics testing, and we're just really starting to get that in play because that is a newer requirement. That's a little bit more of a grammar assessment, more of an editing a piece of text rather than constructing or writing a piece of text. So those are really the differences from what's federally required, because federally you must do reading and math on a particular schedule every year, 3 through 8, once in high school. You must do science once what's called a grade span, once in elementary, once in middle, and once in high school. So really what Kentucky does that's beyond is the social studies and the writing. And I will say that, having been around a while and worked in different roles in the department, we were a state in the very early 90s that tested arts and humanities, practical living, vocational studies. So we had about 7 subjects. And over time, that's kind of winnowed down to 5. And a couple times it has come up, should we test social studies? There are other states that test social studies. We're not the only state, but that is one place that separates us from the federal rules. We also have in state law that our assessments shouldn't only be multiple choice. They should have some level of constructive response. Now, that doesn't have to be a long one-page answer. It can be a short answer, but where the student is actually writing some response. Now, we can do some things. We're moving to technology, and we can do some things with enhanced technology items where students can drop and drag the correct or change the order of a paragraph. We can do some different kinds of test experiences with that. But really, that's what the difference is from the federal. I know we talked about yesterday with House Ed. Sometimes I think, it's overcome because there are also other things that districts add to testing. And we did a sample of 9 districts just to prepare for the House Ed Committee. And a few districts don't do much beyond the state required. They might do math testing, because that's kind of given 3 times a year. That's a test produced that's more diagnostic. They also might do something for gifted identification or for special education identification. But there were at least a couple of districts that kind of had a whole page of assessments. Now, they probably aren't, it's not every student's taking all of those assessments, but they had sort of a whole menu of assessments. And again, we're a local decision state, so districts can choose to do that. And I think sometimes when people talk about the test, they go, well, we're doing this because of the test. But I guess my question has always been, are you doing some of that work because you're teaching the standards, what we kind of expected and agreed that Kentucky students should know and be able to do? And I think sometimes it's easy to say, well, I'm doing this to get ready for the test, but you kind of ask, well, would you not teach that content to measure the standards and to have a quality instruction? Or are you only just doing it for the test? And I think sometimes that happens. But on that being said, I think we do need to be cognizant of the fact people feel overwhelmed sometimes. And, especially if you're a self-contained classroom and you're covering all content and you're covering and managing testing for 30 students or 20 students. Obviously, as we move to online, we're also looking at the idea of having the test, the computer be able to do some accommodations to be a reader, for instance, if a child is a reader. That will certainly help a lot with the workload on teachers as they administer the assessment.
We need to be moving along with we have 2 more questions.
2 more questions. I'm at 14 minutes.
Lee and then Patrice.
Is there a website where we can see the history of the exams, of the test over the several years?
Well, there has been, and we've had a pretty big redo of our website. So I can't tell you everything is there from the past, but we can pull for you the systems because we have had a tremendous number of different kinds of tests over time. being with Karis back in the early 90s, all the way up to K-Prep we're using now. So we can develop that and get something for the volunteers. I don't know that it exists anywhere right this second on the
I'm
website.
not asking you to do it and do it. Just wondering if there's a place we could go look at some of that data
Yeah,
ourselves.
we can point you to that. We do have some things about our assessment calendar that we've actually pulled from individual pages to put up on the Google Drive. But if you're interested more in kind of the whole history of it, we can pull some things for you. Okay,
Trees.
Mine's a quick answer. Because I know you're doing the online pilot. How many schools are involved in that pilot?
with the online, we're actually moving this year with elementary 3 through 8. Every school will have some opportunity to be part of the pilot. We want to try out the system, make sure it all works. Not every child will take everything by any means, but every school will be involved. And we actually will be giving a live assessment, meaning the operational that counts at high school. And we've had a couple of years experience there. But we're all interested to see how our 3rd graders handle it and our 4th graders. But my tech savvy children in my family are better with things many times than the adults are. So I think they'll handle it better than the adults would probably.
Thank y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next is the Office of Career and Technical Education and Student Transition and Area Technology Centers. That is being handled by Leslie Slaughter because David, as Kevin mentioned, David couldn't be here today.
That's correct. Good afternoon. Thanks for letting me share a little bit about the work of our office with you today. As has already been mentioned, Mr. Horseman is experiencing a death in the family and couldn't be with you and sends his regrets. But please keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers.
Before you get started, just as a reminder, the autopilot will go to each office. And then to the right at the top corner, you can click on a 1 to 2 page summary of each office.
We've also shared a variety of handouts with you in the portal today, just for background and context for the work of our office, and I'll reference those briefly as I go through the work. But you can spend time in more detail later kind of perusing those. So again, my name is Leslie Slaughter. I'm the Executive Advisor for the Office of Career and Technical Education and Student Transition. Excited again to share the work that's going on. We have 2 divisions in our office. The first is the Division of Technical Schools and Continuous Improvement. And there are a variety of initiatives that go on in that division that I'll discuss briefly, but I think the most important piece of work that happens day in and day out in that division is the management and operation of 53 area technology centers across the state. So those are state managed centers. The employees within those centers are KDE employees. So we manage the operations of those schools day in and day out. So there's an overview in your board portal that provides a little more context about the Kentucky Tech system. That's what we refer to the system of ATCs as. As a whole, we have about 385 teachers across those 53 centers. Again, those are state employees pursuant to KRS 156. Each of those schools has a principal, an administrative assistant, and a janitorial staff person. And in some cases, we see additional staff in those buildings through partnerships with the cooperating districts that are served by that center. So examples could be a college and career coach or a guidance counselor. Sometimes we see assistant principals that are also placed in those buildings, again, through memorandums of agreement with the districts that we partner with through those schools. The central office, as we call it here in Frankfort, is kind of the administrative office for those system of schools. We have a director and assistant director that provide direct support, as well as 3 regional supervisors. So we have an east, west, and central supervisor that is field-based and in those schools day in and day out, providing technical assistance and support and supervising the work that is going on there alongside the principal. And then there are 4 folks within the Frankfort-based office in our office directly that work with budgets, procurement, contracts, and all of the work that has to happen at the state level to help keep those centers moving and running. In that packet I shared with you, there is a map that provides you kind of a geographical location of where each of those 53 centers are. And then there's a map that follows directly behind that shows you the additional districts that are served by that center. So the vast majority of our area technology centers are regionally based. They serve more than 1 high school or more than 1 district. In a few instances, I think about 11 of the centers do not. So you can see the access that is provided through those maps.
through the Kentucky Tech system to students who are interested in career pathways in those centers. Additionally, the Division of Technical Schools and Continuous Improvement also manages an occupation-based teacher certification program that we call NTI, New Teacher Institute. So the unique thing about career and technical education is that while we do have traditional four-year teacher preparation programs in many of our CTE areas, we also have the opportunity to bring folks in from industry who are truly technical experts in their fields to teach in our classrooms. And so we developed many years ago something called the New Teacher Institute that provides support and induction to those teachers who really, honestly, leave industry on day one and come into a classroom on day two. So you can imagine the support that is needed for those instructors around pedagogy, classroom management, instructional practices. So we manage the work of that induction model out of this division as well. We do a lot of the federal and state monitoring around the Carl D. Perkins federal legislation and the funding. We are the eligible agency as the department for that federal grant, so we manage that grant and provide technical assistance and support to all of the eligible recipients who receive those funds. We also have a nationally recognized youth and pre-apprenticeship model that has been developed in 2013 by this division. And I shared some resources in the portal for you to look at around that as well. It is a wonderful opportunity where schools can partner with local employers to design an apprenticeship model that starts in grade 11 and seamlessly transitions the student into a registered apprenticeship program with that employer. And oftentimes it's paired with an associate's degree or a bachelor's, depending upon what that employer deems appropriate for the work that they want that individual, that apprentice, to do. As has been mentioned this morning, there was some previous work housed within this division that is now moving back to the recreation of Office of Teaching and Learning. So a lot of partnership is occurring across the agency around individual learning plans, college and career advising, and the minimum high school graduation requirements. But that work moving forward will be housed within the Office of Teaching and Learning. And then the last thing I'll mention around this division again is just the technical assistance and support that we provide to school districts around CTE implementation. So we provide a lot of opportunities to come in, monitor data, provide support in helping to develop program, school, and district improvement plans in how to implement effective career pathways and programs at the local level. So then we move over to the second division in our office, which is the Division of Student Transition and Career Readiness. This is a division where we house program experts in each of the CTE program areas. So everything from agriculture education to engineering to nursing and health science and all of those in between. We have programmatic experts in this division that provide direct support to those programs in comprehensive middle and high schools, as well as our technical centers. They also work extensively with business and industry and post-secondary to design programs of study. So they are responsible for the standards development and revisions in those program areas, and really working with all of the external stakeholders that are a critical part of that process to ensure that we have strong programs of study that we provide to those teachers. They also provide a lot of professional learning and trainings for those teachers throughout the school year. So they are in direct contact. We often hear from schools that our CTE program consultants are some of the most well-known folks in the agency because they are so hands-on with the CTE teachers in the local schools and districts. Additionally, we also, of course, manage the career studies and financial literacy standards. Those are actually under revision right now, and through the last leg of the process, they were just reviewed by the ARS committee, the Administrative Regulation Review Subcommittee, on Monday. And so we're excited to get those out and be implemented in the coming months and the upcoming school year. Lastly, we have a branch of that same division that manages our student leadership organizations. So you have a handout as well that highlights all of the different career and technical student organizations. So we have a state advisor or a state contact within that division that manages those student leadership organizations. You'll probably recognize a lot of those logos and names, everything from the FFA to the Future Business Leaders of America, Technology Student Association, Skills USA. These are wonderful opportunities for our CTE students to demonstrate leadership skills
have the opportunity to show the skills, knowledge, and competencies they gain in the classroom through competitive events. So those state advisors in our office manage the regional and state conferences that are put on for those students and advisors, and manage a lot of advisor trainings, as well as the FFA Leadership Training Center in Hardensburg, Kentucky. So if you all have not had the pleasure of visiting that location, we should, Jennifer, we should look at having an off-site meeting there sometime. So that is, again, it was originally built for the FFA, but over the years has become a wonderful place away from Frankfort where we can host student leadership opportunities, as well as just other professional associations and organizations. It's a summer camp, but is utilized all year long for a variety of trainings and other events. So, lastly, I will mention that you do have a few handouts related to the JP Morgan Chase New Skills for Youth initiative. So Kentucky is one of 10 states that's currently engaged in that work. It was a competitive grant process. And again, we were a phase 1 recipient of that grant. We were one of 25 states to receive a planning grant, and from that we're able to secure $2 million over a 3-year period to do some very transformational work in the space of CTE. So we are in the final year of that grant, and it's really transformed the work that we do in our office. It has not been new work, but it has improved the efficiency of how we do and go about our work. Everything from employer engagement strategies to building seamless programs of study from secondary to post-secondary, and really ensuring that the industry certifications and credentials that we provide to our students are of value, particularly to the employers and our workforce. So there's been a lot of work that has been done there. We're really proud of that. There's a local state snapshot that a professional national association did on our work, and that's been provided to you as well. You also have a state level data and enrollment overview, just to kind of give you some context for how many students are engaged in CTE. You might be surprised to know that 2 out of every 3 high school students are touched by career technical education. So it is definitely something that the vast majority of our students are engaged in and touched by and benefiting from. So, and the last thing I will mention is that we do have a state level CTE advisory committee. And so that work, all of our work is vetted through them, and they are a wonderful resource to us to ensure that we are truly meeting the needs of the state in the work that we do every day. And from the work that they have produced alongside us, we also have a legislative task force that is also meeting right now. That was actually formulated at the request of the prior board. And so we will hope to see some movement in some legislative action as a result of that task force around the governance and funding structures of CTE. So there's just a lot happening right now, a lot of exciting work, and we're really proud of the work we're able to do. So I'll pause there and entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We'll move on to the next presentation. I'll point out, thank you. We gained back 2 minutes.
Good at that. Fast.
No, thank you, but I want to make sure everybody, some of the board members might not understand this, but the staff understand. David Couch does not get your 2 minutes. It's a really inside joke, but the next is Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness. The KDE Associate Commissioner is Rob Akers. Rob, you don't get him any time.
I'll do my best. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about our office. It's a new office. With me is our Senior Policy Advisor and Special Counsel to the Education Professional Standards Board, Cassie Trueblood, who can help keep me between the lanes with all things regulatory and statutory related to the board as well. So OELE, as we call it, or some people call it OLE, was created in August of 2018 by executive order. The EPSB board became attached to the Kentucky Department of Education through the reorganization, but is staffed by KDE staff through the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness. So OELE is a little bit of a unique animal at the agency because we serve two boards. We serve the KBE and EPSB. So we're involved with a lot of work between those 2 boards. So if you think about our office as I go through the description, I want you to think about the educator pipeline areas in all the areas of recruitment, training, certification, accreditation, retention of teachers. And here before, all of this work was split between two agencies and was actually very siloed. And the marriage of the two agencies has created a very coherent scope of work that we get to push on in the same office now. And so I'll go through what that work looks like. So, well, I will in a second. First, I want to tell you a little bit about EPSB. While the membership of the board has been reorganized 3 times since 2016, 17, 18, 19, the membership has been reorganized and is now staffed by KDE. It has retained all its statutory and regulatory authority in regards to its responsibility to the field of education in Kentucky. So, like the KDE, the EPSB has the power to promulgate its own regulations and set the conditions for teacher certification and accreditation of the educator preparatory programs at our state institutions. The commissioner now holds all of the authority that the executive director of EPSB, the agency, and who was the director of the board previously had. Like the executive director of former executive director position, that is a non-voting position. So the commissioner has the authority or the responsibility of enacting the work of the board, but he or she is not a voting member of the board. Previously, before the reorganization, the commissioner was a voting member of the board. So that's a big change in the commissioner's role with the EPSB. Currently, the makeup of the board is 23 members, 21 are voting members. There are 2 ex officio members. One is the Secretary of Education, Workforce, and Development Cabinet, Lieutenant Governor, or her designee. Also, the President of CPE, Dr. Aaron Thompson, his designee. Both are non-voting members, however. So that is also a change. In the past, they have had votes. Moving forward to how we execute that work in the office comes down to 2 divisions. The first division is the Division of Educator Certification and Preparation, and that's led by Director Todd Davis. And when you think of that division, that is really where all of the old EPSB work went. It just came over to one spot, and Todd is the director, and that's broken into 2 branches. One for certification, the other is for accreditation and teacher preparation. So we serve every year. We have 6 people who process applications, and we're trying to modernize our processes because currently we still receive 100,000 plus pieces of mail that 6 people go through and doing their processing. So we typically process 35,000-ish applications each year. Among those 6 people, we have a big request for proposal for an automated platform to really take us into our current day and time and hopefully get us ahead of where a lot of other states are. So I'm sure we'll be glad to share that once we get there. We serve 26 ed prep providers in Kentucky, and that's between public and private. We have some from out of state as well who are recognized through a reciprocity agreement, but we have 26 in Kentucky. We also are responsible for hosting the Department of Education's job repository, the KEPS program, where every district has to post a position. That's a program we look to modernize as well down the road, but for right now, a district has to post every position in that program. In addition, we also maintain the critical shortage information and correspond with the Department of Education, the feds, around getting that report done on a yearly basis. So that's all things certification and ed prep in that one division. Our other division, which was prior to this week, had Title II Part A, which is now going to work with Dr. Ellis in OTL and work with professional development. We have recruitment and teacher recruitment and development, and that's led by Dr. Meredith Brewer. And what we focus on in that division is elevating the profession to recruit high-quality teachers and providing strategies and technical support to retain those teachers. And that's a really an important mission for us right now. Recruitment gets a lot of the press, but training and keeping high quality teachers is really where the money's at. We've got to keep our teachers. And so we're highly engaged in that process through several different ways. On the recruitment side, we do have one of the career and tech education pathways, and that is the teaching and learning pathway. That's in our high schools where students can earn dual credit in education as they work through college courses. We have a co-curricular organization called Educators Rising, and we sponsor that. We also host the yearly competition. We pay for the students who qualify to go to nationals. We also pay for all the schools' mileage to bring the kids in for the conference. So we really want it to be accessible. And I would really encourage you, if you have some time in your schedule in March, to come up to Northern Kentucky to see these kids, because when you want to talk about diversifying the teacher pipeline, you got to see the excitement among our high school kids and how diverse the pool of prospective teachers are. So to try to keep them engaged, because a lot of kids get interested and then they go to college and they have 2 years of general studies and they kind of lose their way. We've offered $2,500 startup grants to all of Kentucky's EPPs to establish Educator Rising collegiate chapters to provide a nexus for them to try to keep them connected in that work and to developing into teachers. We're really excited about that work. So that's moving forward. As part of that, we also have the Go Teach Kentucky campaign, which is, again, our online presence and active recruitment method. There are very few states who actually serve, where the SEA serves as a lead recruiter. That's something we think is important as a state agency for education to help attract teachers to the profession. We have the blessing of Aaron Ball, the new Teacher of the Year, whose platform is teacher recruitment, is going to be working out of our office with Go Teach as one of our ambassadors. I heard she was already in Jefferson County yesterday, pounding the pavement. We've hired 10, or we contracted with 10 ambassadors who are regionally spread throughout the state, different contents, different levels. But what they'll be doing is they'll be going to Ed Rising chapters at the high schools. They'll be going to job fairs. They'll be posting blogs. They'll go to the local EPPs to really be that positive recruiter and in-service professional to help bring those students to the profession. We're also trying to find job changers out there. There are a lot of folks out there who go through school, they get in a career, they have that, man, I wish I could go teach and give something back. Well, there are routes for those folks too. And so we promote the 8 alternate routes that were established by the General Assembly, and we try to get as many folks through those routes as possible. So we're doing everything we can to try to fill that teacher pipeline, not just with bodies. We're really trying to find that sweet spot between quality and quantity. And that's a big piece of work that the EPSB does, especially through their accreditation and their certification regulations. We sponsor the National Board Certified Teachers Award ceremony and provide technical support to them. And we're proud to announce the governor's going to be at the award ceremony to give those new certified teachers their diplomas or their certificates. So that's really cool. We appreciate that. We also administer the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching, which is a service repayable grant that is allocated by the General Assembly to diversify and recruit the teacher pipeline. We also facilitate the new Teacher Working Conditions Survey, formerly known as TEL. It is now Impact Kentucky, and we have gotten really good feedback on this new assessment. We had a steering committee of teachers, superintendents, principals, and members of the various K groups who came in, and it was what I appreciated was we were trying to maintain that survey exactly as it ever was, because we didn't want it to feel like we were doing something to the teachers through the survey. And one of the teachers said, "Do we have to do this survey? We think it's tired and out of date." No. So just so happened, our new contractor had the national survey that's in hundreds of districts through Panorama. And so they went and retailored the whole survey there that day. Took it from 180 questions down to about 70 with a couple of open responses that principals wanted around teachers' social emotional health and their well-being, which is something that the other survey didn't ever look at. And the data is much more actionable for our school leaders. So we're really excited about it. We hope to see good things about it. I had the opportunity to meet with KDA President Eddie Campbell earlier this week. We reviewed the survey with them and asked their help in supporting that, and look forward to their supporting that as well. So with that, we also have an outward field-based service group called P3. It's the Principal Partnership Project. And it used to be more people, but it's actually 3 principals now, so it really fits. And what they do, they're 3 highly skilled, highly trained principals that we've invested a lot in, who provide in-service, on-the-ground support to our principals and assistant principals. They have a network of about 300 principals so far. It's free to anyone who participates. They provide the training for certified evaluation training. They conduct ed camps, which are based on the principals' needs in their buildings, to tailor support and training to them, provide individual coaching and technical support. They facilitate the teacher and principal advisory groups that we gather information to report to the board on. And most recently, we've really utilized them to gain some real high leverage training around recruitment, induction, and retention of teachers from some really good national sources, especially the Urban Human Capital Academy. We've got a strong partnership with them. They're fantastic, and we're getting ready to participate in an advanced program with them this year. And we're going to take the lead of the P3 team with us so that we can bring that back to the districts as well. So OELE is not a huge office. There's about 25 of us, but I feel like the folks that are in there do high quality and high quantity work. I'm really proud of the work that we do. I know that right now, getting the next generation of highly effective teachers into our classrooms is the equity issue facing us. If we don't have great teachers in classrooms for all kids, we cannot close the gap. And so we believe that passionately, and all the work that we do goes to support that. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share what our office does, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Anybody have questions? Grace.
You know I'm going to. I know that you all had the transition that took place, even moving buildings,
Yes,
I think,
ma'am.
in the offices. And there was a significant teacher recertification or renewing of their certificates that teachers were alarmed over. Is that backlog taken care of now, or is there still a backlog?
No, we're good. We're processing no more than 2 weeks.
I know there's high stress on their side. I'm sure it was on your side too.
A little bit, but what we tried to do as well is when a district called and said, we've got a teacher we're offering, what's their status? We would take care of them right then for the district. That doesn't preclude districts from interviewing, but that's another reason why we've got to get to.
Well, this was the renewing of certificates.
Well,
and teachers were afraid that the break in their
to that, we're allowed to backdate that so that there's not a break in service. And I understand why that is stressful.
Right.
And as a principal, I didn't know that either. So I know people in the field don't know that. But one of the things that we want on this new platform that the states are able to do is to have automated certificate renewal, where it doesn't have to be handled with 6 pieces of paper and stamped and logged. I mean, it's an antiquated system. And to their defense, these new automated systems are just now emerging. There are only a handful of states with them, so it's not like people didn't want to do them. It's just people hadn't latched onto that market yet to develop products, and now there's some viable products out there.
I have a question.
Sure.
With the multiple alternative routes to certification, what kind of numbers are you seeing, and where do most of those, what fields do those teachers come from, future teachers?
So with the alternative routes to certification, there are 8 routes that are put into statute. Option 6 is the university-based alternative route. That has really been the most highly used route, where teachers, or individuals, have most of the time a bachelor's degree, and then they go back and enter into a program where they also are employed by a district. So they have that certification while they're completing the program. That one, we have numbers dating back to 2005, and we're looking at about 20,000 individuals that have been certified through that route.
that is the most widely utilized. The others are much smaller numbers. Let's see. I think I did have this.
Are the people who go into those programs, are they counseled about the windfall tax situation, the Social Security? Because once they leave one area, like if they're in the business world, and then they go into teaching, after 5 years of teaching, their Social Security every time is just decreased significantly. At most, they'll draw a third that they would have formerly drawn. And I'm just wondering, are they counseled?
Not from our office. I don't know if that's a conversation with KTRS possibly.
Or with the district when they're.
Because some people have been blindsided.
Yes, they have. And it's caused a lot of heartache. A lot of times they don't even realize it till it's really But in terms of the other areas, are you seeing significant numbers coming in any of the other areas of certification?
And the other
Or at routes, yes.
Historically, no. There has been a larger push around the alternative routes as districts are having a harder time filling those positions. But with option one, which is our exceptional work experience, we've seen on average 30 people that are certified through that each year. Option two is the local district training program. There's only been one district to ever utilize that previously. We are in the process of updating those regulations to make that more accessible to districts if that's something they wish to pursue. College faculty routes, we've seen about 30 people a year through that. Our adjunct instructor, that is a year-to-year certificate, so it does not result in a professional certificate. But again, it's in that same 30 to 40 individuals. Option 5, we have seen a huge increase in that this year. That is the veterans route to certification because the General Assembly has made changes to the qualifications for that, and it's a little easier for veterans to now enter that route. There's not the same years of service requirement that used to be there. Overall, we've only issued 357 certificates to that route from 2005 through last year. And this year, we've seen a much stronger increase in
And
that.
then what kind of, are you tracking data in terms of effectiveness that really looks at those people to determine that they are high quality?
Well, that's the issue. We're not allowed to request teacher effectiveness data from this at all. We used to collect it under TGES, and then the General Assembly determined we were not to collect that anymore.
Also, with the suspension of KTIP in the last biennium, we don't have that indicator as well. So we are limited in our resources with that. But then the other two routes that we have out there, the option 7 and 8. Option 7 is the university-based, or actually, sorry, it is the institute route. That one's only been used by Northern Kentucky and the UK previously for world languages with very small populations being certified through that. And then we teach for America routes. It has had a little over 400 individuals certified.
Lee Hedges.
This may not be a question for you all, but somebody can tell me who looks after Advanced Kentucky. Is that still in play?
It is.
And Project Lead the Way, where do those fit in?
More CTE than anywhere, but I know that Advanced Kentucky crosses over several areas because of the AP work that they do. We're working with our Office of Ed Technology and CTE around computer science, trying to open up the pathways to be able to gain permission to teach those courses. And then the other was Project Lead the Way. That exists in CTE, but that's just as a principal out of school a year ago. I mean, that's getting wild ground around the state.
It is what now?
It's really gaining a lot of ground.
Yeah, okay. I wonder who do you have to talk to get the computer science straightened out, where you could actually offer those courses? Who controls that decision?
Well, we work collaboratively with the OET, but the steps that we're taking to get ready to bring to the EPSB, I think is going to open it up quite a bit for people to gain some sort of an endorsement or permission to teach the course. And they've gone to work on the course codes to make them less restrictive. There's some boot camps available, especially through Advanced Kentucky. They're the ones who conduct them, and as they go through those boot camps, we can get them cleared to start teaching immediately in those programs.
What was the name of the program that you mentioned earlier about recruiting more minority teachers who are struggling with the profession?
It's the Kentucky Academy for Equity in Teaching. It's what the old minority recruitment program is.
I would like to point out to everybody that we're going to fuss at me because you're going to say I'm a control freak, but I really am not. I'm all into relaxation. But for the board members' own interest, when we get to a meeting that is had, that is being live streamed, our staff tries to focus on the person asking the question. And if they're just hearing voices from out there, nobody who's watching it knows who's asking that question. And so if we could get into sort of realizing I really am not a control freak, but if you would ask the chair to recognize you, especially when we get to the live cast, the people that are watching can understand what's going on. It's not just voices from out in the wilderness. So please don't go messenger. I'm trying to get us prepared for the live cast so that everybody gets a full understanding of what's going on in the meeting.
So what's the procedure for that? If I have a question, I say...
Yeah, just like Lee had his hand up, and I said, Lee,
Okay.
But you said, just kind of look at the chair and snarl or whatever gets my attention, and we'll recognize you.
Raise the flag.
I do have a question. But in this situation, this is very informal. I'm not trying to step on it, but just when it gets into the live cast, it's a big different thing. Oh, look.
Now teacher raises his hand.
I have a two-part question for you. These alternate routes, are there things in place for supports for these people once they are hired from your department? And my second question is, I know you said you cannot collect data on teacher effectiveness, but can you collect data and have you on retainment of those teachers that go through different routes? Are they staying in the position? Are they leaving quickly? Those kind of things.
So to answer your second part first, the data around retention, we don't have that because those have not been as widely utilized. Other than option 6, and anecdotally, those people do have a master's degree. They're at rank 2 by the time they've completed their program in the profession. We do see that they are staying around longer. They've got a little bit more invested in that. However, some of the research agendas that the board does have is looking into that retention data and looking a little deeper as those routes are being more widely utilized at how those people are fitting into the profession.
We get overall retention numbers each year in our work with KY Stats, but as far as drilling down, that's work that we're interested in. We have some other internal research we're wanting to do around those routes as well to see are there more educator ethics cases for certain ones that we need to. But as far as the support, that's where the loss of K-TIP has really been a challenge for us, because while K-TIP wasn't perfect, it established a floor, an expectation that schools, even if they didn't have a ton of capacity, were guaranteed they were going to do. And then we had data to see how it happened. There was a process in place. As that money went away, it was not funded for the biennium. It's up to the districts. Now, we provide support. In terms of advising, giving technical support, ideas of what to do, but I wish we had. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I think it's really important for districts to have strong induction programs. I will say there anecdotally are some districts who have taken the ball and advanced it so far down the field that what they're doing is just exemplary. However, it's kind of one of those situations where, we took the handcuffs off, And you've got the ones who are ready to run, and you have other folks who are still kind of struggling because they don't have the structure of what was in place before.
And to add to that, the alternative routes are all a little bit different on the way that they are created in statute. Specifically, routes 2, 6, 7, and 8, they do have some type of mentoring that's built into them, either at the district level or through the university or the provider.
Last person on this topic, we're going to move on to the next one. Sharon?
Well, actually, it is kind of, I think we need to see about how we can support the near-term strategies, but we've got a longer-term catastrophe because the education workforce, like every other industry, is going to have to adjust to who's coming to school. And these are different workers. And sometimes I hear you spend a lot of time fixing what we already have for folks who are already there and not thinking about what do we have to create so that we've got an on-ramp for the people that we need to get like 5 years from now. And so I don't know if it's a really big strategic workforce issue across the country, but in states like Kentucky where we're already languishing, and we need to really get on our hind horse and try to figure out how to create a vision and a structure to attract people for the long haul. Because this is an industry. We've had people coming in and out. We've still got a pay system that privileges those who stay 15 years. And what does it do for the person who is in the 3rd year and just got a gleam of some expertise that they can either use in education or in industry? What do we have to keep them? Keep them with us. So I think that we've got to kind of give a bigger backdrop for some of our discussions about this. That's all.
Thank you very much. Next person up is the Office of Education Technology. That would be Associate Commissioner David Capps. Dave, sorry you lost 4 minutes.
Well, I do appreciate the next couple hours to speak with you. Just as a way of introduction, I am the gray beard of the Department of Education leadership team. I'm the last original member of the team that came with Kara. And I'm glad Dr. Boyson recruited me to come, accepted me being part of that team. And one of the reasons I mention that to you is a lot of the folks on my team have been with me for decades. You could say they've done a good job of overcoming the coaching. I do have a lot of folks that are former teachers, former principals, but if they're in the technical background, they definitely got an educator's heart. And you got to meet a couple of those today. Logan Bale showing you how to use technology. Andy leads our webcast services, and so you got to meet those two folks. I grew up in Johnson County, in Paintsville. When I was going to school at Johnson Central, there was a young coach named Coach K that came and recruited me to attend the United States Military Academy at West Point. I had no idea what I was getting involved with, but he was a pretty good recruiter. I say that up front because Coach K is now the head coach at Duke. However, I do want for you to cut me some slack. My dad did play youth basketball for UK. My younger brother Joey played football for the University of Kentucky. Dennis knows Joey from doing broadcast together. And I have other Couch family members that have gone to a lot of other colleges and played for the not named Duke. So I hope I can get some slack, but I always kind of put that out in front. I was fortunate enough during my time in the U.S. Army to be sent to and paid for by the Army to the University of Southern California on how to manage large-scale technology systems. And then I got to, after going there, to be placed in the Army at that time, the most advanced technology system they had to manage worldwide and nationwide deployments across the world. It was a colonel position, which I was so fortunate to get that kind of experience. Toward the end of Operation Desert Storm, which a lot of those systems were used pretty effectively, I called home to my mom. And my mom is a longtime teacher in Johnson County. In fact, I'm known as Mrs. Couch's son, which has always been good with me because of her giving kids just a good running go in life. But she told me about this new thing called CARA, which had just passed, which was all about changing Kentucky's position educationally and economically. It was equity of access and opportunity for all of our kids, and the firm belief that all children can learn at high levels, which I grew up in that household believing that. And so I came to Kentucky to be part of the Kentucky Education Technology System, which we call KETS, the birth of it in 1992. Background, my children, who are also involved with technology, is my oldest daughter is a kindergarten teacher. Her husband's a high school teacher. My youngest daughter, her husband is an elementary school teacher in northern Kentucky. Both my oldest and her husband are in western Kentucky. My oldest son is a teacher in Indiana. He played college football in Indiana and met a girl. He's never come back to Kentucky yet, but maybe someday. And my youngest son, Logan, is attending college at the Northern Kentucky University, and he's still trying to figure it out what he's going to do or not do. So that's a quick background, and it kind of explains some of the staff that's been with me because they have that passion of all children can learn at high levels. Some of the documentation you can see is Kentucky is the pioneer and national leader in most aspects of education technology over the past 25 years. However, we've always had the mindset that we can always get better, and we're far from perfect. But we're kind of like that band that you knew a couple songs, and then you realize all the stuff that we do, and you kind of realize they have a lot of greatest hits. And so in your packet was our timeline from 1992 to 2019. It lays out all the truly historic things that we've done in education technology since 1992. It's also pretty crucial to understand the size and scope of what we do. We are 8 times bigger than the rest of state government and local government combined. We use 25 times more internet services than the rest of the state government combined. A lot of it's our size. Some of it is we are the national leader in cloud-based computing, even when compared to the corporate sector. In fact, a lot of our systems for the Fortune 100 companies, we are better in scope, bigger in scope, and definitely more advanced in a lot of things we're doing compared even to the corporate sector. So part of it is just making you aware of the size and scale of what we have in place. We service all school districts and KD agencies, just like my peer and Associate Commissioner Frankfort, Associate Commissioner Rob McKinney. So we service both, along with Kentucky School of Deaf and Kentucky School of the Blind. The times that you will see me come before the board is once a year. We present the technology needs, and this is by law, the technology needs that we have, and the funding sources that we have to address those needs, and that's usually in the July, August timeframe. Once a year, you will get a cybersecurity health check of Kentucky K-12. Every district by law is required to do that. We get about 4 billion attempted cyber attacks in Kentucky K-12 every year. They're constant, and they're getting much more sophisticated, so we give you that briefing of information so you kind of can be aware of it. Every 6 years, you will do and approve a master plan for education technology. That Chair Karen was part of approving our very first one that we did back in 1992. We also work in a lot of initiatives with the other offices, a lot of things that they laid out they're doing. If they involve almost anything technology with them, we're partners with them, being online testing, what we're doing in computer science, what Rob mentioned with the new teacher licensing system, the school report card, heavily involved with those. You will also see me as part, when something comes to the board with High School Athletic Association. Is I'm the liaison for the Department of Education with High School Athletic Association, so I report back. So if there's something that comes before the board, and Kevin's been a partner with me for that, for a long time, is you'll see me. And I'm also a board member of Kentucky Educational Television, as being part of, and I've been doing that for about a decade. Ways that you can keep up with what we're doing is enclosed in your packet was our master plan for education technology. I give you a condensed version so you can identify the areas of emphasis that we have and areas of acceleration. And we work very closely with all the school districts when we put that together about a year plus ago. We have a monthly webcast for all the school districts. We're the only state in America that does that. And so next Tuesday we'll be in Frankfort Independent. Last January, in fact, we were in Bergen Independent, and they mentioned your dad, you. They're very proud of you, you all. And so we go to there. It's kind of like game day. If follows college sports at all, we go to the district, we highlight them, and we also talk about what we're doing statewide and nationally. So it's a really fun event. We also have our Student Technology Leadership Program. We have 60,000 students. Part of it is the biggest one, and I think the best one in the United States. We have regional championships, and you all get to see the state championship that we have at Rupp Arena. We have about 10,000 to 12,000 students, their parents, and volunteers who come to that. So it's a pretty big event, and I think you'll be impressed with it. You also have a copy of the infographic.
Remind everybody, that's the event the day before our next meeting.
Yeah. You also have an infographic on there that gives the latest snapshot of where we're at with Kentucky K-12. Once again, a lot of good things happening, but far from perfect. And I'll give you the definition of what we do. I'm not going to go through every division or office and what we do, but this is my mom's definition. Anything involved with electricity usually needs to come to us in some way before you buy it. Not after you bought it, try to make it work before you buy it, so we can give you the plus and minuses of it. If it has the word internet in it or connects to it, we need to be involved with it. We do the same thing for school districts. If there's the word data, voice, video being stored or going back and forth with us, and the word digital learning, digital anything, typically those are the ways. Typically we try to speak in Waffle House speak. I'm a big Waffle House fan, so we try to describe things so the average person to your left and right could follow. If we don't get that mark, let us know. But we do try to make that translation and give analogies of what we have in place. You can see what our office does. The part is, I'd just like to mention it within a minute or two of things not listed there that are important. We do have part of our office, we have a chief digital officer, and he leads a digital learning team that goes out to school districts and helps them understand how to maximize their technology investment into instruction. I mentioned about STLP. We are part of the computer science standards and the technology academic standards. That's one of the things that will be coming to the board in the near future. The student competency is tied to graduation requirements. We have an IT academy that students actually get skills in technology that are marketable to the workforce. We're involved with online and virtual courses, digital library and media, and digital citizenship. We created the nation's first digital driver's license, so students and ideally adults keep their good people skills while being immersed in a technology society. And by the way, we have more girls that code clubs in Kentucky than any other state in America, even though there's a lot of states that are much bigger than what we put in place. So that's a quick snapshot, held under 2 hours, I believe.
Well, I want to make sure, everybody, can you talk one more time about the event that's going to take place is in Lexington is before our April meeting. Our April meeting is the 12th.
But the SLP is on the 8th.
9th, and this is the 8th. I'm sorry, it's the 9th, and this is the 8th.
Yeah.
And as David was saying, 60,000 people, but at this event, there'll be 10 kids and parents, 10,000 people. I mean, this is a big deal.
And it's a fun
I can't believe I'm asking you to expand.
Well, the fun part about it, these are not just high school kids. The highest portion are elementary and middle school students. It's teaching them the confidence of presenting to adults, somebody who's met. A lot of their projects is project-based learning. It's about how to make their fellow students, their teachers, help them do something better in the classroom, and also something better for their community. So it's all about developing that. So we pick an elementary, middle school, and state champion to represent Kentucky. And we send them to the International Society for Technology Education Conference to represent them. So it's a fun thing. And we really would like you there. I think you will see the investment we've made in technology. Here is the added value to the learning process, which is not 100% perfect. But once people see it, they go, wow, this is awesome.
We're going to ask at the February board meeting for the board to change the location of your April 9th meeting to Lexington to be in a room that is adjacent to this competition. We're going to ask that you come into Lexington on the 8th and stay over, live close, to participate, potentially be judges.
Yes, be judges. The prime time hours to see it are 10 a.m. to 1. After that, we start, there's teams that are eliminated, to be honest with you. So you'll see it in full action. And then starting at 5, we all get in Rupp Arena, the students with their parents, and then we start identifying the best in Kentucky. It'll give me chills when I kind of go through that, because the look on these kids' faces is awesome. 2 years ago, we identified a middle school from Ashland, actually, when they were getting ready to compete up in New York City. And, part of it is, these kids in Kentucky can compete with anybody, but they don't always have the confidence they can. And so when they won, they said, how good do you think we'll do up in New York City? And I said, I like your odds. You won Kentucky. They went to New York City and won. They won $150,000. Wow. So you will be so impressed with these students are doing. And what we've done, and to be honest with you, is Dr. Todd has been a big part of that for a long time. The entrepreneurship is also a big piece of it. We are developing technology in a very entrepreneurial way. So that's another element that he's always been very supportive of for a very long time.
Thank you. Any other questions, please?
Comment. This is one of those things that I don't think general Kentuckians know about that's going on in this state. And that you got a Dance Kentucky Project Lead the Way, STLP. There's a lot of things that are being done to hopefully educate the younger generation so they'll be different than some of us older folks. But there's got to be a better way to get this story out. I don't know if you track these students or not, but I'm sure that it's changed a lot of their lives.
Well, as I told you a little bit earlier, I was in a meeting with my peers here in state government, and there's 12 of us. And I was just making them aware of the region competition. And you can talk about any subject. As I went around the room, one of the ladies immediately to my left said, STLP is the reason I chose this profession. That's the reason I went into it. The other two said, my kids are involved, and it changed the path they're going on. Even if they don't go into technology profession, it teaches them life skills.
Allison.
On that same line, I don't have a question. My daughter went through the SLP program in middle school and went to state all 3 years. Through that, they did a morning news with the green room at our school.
Yeah.
And through that, she loved journalism. She met Chris Bailey, who came and did a special live news report in the middle of the day with her at our school. And that is one of her career choices now because of that. So I really appreciate it.
So the other, we have it typically on university campuses, the regionals, because we find a lot of these kids, they've never been on a university campus, so it makes them start thinking that could be me. So when we had the University of Louisville, is the speed school had some females that were part of the speed school. So we hooked the younger kids, those younger ladies up with, they saw what they could be. It wasn't just, this is something I'm dreaming up, it was real. So the universities work with us to show the possibilities, and we're bringing 5-star recruits to their campus. Moorhead was fantastic. We're also trying to get the colleges of education, the teachers, to see this is live project-based learning in action. So it's a win-win.
Patrice.
Okay, I love your passion, but I'm about to take a right. Okay, we're going to take a turn, and I want to ask you a question about. I know you are directly involved in preparing for the online assessment that's about to come to Kentucky.
Yeah.
Are we prepared bandwidth for that? Because even when in our county, Warren County, when students tried to assess like star literacy or anything like that, computers were shutting down left and right. Are we prepared?
Well, I give you the different sequence. Of course, Kentucky became the first state to have all its schools connected to internet. We did that in 1995 and all the schools later on. We were the first state to reach the national bandwidth goals that were set in 2015, and all the schools are fiber. Is it 100% perfect? No. We have asked for some additional bandwidth in the upcoming legislative session to help us grow. But let me give you two pieces of it. Interim testing has been occurring for quite some time. It's called Math and Pass, and they give them quarterly or semi-annually. And we have about 300,000, 400,000 students that have been taking those. So we have been able to do it with that. Formative testing, which occurs daily or weekly, we've been able to successfully do those. And as Rhonda knows, we had close to 90,000 students participate in our summative test last year. And that was a pretty, what I would call that, give that an A experience. Not 100% perfect, but an A experience. So obviously we're getting ready to ramp it up even higher with summative. And the difference between summative and interim and formative is you're getting it typically in a more compressed time frame. And so do you have enough of everything to do that? And can it handle the load of that? So that's something that's what we're piloting it here. The other key piece that comes in place, how good is the internal network within school districts? We can see the health of it is good, but they got something going on. So part of the services we're looking to do with districts is go give a health check of their internal district to help prepare for this. That's a good question.
Thank you very much, David. Appreciate it.
Under 2 hours, I just want to know.
You did really well. I even had to urge you to talk over. Next on the agenda is the Office of Finance and Operations, ADE Associate Commissioner Robin J.
So I prepared 2 sets of remarks because I saw that I was behind David on the agenda. So I'll do the short version first. If you think of my office, we do budgets, bodies, breakfast, buses, buildings, and bugs. That's what we do. But since I do have a little time, I'll try to go into a little bit more on each one of those. So I do have 4 divisions. Like David's office, we have the good fortune of working with both customers that are inside the department, so we service customers of our own staff, and then we also serve local school districts. My first division is the Division of Budget and Financial Management. Very easy explanation. Their primary function is they deal with our budget. They help build our over $5 billion budget each budget session, comprised of both general, federal, and restricted funds. And so those are the folks that manage that budget with the work of fiscal contacts in each of our program offices. So everything from the money we get from the General Assembly through state funds, all of our title programs, Perkins funds, and the restricted funds that come to us. They also manage the procurement functions. We talked a little bit about that earlier today. Anything that deals with solicitations of services. They pay all our bills. They do purchases, whether that's helping people with small purchases or purchases on contracts. All the contracts that we do could be either through MOAs that we do with local school districts, nonprofits, universities that help us with our work and are good partners. We also do competitive grants. So any of the grants that you see that we throw out for a certain program area for local school districts primarily to compete for, that is handled, the process is managed through my office. Of course, we work very closely with the program staff that actually implement and operate those programs, but we handle the process again to ensure integrity, fairness, and consistency throughout those processes. And we follow the model procurement code many times. We coordinate audits. We are the audit liaison to the auditor of public accounts. Any federal audits that are going on, again, with the help of the program staff, all that audit work is managed through the Division of Budgets and Financial Management. And we have auditors with us every day, just about. They almost live with us, I would say. So we always have auditors with us. Of course, our budget, I'm going to leave most of that because we have another presentation a little later this afternoon. But I will say our budget, for the most part, less than 1% of our budget is spent on KDE staff and operations in Frankfort. So when you look at $5 billion, it's a very small portion that actually stays to support that. The rest of it goes to local districts directly, or it goes to partners that help us to do things for districts, or we are making payments on behalf of districts to certain places. So, for example, we pay for retirement to teachers' retirement. That is part of our budget, and we pay that on behalf of local school districts. My Division of Resource Management, most people would know that as HR. So that's your human resources area. It is also for physical assets that we manage. So we do payroll, we do benefits administration. We actually manage across several statutory systems. KRS 18A, which is for merit and non-merit staff. We also have teachers as part of our employee complement, and career and tech ed. So those are under different statutory requirements. So, and the appeals process, whenever we have disciplinary actions, take different routes. So we manage that as well, whether it's through the personnel board or other paths for teachers. We also have, as was mentioned earlier, the 53 area technology centers. Those are all our employees. So we handle all the employee benefits and management personnel actions related to all those, as well as the two schools, KSB and KSD, School for the Deaf, School for the Blind. So that's all under the personnel umbrella of my office. We also do training, timesheets, orientation, all that regular HR work, insurance. And we also manage capital projects. If we are fortunate enough to receive capital funding for our remote sites, which are the School for the Blind, School for the Deaf, and the FFA camp that you heard about earlier, then my office manages the capital construction piece of that. We're very fortunate. We just built a new elementary school at the Kentucky School for the Deaf that just opened this year. I encourage you all to go see it. It's beautiful. And we also did one at a major renovation of space at Kentucky School for the Blind. So we just completed both of those fairly recently. The Division of District Support Services, this is where we are more interacting with the local school districts. Anything that's on the operations side of the house for local school districts, they interact with my folks in district support services. So we are the people that we monitor school district finances, seek funds, are calculated, tabulated, watched, and working with Charlie's shop that come out of district support services, transportation funding, contingency, tax rates, all those things that surround funding for local school districts are in district support services. We also track student enrollment and do audits, attendance audits, because that is a component that feeds into SEEK. So it's really important that we are aware and keep track of student enrollment and attendance. I have buildings in my office. So when you're talking about school district facilities, that's in my office as well. Everything from the local planning, construction, surplus of property, easements, all that real property stuff belongs with me as well. We assist on providing operational support to if we have state managed or state assisted districts, along with Dr. Kelly Foster's office. They handle more the instructional governance side, and we're always looking at the operations side of those districts. I also have buses in my operations, about 9,800 buses in Kentucky, along with the training of the bus drivers, the ordering of the buses off the master agreements in the Commonwealth, and I also have nurses. I see some really big eyes, like, oh my gosh, I have all this. Some days it feels like that. And we also have the DPPs, we train DPPs, and we also have coordinated school health. So anything related to the kind of the operations side of school districts, we assist with. And then I also have a more programmatic type division. The Division of School and Community Nutrition is in my office. And those are the folks that do the school breakfast, the school lunch, the summer feeding programs. We also have the child and adult daycare sponsors that we provide a lot of assistance to, so that they can provide good nutritional assistance and reimbursement for feeding those folks. And we also partner, because that is one that's a little different from the other divisions. We work with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, because that's where their funding comes from. It doesn't come from the U.S. Department of Ed, it comes from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we work very closely with the Department of Agriculture here in Kentucky. So we do joint partnerships with them to have chefs in schools. So that's a really cool thing. We also do the state fair with the Department of Agriculture, where we send teams from local school districts to the state fair. They compete. And I would like to put that on your radar, because it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. And those kids can cook. They can cook. So our hope is to invite them to come and serve a lunch for the state board. We're going to wait until we pick a winner at the state fair, and then hopefully invite them to come. So I've gone through really fast. I did the short version and the little longer version, but I'm happy to answer questions or if I can.
Does anybody see?
Wow.
What's wrong? Did I say that?
We were just saying, well, you looked at me.
I scanned all the way to the Lieutenant Governor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next item on, I'm going to get in trouble here with the board. The next item on the agenda is the Office of Special Education, Early Learning, Kentucky School for the Blind, and Kentucky School for the Deaf. Associate Commissioner Greta is here.
Thank you.
And does everybody know that we have a more direct relationship with the Kentucky School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf than we do with any of the other schools? And is everybody aware of that?
No.
Well, so you may want to, I don't want to steal your speech, but while we're talking, explain this unique relationship so that some of the people don't understand it.
Okay. So, do you want me to start there, or just as part of, does it matter?
Whatever you want.
Okay, so as Chair Karen said, I'm Greta Hilton. I'm the Associate Commissioner with the Office of Special Education and Early Learning. And as you know, this is actually our newest office in the Department of Education, but to follow Doug's path of pre-para, we were actually, the Office of Exceptional Children's Services existed pre-para, and then around the para time it became the Division of Exceptional Children's Services. And then fast forward to where we are today in 2018, we went through even a couple other reorganizations, and it became a Division of Learning Services, in which special education and preschool were in separate offices, and special education really was more or less a branch with about 8 consultants within the office. And those of you who have spent time in special education, in schools, period, if there was a motto for special education, it would really be all roads lead to special ed, right? Because special education students are not those kids. Special education students are all of the children, all of the education students first. And we just give them everything else that everybody else receives, plus a little more just to meet the unique needs of their disability. And so we're excited to be back into an office and also work with, have preschool and special education together, because there's only a couple of ways to be in preschool, and that's at-risk or students with disabilities. So when we were designing the office, which again has only been around in this capacity for just over a year, the idea behind it was really to model some of the work of the U.S. Department of Education, because we have so many federal requirements as well as state requirements. So we identified really 4 overarching priorities for our office. And the first and most important being improving instruction and discipline practices for students with disabilities and early learners. Improving the communication and dissemination of information, because the uniqueness of special education is that we receive so much information from USAID, and it doesn't do any good if it stops with the Department of Education. We've got to get that out to schools and districts, so we were going to up our game and do a better job of that, as well as bridging the supports from preschool to kindergarten. The same students that we're serving in preschool are the same students we're serving in kindergarten, and the more seamless transition that we can provide for them, the better off they're going to be. We also want to include increase our family and community engagement, as well as recruit and retain high-quality staff for students with disabilities. The office itself has about 330-ish staff, and the majority of those are at Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf. We have about 40, give or take, within the Frankfort-based office, and we have 136 staff at Kentucky School for the Blind and 153 staff at Kentucky School for the Deaf. And keeping in mind that those, as Robin mentioned earlier, those staff range from teachers to paraeducators to regular state government 18A, what we call 18A employees, from dorm parents to school safety folks and everything in between. When you think about the Office of Special Education and Early Learning, we have work that occurs at the office level, and the idea for maintaining certain buckets of work at the office level was to ensure that seamless communication across all 3 divisions. So at the office, we maintain oversight of the data, because we have a large number of data requirements that must be federally reported and publicly available around students with disabilities and how our performance is occurring. We have roughly $175 million in federal grants that come through our office, most of which are actually flow through funds to local school districts to provide special education and related services. And so we wanted those things at the office level, along with the communications with our Governor appointed State Advisory Council and our policy advisors. I think it's also important, just as an FYI, for the board to know that just recently I was elected to represent Kentucky as the Secretary Treasurer for the National Association for State Directors of Special Education, as well as our Part B Data Manager in my office. She is actually a member at large on the affinity group for data managers for the National Association, which is really honorable for Kentucky. In addition to our staff at the Department of Education, we also have the 9 regional special education cooperatives that are charged with fulfilling the mission of our office. We also fund the 5 regional training centers, which is charged with providing supports for districts for students ages 3 to 5 with disabilities. So when we talk about students with disabilities, it's important to remember that we're talking about students, again, all students, and disabilities under the IDEA range from speech only, all the way to functional mental disabilities. So when we say students with IEPs, that can mean almost anything. It could be a very, very small disability. It could be a very significant cognitive disability. And we serve across 14 eligibility categories in Kentucky. And at our December 18 child count, we had just over 106,000 students that we were serving. So it's a pretty significant population. Another celebration for special education in Kentucky is that this year we submit a state performance plan annual performance report that measures the progress that the state's making on 17 results and compliance indicators for students with disabilities. And so when I say compliance indicators, it could be anything from did districts meet the timeline for assessment? And results could be graduation rates and things of that nature. And each year, the Department of Education looks at that and they provide a grade, if you will, to states on how well they're performing. And there are 4 categories: meets requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention, and needs substantial intervention. And Kentucky was one of 21 states out of the 60 states and entities to meet requirements. So this is a huge celebration for us. We've got a lot of work to do, but we've done very well. And the competitive spirit that I have, I actually went back and looked at all the other states to see how well we did, and we were top 10, which was pretty awesome. And it's wonderful. And we have had to meet requirements on our annual determination for at least the 5 years since I've been state director of special education. We've had to meet requirements. So I'm very proud of that. Very proud of our staff, but primarily proud of the work that's going on in districts, because it's not the work at the Department of Education, it's the work that's occurring within schools that we measure and then report. So I'm always careful to share that and to make sure that I give credit where credit's due. So within the office, we have 3 divisions. And we'll start with the Division of IDA Monitoring and Results, which is probably people's least favorite division, to be honest, because it is exactly what it sounds like. This is the division that exercises the general supervision requirements of the IDEA. So we have a team here that we monitor school districts for compliance under the federal law. We investigate IDA formal written complaints that are filed from parents or other folks, stakeholders. We provide districts with annual determinations, much in the same manner in which we receive our state determination from USF. We work through the requirements around, and most of you will remember under the Every Student Succeeds Act, there was a cap put on the number of students in states that could be assessed using the alternate assessment at 1%. And so as a result, states that were over 1% were required to submit a waiver and explain why we were over and what we were going to do to get those numbers down. And so we had just received our continuation, I guess, if you will, saying that we were approved to continue because we're making substantial progress in getting our numbers down. And that's a heavy lift of work that we're doing alongside Rhonda's office. It's really a joint work in which school districts are really looking at the eligibility criteria of students with significant cognitive disabilities to determine have they been afforded the appropriate education and do they need to make some changes. This group also manages all the corrective action plans that may come out of monitoring business or formal complaints. The Division of IDA Implementation in Preschool is where the guidance and the support and things of that nature occur. So the way in which this office was designed, think about this group of folks going out to monitor districts. No district wants to hear, for me to come out and give you a report of findings that's monitored you and then come back and go, well, I'm here to help. That's just not very well received. And so we tried to separate the folks that monitor with the folks that then come back and provide the support. Because the idea is not to monitor and put districts under corrective action. The idea is to assist schools and districts in improving their practices and move forward to improve outcomes for students. So within this office, we have the state personnel development grant, which is a competitive $5 million grant in which we focus on improving academic and behavioral interventions and specially designed instruction. So if we offer that service to schools and districts, and then if we cite schools and districts based on monitoring visits, we also provide supports through this grant, so that would be free of charge for districts to tap into. We also have work in this division around gifted and talented, extended school services, English learners, students with disabilities, our child fund obligations. So in other words, students who aren't yet identified with a disability under the IDA but have a suspected disability. We work with schools and districts on how do you evaluate and provide the appropriate supports for those students. This is also the area in which preschool lives, so we monitor preschool compliance and quality, along with Section 619 data, which is, again, data reporting requirements under the IDEA. So moving into the division of the state schools, the Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf are currently in their own division, which worked really well because it was a really, just completely transparent, really difficult situation to be able to exercise our general supervision requirements as one division on our schools, because these are schools that we govern, and then go back out again and say, oh, we're still here to help you, because as the directors, we need to be able to support these schools, but we also have general supervision under the IDA that's required. So it's kind of a catch-22 and a really weird situation to be in sometimes. So that has helped us kind of separate those two, and we have a division director dedicated to oversight of those schools and helping coach and train and work with school level administrators and others, and working with students with unique disabilities. The School for the Blind and School for the Deaf serves both residential students who stay, they arrive on Sunday and they stay through Friday. We provide services for them all week, as well as supervision in the dorms and evening activities. They also have day students, so nearby districts bus students in. The only way students arrive at Kentucky School for the Blind or Kentucky School for the Deaf is through the Admissions and Release Committee, or ARC. And it's based on the student's disability and the least restrictive environment he or she should receive services in. So they're part of the continuum of educational placement options. So there are a number of students who are blind or have low vision or who are deaf or hard of hearing, whose least restrictive environment are not at KSB or KSD. And so there are a couple of ways to provide services to those students, and one of those is through our outreach services. So both schools have outreach providers that are located in each of the 9 regional special education cooperative centers. So they go out and work directly with schools and districts to provide support, not only directly to students, but also to adults that may be serving those students. So the uniqueness of the School for the Blind is that, keep in mind, both of these schools have the same academic standards and as all other schools in Kentucky, but at School for the Blind, they focus on the expanded core curriculum, which is an additional supports for helping students with blindness or low vision navigate their environment. There's braille instruction, independent living instruction that occurs at KSB, and a short course option. So if full-time KSB is not the best placement option, then I may be a student who needs to come to KSB for 6 weeks and work on braille instruction and then go back to my home school. So that's an option to school districts as well. There's also low vision evaluations that are conducted and materials that are large print and other accessible formats. Again, School for the Blind, same thing. Students have, get them through the ARC decision-making process. They're residential and day students. Same academic standards, but the primary language at the School for the Deaf is American Sign Language, with English being a secondary language. There's also instructional material database that occurs there. The big celebration for KSD currently is that the Mason-Dixon Games will be coming to the school next week. We're hosting that, which is really 10 southern states that will be coming up for, it is the athletic event of the year for state schools that are for students who are deaf. It's a basketball tournament, so it'll be a huge event. I encourage you, if you have an opportunity next week, to do something in the evening, you want to see something pretty incredible, to take a journey over to KSD and just be part of this. So that's the office in a nutshell, I guess. Do you happen to have any questions, thoughts, concerns?
Does any member have a question? Patrice?
Well, I really do.
I sensed it.
The RTI process, is that federal or Kentucky in the school system? Response to intervention.
So response to intervention is this is where it gets a little weird. If a student is suspected of having a specific learning disability, then it is federally required that they go through the response to intervention
even
process.
Extreme cases.
So there's a memo from the Office of Special Education Programs that's actually memo 0902 that says that RTI cannot be used to delay a referral for special education. So if indeed a student has, say for example, if a student is blind, right, and RTI is not going to change that.
Or if a student comes to school and cannot speak anything that you can understand, then there is an obvious major disability.
Then obviously you're going to do interventions, right? But you don't delay that evaluation based on those interventions. Those two things can happen and should happen simultaneously.
I think there's a disconnect in our state.
Always?
Yes.
Well, I mean, were you through, Patrice? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, I don't think a lot of people know that. And they're all gone.
So does your department do things with regular ed teachers to help them meet the needs of children with disabilities?
Mm-hmm. So the biggest thing that we're doing in special education to work with teachers, gen ed teachers, to service students with disabilities is our state systemic improvement plan, which is actually indicator 17 of that annual performance report that I was talking about. And our state identified measurable result is to improve proficiency rates of students in mathematics at the 8th grade level and reduce the number of novice performing students. So one of the things that we know is that 80%, roughly 80% of our students with disabilities are served primarily in the general education classroom. And so through that work, we have partnered with folks from other offices to provide support in these transformation zones for teachers, gen ed teachers, to ensure that they are equipped with the tools that they need to provide services, well, not necessarily services, but to educate students with disabilities. The specially designed instruction piece obviously would need to occur from the special education teacher, but we've also working on some guidance around co-teaching, how that's best, because what we have currently is good, but it's older, and so we're working on that. We know that's huge. We are offering.
Feels like a gap.
So you're exactly right. We're offering. Last year we offered a summit, and we asked districts to bring gen ed and special education teachers together in teams. And we're really trying to focus away from just the special ed side of things toward that teaming approach, because we know it's critical that gen ed teachers and special ed teachers be having those conversations to how to best educate these students. Good question.
Next is Lee.
Lou.
Lou, I'm sorry.
I just think it was again. This is probably as much for Jennifer and Kevin, but one of the main things I'm really excited about in the opportunity to serve on this board is supporting KSB and KSD. So I would love to receive, I know we can't do everything, but I would love to receive information about things like their graduation events, and KSD is close to where I live, and that might be something I'm able to do more often than KSB, but I sure would like to be there if we can. So
Absolutely.
So
We'll take care of that, and particularly any event like that that's appropriate, we will make sure that's forwarded to you, and then also graduation is important that we have as many as possible for both of the graduations.
Of course.
At the Kentucky School for the Blind, I had the good fortune twice to be the commencement speaker at the Kentucky School for the Blind. It is the most moving experience that you have ever seen in your life. I mean, it's all out tears and joy and celebration, and it is something that if any member gets an opportunity to attend that, it's an absolute thrill. It's just unreal. Patrice.
Any chance of us having a board meeting at each of the schools?
Certainly, that's the prerogative of the board, and we've done that before, and it's certainly possible.
We did the 19 with Kentucky School for the Deaf for
This past summer, this is just just a little bit of information that we do. This past summer, we hosted the National Association for State Directors of Special Education, and so along with the Council for Administrators of Special Education Joint Conference, and we had schools students from both schools that came and performed at that conference, and it was just incredible. To give them some national spotlight was just breathtaking.
The next item on the agenda is the office. I'm sorry, Mike.
I want to just ask, can we take a little break? Now, I know timing is important here, and I know you got a tight schedule, and you're doing a good job, but I was wondering if we could take like a 5-minute break or so,
Let us now take a 10-minute break, but while we take, I do want to mention that Cody is not here. It was not that she didn't want to be here, but she was not feeling well. Had to leave. So that's so far the record. If anybody's interested, she did not walk away. She was not feeling well. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and we will come back promptly at 3:10.
Lee and Elvis, I hope you take your flu shots.
We didn't come back to order. I probably should have made it really clear at the beginning. Anytime a member of this board needs to get up and just stand and stretch. When I was on the state board of education previously, I had prostate cancer surgery, which was thankfully very successful, but it required me to exit and use the facilities on station. And I had no problem getting up. And if you have a situation where you need to get up and move around and use the facility, staff will not take it as an insult in any way, shape, or form. And you'll see that when we get into the regular board. I mean, sometimes you gotta get up and move around. So please feel free to do that. The next item on the agenda is the Office of Teaching and Learning. Kentucky Department of Education Associate Commissioner Amanda Ellis is here to do that presentation.
So good afternoon. I'm glad I got you refreshed. That's a great thing. So I'm sorry I missed Kevin's remarks this morning, and I appreciate it. Actually, I was meeting with Karen Word to establish funding in our budget Excel spreadsheet for the office. As you all know, OTL, as we call it, has just been reestablished officially yesterday. But the work did not just start yesterday. And so Kevin came in and that was a priority, and we really, with the help of Robin Kenny's staff and really with my colleagues, have made it happen very quickly. And the staff I'm taking in, about 23 folks, are excited, they're good, and I think they're top notch. And before we made this change in my former role, I really worked with all the offices in the programmatic realm anyway, because I've always done that. OTL used to be huge. After the last biennium, the budget cut really significantly changed our office and really was tough. But when you have tough times, you become very creative. And I can tell you that the staff are working incredibly hard with standards work to really provide some excellent resources for our schools and districts to use that are very flexible and that really meet them where they are. And so I'll just touch base really briefly on where we are, how we're structured. Like I said, this work is not new. It is ongoing, and I've had the pleasure of continuing to be very involved when this work was under Rhonda Sims with OSAA. At that time, she had a lot going on with assessment, accountability, all the new systems, US Ed, new standards, and so she and I worked really as a team, and I'm grateful for that. And so we have one division. We have the Division of Program Standards. Basically, this work is to really fulfill the legal role of revising, developing standards for your academic standards. So reading, writing, mathematics, science, social studies, visual performing arts, health and physical education, and right now we're working on world languages. And if you didn't know, Senate Bill 1 2017 really laid out a very extensive process for how standards were to be revised. Many teacher teams, which we did in the past, but it's a very specific step-by-step piece that we must take before the interim joint committees to really have approval. Lots of feedback, which we've always done, focus groups. So it takes a lot of work and a lot of folks to make that happen, but we've been really pleased and actually quite successful due to the teachers in our state who've really committed time, Saturdays, late nights, to really improving our standards. If you haven't looked at the revised reading, writing, mathematics standards, social studies, they are very user-friendly. Those are very teacher-driven. We have the progression maps on the page. We have it highlighted. We have it just much more user-friendly than what we had before. And we really attribute that to our folks who facilitated with the teachers who did the work on that. And that work continues. The other thing we're legally required to do, and the right thing to do, would be how do you train on implementation of those standards? And so our team has really taken an approach that is focused around the TNTP, the New Teacher Project's study on opportunity myth. If you have not read it, I would be happy to provide it for you because I have nerd raged over it for over a year because it really talks about the inequities of what students don't receive during class time. Not about tests, it's about instruction, instructional materials, teacher belief that kids can succeed. I'm very passionate about that. And so our team has taken that approach with the 4 pieces around engagement, teacher belief, grade level appropriate assignments and resources, and we have really used that to develop modules, online modules and resources, and really even a brand new website thanks to David Couch's group, well there it is, to help us have one specific website that provides all of the resources. We're getting thousands and thousands a month. We look at the analytics on that. We really are intentional about providing what teachers and coaches, administrators need to route the standards. And so we've done that for a little over a year. We're doing that with each content area. We're getting great success. We're getting the feedback that we need. And so we have lots of work. I would encourage you to check out the website. It's kystandards.org. If you look on that webpage, just the easiest thing to do because you're all very busy, but because you all are all educators and passionate like myself, there's a plus button at the top left that will let you register. And anytime we produce new materials, resources for teachers, it will notify you of that. So yesterday, a notification came out with social studies materials. So they have different things for assignment alignment to make sure that your assignments are grade level appropriate and aligned to standards. These are things that we've been wanting for a long time in true professional learning communities, PLCs. There are actual materials that you can use that are not one size fits all. It's meeting you where you are and what you can do. We have webinars that are short modules that people can watch, and there are facilitator guides. So not all teachers who are fabulous feel comfortable leading other adults. So there's a facilitator's guides and possible questions that could come up, references, resources, and we're continuing to build that. Really, really proud of that work. I've shared that with my dear friends when I used to teach in Indiana, and so they're using our KYStandards.org materials because they just feel like it's so helpful. We also work around the model curriculum framework. So if you used that back in the day, it was placed in law, I believe, in 2009. We are revising that right now. We just had a task force come together. It's a curriculum task force. We are not writing curriculum. That is a local decision. But we did have folks come to the table that are teachers, coaches, administrators, our K group partners, as we would call it, to really talk about what should be in that model curriculum framework. How do schools and districts develop a sound curriculum that's aligned with standards? And so great conversation. They were exhausted when they left, which is a good thing. They were very engaged in the work, and I think what you're going to see, we'll let you know when that comes out. You're going to see great improvement. We really focused on the roles of teachers, of SBDMs, because they decide on curriculum for the school, and that's a huge decision. How they can be engaged in that, how policies can be written around that, the development, the resources, and so on. So there's just some really great work going on. In that work, you'd asked about RTI. We do support in our office Read to Achieve, that grant, and the Math Achievement Fund is in ours, as well as Striving Readers. So we have lots of funds around interventions, especially for early learning, that K-3 especially, and that we do support that work. This past summer, if you did not notice, we work with Rob and Kitty's office. You'll see us working with every office on the summer slide. So we worked with the National Reading Foundation on partnering with our summer feeding programs and providing books at the summer feeding programs to the programs that were willing to pilot with us because it was brand new. We went and read during lunch when they provided free lunch, and we handed out several books, a little less than 1,000 books. So we are working again with the summer feeding program folks a little earlier in the season. So they're getting ready to kick off their trainings for the summer and to see who's interested in really incorporating literacy into the feeding. So we're feeding their minds and feeding their bellies. And so we got to ride last year. Actually, Jennifer and I got to be on the bus at Marion County. If you've never done that, I think it's the dream bus. I would do that over and over. They fed lunches to remote areas. In neighborhoods way out in the country. We were in a church parking lot. Kids lined up to eat lunch. It was a hot lunch in the air-conditioned bus. And then we were able to share books and share stories and read with them. And it was just a real blessing. And so we're going to do that again because that's what's right for kids, and the communities appreciate it. And it's really a great outreach in the summer when they're not coming to school. So that's some of the work that we're doing. We are going to be focusing a lot on MTSS, the multi-tier systems of support, to really incorporate RTI, but really the multi-tier system. So we'll be in partnership with Greta's office, with Kelly Foster's office on this work. It's really important. It's complex. It can be very intimidating for school districts because there's a lot of organization around that. So we're going to be really building a project around that to build our resources, update our resources, and make sure they're accessible for schools. We do right now also, we have staff working on the dyslexia pilot. So that passed a couple years ago already. We have 3 school districts who are working on that, and we'll get updates when we have that data update. Our coordinators over Striving Readers is also leading that pilot because there's a lot of overlap in the intervention and the support and the professional learning. So that piece is in our office as well. We work also with Title II. So we're going to have Title II in our office. We had Title II before, and the old OTL, and now they're back. They were with Rob's office, as he mentioned earlier. We're thrilled to have that staff. They're in monitoring season right now, but their efforts are really around how they help build capacities for districts. It's not a gotcha, but it's really how do we help you best spend your dollars, especially when the state dollars were depleted a couple years ago. Really knowing what those federal dollars can and can't be used for is really important for them to maximize their opportunities for teacher growth and development. And so we'll be working hand in hand with them. We also have in our office the counseling coordinator, Dr. Damian Sweeney. He is on the road a lot, loved by all. If you have not met him and you have counselor friends, they will speak very highly of Dr. Sweeney. He is a very passionate counselor and works extremely hard. He is working a lot with the individual learning plan. So with graduation requirements, if you remember the IOP or if you ever had to deal with it, we have sunset career cruising. David and I talked about it, and it sunset when that contract ended for the purpose is that sadly what had happened by the messaging, partially from KDE's side, how it was messaged, was really it became compliance. But really the purpose of the individual learning plan is to advise students on where they may be interested in and really give them opportunities. So Damien pulled counselors together and they developed a framework for the individual learning plan for schools and districts to use online if they want, or to use face-to-face or in hybrid of that. And so that work is really moving forward. Our career tech ed folks are also part of that. We can't do one without the other. It's really different pathways towards careers to help students be prepared when they leave us. He's also working on the new graduation requirements. We do have Advanced Kentucky in our office, so I still meet with Anthony, and that work is phenomenal. It continues to grow. Their success rate is incredible. It really is amazing, and he will come yearly and share their progress, so you'll be able to see that, Dr. Todd, for sure, and it's always inspiring. So they're doing great work. They have engaged a lot in computer science as well. So that's kind of the piece that we work, and we do also meet. I coordinate monthly meetings with our co-op directors. So you all know we have 8 educational cooperatives that provide a lot of technical assistance, a lot of partnerships with us, and they provide a lot of support where we don't have field staff as much anymore like we used to. And they're excellent partners. So we meet with them monthly. We engage them in our professional learning modules. So we invite them to come to the table, give us feedback so they know what's out there. We still attend their meetings. The associates do. We all do. And then we meet with them monthly to make sure that they're informed of what's going on. So then our districts have regional support as well. Because we know the further away people are from Frankfort, the more they really rely on their co-op to provide what's needed. And that means that the co-ops need firsthand information. And so we really have tried to maintain that relationship and honor the work that they do, because it's really quite incredible. So that's kind of us in a nutshell. I know you all have had so much thrown at you, but we look forward to working with you. You'll see us around a lot. It's great work. I'm honored to be able to take it over again, and Kevin has trusted me with it, and I'm glad. I really am thankful for that. And so if you all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Anybody have a question? Lee?
Couple, how many schools have Advanced Kentucky now?
I would have to get back to you.
What percentage of this?
It's a large percentage. I don't want to give you an exact number, but I have that, and I'll be happy to send that because I think they're on cohort 13 or 14. Yeah. It's incredible what they've covered, and they're really trying to target areas where there hasn't been as much exposure for advanced placement. And so I will get that to you, though. Absolutely be happy to do that.
Second question, there's all the controversy about the Common Core a few years ago. Where did the Kentucky standards lie out against Common Core? What was the Common Core?
Sure. So, great question. So, the Common Core was repealed, and the Kentucky academic standards were redesigned. So, what happened is that when the teachers came together, we did 2, maybe 3 surveys on getting feedback from the field about what's not working, what wasn't aligned, what was inappropriate in certain grade levels. We took every bit of that feedback, brought our teachers together, 2 different committees, quite honestly, and they had to go through those and make recommendations. But before we did that, we even looked at the architecture of the standards and how they were organized, because a lot of times folks would say, I don't mind the standards, but it's just too much. It's so big. I don't know all the appendices, which ones to use. The progressions aren't there. It was just very comprehensive. And so what the folks did is they made not significant overhaul changes, but there were changes to the standards themselves. But the significant piece with the architecture, how we organize the standards and how they're presented, they're just seeing the feedback we received is they're much more user friendly. And so it's not a one-to-one exact. Some stay the same. Reading is reading in different skills. But how it's organized, some of the language changed, and even how it's in grade levels. It adjusted.
It was repealed in Kentucky or repealed nationally?
It was repealed in Kentucky, and then we brought forward the Kentucky academic standards. And the other thing you'll also see is that we keep
we did have the standards all in one regulation. And so that regulation just maintained being open. And so what we have done now is put each content area in its own regulation. So you'll see that as we go forward with world language, you'll see that there are two, and it's really just pull them all apart. So when we look at each one, because it's in a 6-year cycle, per Senate Bill 1 2017, that we have to do that. So, but that's the process, and the process is very laborious, quite honestly, to be very intentional. We have 2 sets of eyes on it, and then even the legislature puts eyes on it as well, in addition to the board approval. So it's great feedback, and we even report on the feedback we get by constituents, teachers, even students. And the General Assembly asked us how we could solicit more student feedback. So what we did is we actually convened focus groups, because most students were like, I don't care. They don't want to get on the computer, but they will give feedback in small groups. So we did conduct that to ensure that we have those. Yeah. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
My pleasure.
Next on the agenda is the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support of Kentucky Department of Education. Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster is going to present that, but first Kevin has a remark that he needs to make. So as all of you know, I came from Jefferson County Public Schools, where I will be returning when the new commissioner arrives, hopefully sooner rather than later. Because of that, and because that's my former employer and future employer, and because we have a settlement agreement with Jefferson County Public Schools, I have utilized the authority of the commissioner under statute to provide Kelly Foster with all the authority that the commissioner has over Jefferson County Schools as an associate commissioner of her office. That's contemplated under the statutes, and I exercised that the first day I became the interim commissioner, and that is to ensure that there's not a conflict of interest or a perception of impropriety or a conflict of interest. I will remain in the room today. She's going to talk a little bit about the relationship that the department has with Jefferson County. However, all matters that come before the department related to Jefferson County carry Kelly's signature and authority, not mine. And then you may see me leave the room when Dr. Polio comes to report to the board on the progress in Jefferson County and report on the corrective action plan, just as again another perception issue. However, I would love to be there to kind of rid Dr. Polio. So Kelly,
thank you. So I'm just going to talk about Jefferson at the end, but we'll go ahead and move it forward. So we went into a settlement agreement with Jefferson County in August of 2018, and that settlement agreement was uploaded in your materials. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, probably want to do that before the next KDE board meeting. But in a nutshell, we have 10 corrective action plans over different areas with Jefferson County, and at each Kentucky Board of Education meeting, their superintendent, Dr. Marty Polio, is one of the first reports in the morning, and we take 2 areas from those 10 each board meeting, and he goes over those. That happens at every meeting, and then, for example, in January, I am going to Jefferson next Tuesday and Wednesday. So in January, I spend 2 days a month in Jefferson County reviewing those corrective action plans with their staff, and then key staff from the department attend with me as well. I kind of oversee all the work and manage all the work. For example, one of the corrective action plans is in the area of special education. So Greta Hilton and her team come when we're doing that update because they have the expertise in that area. Kylie Whitaker comes from CTE to talk about the expertise in that area. So I oversee all that, but we tap into the experts at the department. And then sitting at the table also are the people in Jefferson County who are over that work. So in January, we go down, spend 2 days and do that. And then in February, the superintendent of Jefferson County comes to KDE, brings a couple of staff members and meets with me, and we go over that same corrective action. So we have been doing that since August of 2018. And so this settlement agreement is in response to a management audit that was done by the Kentucky Department of Education in Jefferson County in April of 2017. So that's basically that in a nutshell on a very high level. I have a conference call with Jefferson County every Monday at 12 o'clock. One of the purposes of that call is in the agreement, if there are any policies or procedures that are changing or that their board is going to adopt around those 10 areas, those have to come to KDE for approval before they can take them to their board. So on that weekly call, that's the time that we're talking about those policies and procedures. They're telling me what they're going to send to me or if there's any other pressing issues. To be real honest with you, the settlement agreement has only strengthened our relationship with Jefferson County. And our role at KD is to provide support to all school districts. But I think in the long run, we're going to see some great improvement in that district through this process. So any questions about Jefferson before we go on to the other parts of my office? So I have 3 divisions in my office. The Division of Innovation, the Division of School and Program Improvement, and the Division of Student Success. And I also have about 75 field staff members that work in low-performing schools across the state and also serve as continuous improvement coaches. And I know that you have had a lot of information today, so I'll try to really keep this at a high level because you have everything in your handout. That David Cook is the director of the Division of Innovation, and some of the programs in that division that you're probably familiar with or heard people talk about, non-traditional instruction program, districts of innovation, competency-based education, and so that division oversees those programs as well as works with very different innovative labs across the state through UK in that program, as well as through national organizations in David's division. The Division of School and Program Improvement is led by Tara Rodriguez, and that division has all of the Title I programs. My office oversees Title I Part A, foster care, Title I Part C, Title I Part D, Title III, Title IV, Title V, as well as McKinney-Vento Homeless Act. So we have lots of federal programs in my office, and so lots of federal dollars come with that, but also lots of monitoring from the feds. And so Kentucky was recently notified that we will be going through a federal audit in August of 2020, and so my office will be involved in that, and Amanda's office with Title II will be involved in that. Who am I missing out on that? Title I, II, III, IV. I guess it's just the 2 of us. So that will be happening in August, and that will be a large lift. Kentucky, Nevada, and Puerto Rico were chosen by the feds for the audit this round. So more to come on that. I mentioned earlier my field staff. One of the things that comes out of the Division of School and Program Improvement is the work around the comprehensive support and improvement schools and the targeted support and improvement schools. And you may have heard the language before around priority schools and focus schools. When the new federal law, ESSA, was passed, the schools, the terminology for that changed to comprehensive support and targeted support. And Rhonda mentioned earlier, her office identifies those schools based on the school data, and then my office's role is to provide support to those schools and districts. Site-based decision-making councils. Many of you have probably served on one of those councils before or know someone who has. That program comes out of my office, so we provide training free of cost to council members, as well as provide guidance to teacher members, parent members, administrators, as they have a concern on how to run their council. The third division that I have is the Division of Student Success. And one of the new federal programs under ESSA is Title IV Part A, and that is in that division. We also oversee the School Climate Transformation Grant and the AWARE Grant. And the focus of this division, a lot of it is around mental health services, PBIs, positive interventions. So we're focusing on mental health, behavioral health,
alternative education programs, persistence to graduation, supporting those alternative programs, and we cross agency do some of that work with Greta's team as well as some of Amanda's folks. So those are kind of the highlights of those three divisions, and I'll be glad to take any questions or concerns. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention. Robin mentioned earlier about state assistant state management. So my office kind of coordinates that work with the other offices at KDE, and currently we have 2 school districts in state assistance, Menifee County and Breathitt County. Menifee County transitioned from state management to state assistance in June of 2019, and Breathitt County transitioned from state management to state assistance in December of 2019. So a lot of work has gone into those transitions across the agency, and we're very pleased that both of those districts are now in state assistance. And the biggest difference between state management and state assistance is that those local school districts or boards now have their authority back. When they were in management, the commissioner basically ran those districts and the boards did not have any authority. So we're very pleased that both of those boards have their authority back. We are still supporting them, not as intensely, and feel like those boards now have the capacity to continue to move those districts forward.
Lou.
Simple question. I saw that you have A5 schools. Do you also have A6, Kentucky Educational Collaborative for State Agency Children?
We partner with them, but that's not directly under us.
Me.
When you talk about continuous improvement, is it targeted toward problem areas to try to improve them, or is it looking at continuous improvement across the system?
Continuous improvement across the system is the name of the game, and what we really preach and believe in. Unfortunately, sometimes we have to dig a little bit deeper, and especially in the CSI, the bottom 5% of schools across the state, and you have to start maybe at that specific target area. But all of our work is around the continuous improvement model, the continuous improvement wheel, looking at that holistic picture of the school and determining what's working, what's not working, where the next steps need to be.
What do you measure to see?
We measure parent involvement, we measure student attendance, teacher attendance, student academic improvement. We're measuring, depending if you are a federally identified school, like a CSI school or a TSI school, we're looking at all those things very intensely. If you're just a school that would like some assistance that is not under a federal label, of course it's not as intense. But we think that all of those things, teacher attendance, student behavior, student academic data, what type of interventions are going on in the building, parent involvement, all of that plays into the success of the school.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next on the agenda is strategic planning and research. Department Chief Performance Officer Karen Dodd.
Good afternoon. So I can do this pretty quickly. I have a very small team. It's myself. I have one program manager who monitors the strategic plan, and then I have 2 researchers who look at data, student data, and any other data that we collect as it pertains to the strategic plan. So really our responsibility is to develop that 5-year plan for the department. I want to be really clear that this is a strategic plan for the department. Our goal is to align with the goals of the board. That may be one thing that you guys are going to be doing sometime in the near future. Usually in the summer, during your retreat is when you might come up with your own vision and or mission and values. We strive to align our plan, our vision, mission, and values with that of the board. What I did provide for you in the packet is our current strategic plan, so you'll see that in there. It started in 2018 and goes through 2023. I also shared with you in there our plan on a page. This is the same thing, the same information, but a very simple way for you to see everything that we are really focused on here in the department. So we have 3 priorities: student success, strategic partnerships, and operational excellence. On the right-hand side of that are all of the objectives that we strive to achieve over these 5 years. You'll see that we have targets. These are annual targets, and this page actually gets updated every year. This is what we're measuring. You'll see how we're measuring it. And then on the far right are the initiatives that are going on in the department to achieve all of those objectives. We're also the survey people, so I appreciate each of you taking the little survey over lunch so that we can get out the survey for the commissioners' characteristics that we'll be looking for. That's really it in a nutshell, unless we're going to go into anything else with that.
We never have questions. Thank you very much. I just want to, for the edification of the board members, I just want to say that regarding each associate commissioner and the chief performance officer, I hope that everybody on this board understood the level of professionalism that these people have, the passion that they have for what is just really the single goal, and that is that every child in this Commonwealth is entitled to a high-quality education, regardless of region, regardless of race, color, income, orientation, religion, any youth, whatever it is. I'm back to that portion of the Constitution that says our primary thing is making the best system of schools possible for these kids. And I applaud and thank the board for applauding the passion you guys have for what you did. And I have had some good fortune in the earlier 7 years that I was here to feel some of that passion from some of the presenters, and I continue to hear it. I continue to feel it in their personas. It's just so rewarding to know the kind of people that are at the helm pulling the state together in a great educational system. And I don't think and some of the little things we've heard that we need to get the celebration out better. We hear so much bad news sometimes in this day and age that to hear stories like the Lexington thing coming up, David, the successes at the Kentucky School for the Deaf, the successes of the graduation of kids at Kentucky School for the Blind, all these things are so incredibly powerful and exciting, and we just sometimes in whether it's social media or news media, and I'm not picking on anybody, it's just that stories need to get out better. And I think one of the things that is incredibly powerful today is that we have a governor who has asked the lieutenant governor to be a different lieutenant governor that has ever served in this Commonwealth. And I have never seen an individual willing to, an elected official, the second highest elected official in this state, willing to sit through every single moment and participate and absorb it. I mean, we had predecessors who came and they were interested, and we had predecessors who came and they were there for a few minutes and an hour or two, and then they evaporated out of the room and we never saw them again. But Lieutenant Governor, my eternal thanks go out to you, and continue to carry the message across the state of the success stories that you're building.
Absolutely.
Thanks. The next item on the agenda is a discussion and approval of the KDE legislative agenda and the 2020 budget request. These are action items. I'll point out that that will be presented. The legislative piece will be presented by Tracy Goff Herman, and then we'll go to the budget. But both the budget and these priorities were determined by the previous board. So I just want to These are not action items directly for us to act on. They're more informational, other than we do need to sign off on the legislature.
Correct. The budget priorities are due per the budget instructions in November, I believe, and those are gone and submitted and are being incorporated or not incorporated, depending on the governor's choices into the governor's budget. And then the previous board also passed a legislative agenda in, I believe it was October, their October meeting, or was it their December meeting? December meeting. But we are presenting a new legislative agenda for you for your consideration, and that will require a vote because obviously it's a brand new board and the legislature just now started, and so we don't expect you to just pick up that legislative agenda and have your stamp on it. So Tracy will explain our recommendation.
I thought I would first start, and I'm Tracy Goff-Herman. I'm in with the Department of Education and serving as the interim Director of Government Relations this session. And as Kevin said, I've served in that role previously for several years. I thought I would give you just a quick overview of where we are in the session currently, and then we'll backtrack to kind of what's happened over the last 2 or 3 months before we landed with the legislative agenda and the budget request that went through to the state, the governor's office and the Legislative Research Commission. For the 2020 general session, we are in day 9 as of today of a 60-day session. This is the long session. It's the budget session. So it's probably the most important session every 2 years that we have, because it lays out the budget goals for the Commonwealth and how the executive branch agencies will function over that period of time. As of late last night, they had 495 bills and resolutions already dropped on day 9. That's quite a few. Now, as the session progresses, we'll probably see about 2,000 bills this session. We are reviewing those, and we will be having regular updates to the board so that you all can kind of see where the status of education-related bills are during the session. And you'll have a pretty big laundry list of those bills. We'll include everything from instruction in the classroom to procurement issues that impact local school districts, personnel, health insurance changes, retirement changes. We'll include everything that touches a local school district and students so that you all can kind of at least see what's going on. As you know, the governor presented his State of the Commonwealth address on Tuesday evening, kind of laid out his vision, some of the things that he already shares with the General Assembly in terms of priorities and legislation that he's already said that he would be supportive of that's been filed. And then on Tuesday, January 28th, he will present his budget. And then that's when the legislation will probably get very, very busy. We will see budget review subcommittees in the House start looking at and reviewing the agency budgets, including the department's submission on behalf of K through 12. And we'll move forward with presenting information about how that works and what that looks like and what was in our budget request. Backing up just a little bit now, going back through the last few months, by November 1st of each year, we have to, before the budget session, the Office of Financial Operations presents the department's budget. It's a very long process. It starts very early in February and April, and Ms. Kenny's staff has presented to the board every month at every meeting about the status of that, what things look like, what we're hearing from the consensus forecasting group with revenue projections. So that's kind of been a very long process. It doesn't happen just overnight. And so that budget submission goes to the State Budget Director's Office and also to the Legislative Research Commission. Their staffs are already contacting the department with questions, what things look like, what would we do, how much would this cost if we did this, all of those different scenarios that they're considering and looking at now, and that will only pick up more as we move forward. For the budget priorities, I don't know if you want to go ahead and start with looking at the budget priorities for laid out or the legislative agenda. I can do either. I guess I can go ahead and start with the budget document or the other one's up. Do you mind pulling up the presentation for the legislative agenda then? Thank you. So the document you're going to have before you is the draft legislative agenda. Historically at the department, especially for the budget session, the budget priorities are really the most important item on the legislative agenda because that's what the department has recommended to the board and they either accepted or not, or made changes to and made recommendations for a final budget list of priorities for what we really want to look for in terms of initiatives and where we want money to try to be funded for the upcoming biennium. So the budget priorities are extremely important in our legislative agenda.
One thing that Commissioner Brown asked us to include, which has also been in very many of our previous legislative agendas, was a statement of support. And that has been depending on the issues before the General Assembly. I know when we've had revenue bills before or tax reform initiatives, the board has generally taken a position of some sort to provide a statement of support or encouragement or something even more specific. But generally, we've done that a couple of times because the board felt so strongly about an issue that the General Assembly was facing that they would include a statement of support. And so we listed that because we had done that in the 2018 legislative session for the budget. We included a statement of support for the tax reform initiative and for additional funding for K-12 education. And so for here, we've also included a statement for you all to consider, a statement of support as the General Assembly and the governor moves forward about funding for education. Then we've laid out some legislative and policy initiatives. Again, we kind of pick a few to highlight based on the board's reaction previously. The top item that we have on there is the ratification of the executive order bringing the education professional standards board under the purview of the Kentucky Department of Education, not only the board but the agency. We also have full-day kindergarten highlighted. The state currently funds half-day kindergarten for every district in the state. This would ask for the additional funds to move into full-day or state funding for full-day kindergarten. Career and technical education. We're asking for additional funding for a variety of supports within CTE programs, including additional funding for career pathways, expansion of being able to fund the locally operated vocational centers, and for industry certifications. That's been mandated in legislation, but there's been no funding provided for that, so we've included that in this budget request again, and that's something we've seen in previous budget requests for all of these items. School facilities, we've got a couple of highlights. We've had a couple of pieces of legislation that move forward that impacts how school buildings are and facilities are handled and move forward. One was the water bottle filling provision from last session, and it's created a little bit of havoc for Ms. Kenny's office simply because it requires a district facility plan to be updated rather than just being able to fit in a water bottle filling station. So we've got a couple of ways to clean that up for this session. And then also for charter school training, there's been a consistent request from local boards of education to make some changes to the regulation that oversees how charter training is handled for them. And we have not moved on that recently, but I think we are more likely to consider that at this moment to make some of those changes for the training requirements. And there's two ways to do that. There is legislation that has been dropped by Representative Huff in the House to go ahead and take care of that. But we can also change our regulation. I'm assuming the legislation was passed or filed because we had not acted and local boards went to the General Assembly to try to get some movement on that. So those are kind of the 5 big areas that we kind of pulled out for the agenda. Obviously, this is the board's priorities. This is the board's agenda. This is your all's idea of how you would like to see us move forward. If you want something stricken from this, if you would like to add something to it, if you'd like to discuss any of it, we are more than happy to discuss and field questions.
Mike?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, I had pointed out that me and Lou went to a meeting with the superintendents down in London, Kentucky, and there was a bunch of them there. And since then, I've had calls from my son who serves in the legislature because a lot of folks are asking him to find out from me because I'm on the school board as to what is going to happen with this charter school training because many school systems have it already booked for the training in early February and in late February. So, I just wanted to know what your plans are at this time.
We've already talked to the sponsor of the legislation, and she said if we had any other changes to the language, we can move forward with that. I don't think she's moving forward with it next week unless it goes Thursday. They're not going to have their regular committee meeting on Tuesday. Okay. So we have an opportunity to change the language in the statute if we would like. Generally and historically, if there's a way under our purview, since the board has regulatory authority, if it's in our regulation, we would prefer to have the power under our wings to go ahead and change our regulation rather than having a legislative mandate tell us to change our regulation.
Sure.
And that's where we are right now. So either way, it will be resolved, and we will move forward with alleviating those board training requirements. And the issue on the table really is that local boards would like to see for authorization training for them not to have to go through the 12 hours of training until they get a charter application. And currently our regulation states the opposite. They have to have the training regularly and annually and meet all those criteria that's listed out. We've had only one charter application, I think, and that was very recently. And that I believe was denied, and I do believe they went through their training during that time. But I think that is a legitimate concern. It takes school boards have a tremendous amount of training on their board members through a lot of statutory and regulatory reasons, and I think that I think generally that there's support for it. I think there'll be support for it in the legislature to move forward at this point. I don't really have a feel just yet about charter schools generally. I'm sure we're going to hear more about other provisions or not, leave it alone, or all of that. I have not heard anything about funding charters. And I think that's still, obviously there's the whole funding piece, and then there's how they're set up in law currently. There is legislation already filed to repeal charter schools. So we'll just have to see how that works out. But I think for at least the authorization and training pieces, I think we can have that amended for this session.
Yes, sorry.
You know, in addition to the funding for full-day kindergarten, is there any discussion of funding for preschool program? Because I think that's where we get, especially in the more socioeconomic groups, that's where we find that you can't teach remediation in high school. You can't teach remediation in college. It has to start much earlier than that. And I think the full-day kindergarten and the support for preschool funding would go a long way to close the gap, especially in those kids who are maybe not as financially to provide their own means to get preschool and full-day kindergarten.
This is a good segue for Robin and Charlie to go over the budget. The second part of that document is a summary of the budget request that KDE made in November to the General Assembly, and that included a preschool request.
Before we step into that, could I just ask one quick question about the first thing, just for some clarification?
Go ahead.
The Educational Professional Standards Board, could you clarify more, just a little bit more information about that?
Sure. So generally during the summer, the governor files all of his reorganization bills. There were a bunch. One of them, though, was to specifically take EPSB as an agency and its affiliated board and move it into the Department of Education. So that's been moved to the Office of Licensure, and they're handling all the certification process and things like that. And they're also managing the board, the EPSB board. This regulation or this executive order would be ratified during the session, hopefully, and then that becomes effectuated. And until then, it doesn't really. It's not done. It's not perfected. So until that happens, we're operating under that provision for them to be in the department. But the General Assembly is supposed to look at the executive order and give it the final okay. Now, if they don't, and we've seen lots of reorganizations go through that they are not ratified, the governor drops a brand new executive order come May, and then we just proceed and continue to operate as normal.
Okay. Thank you.
And just in addition to that, even if they ratify the executive order, the governor can still issue another executive order when they adjourn, changing it again to another format.
Yes.
Well.
That happens a lot too.
Go ahead.
Many teachers have expressed the concern that the board would not retain its independence, and that there was a lot of fear among teachers about that. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. There was a lot of concern voiced for it, and there's been legislation for 2 or 3 years prior to that had been drawn to finagle with it just a little bit, what to do with it, should we move to the department. I think in the House there was a very large piece of legislation that completely moved everything under EPSB, but it did not pass. So initially, I think that there was a lot of concern voiced about that there would be a problem, that there would be a conflict with the commissioner and his role. I think a lot of that's been ironed out. And what we have been hearing especially is that the certification process seems to be a lot smoother. I know Commissioner Brown's been approached about it because there were concerns, where is that? Are we still going to be okay with recommending to move forward with that? Is there still a lot of concern out in the field? It doesn't seem to be as big of a concern, but I'd like to hear if you all think that's not true or not. And I'm sure the governor wants to know if that's not true. And Commissioner Brown, you may want to speak to some of the comments that people have made to you about how they felt about the bill.
Anecdotally, the things we have heard are the benefits that EPSB has gained from being under the department for cost savings on technology. For example, EPSB, they were leasing their technology equipment. They're now under our technology program. Efficiencies and paperwork, and there were a lot of systems that EPSB had that were their own homegrown technology solutions, and those are now being consolidated for greater efficiency. And Associate Commissioner Akers can perhaps add to that, but anecdotally what we're hearing is there's been a pleasant surprise from those that were apprehensive about it when it came over to that, those things that have been gained, basically efficiency, and then the board still operates independently. So,
I think,
want to add to that?
I think for department staff too, it's been really helpful for us. I know as we manage teachers for KSB and KSD and having the close proximity and developing relationships with Rob's office, that, I mean, you would be amazed just being in a different building and under a different organizational structure. There's just some challenges there. I think we've really made great strides in that regard. Also, they moved into the building with us, and so we've created savings from their lease. They no longer are paying that lease to another building, another place. It's been absorbed as part of KDE. So just from the department side, it's been helpful in that regard for us.
If I may, we've been able to collaborate so much more with the other departments, the other offices in the Department of Education, especially with CTE, consolidated course codes, office technology. Just for example, the monthly lease just for technology for about 30 people at EPSB was $15,000 a month.
And how much is it now?
Zero.
And we own our technology. We had to pay for every email address, we had to rent every phone, and that was just one of our minor expenditures. We've picked up the ability to, like I said, to collaborate and to add the old next generation professionals division in with us has really enabled us to engage districts and our UPP partners on a different level with the recruitment and retention work. It's not in a silo anymore. And this is what we encourage inside of our schools as well. And I'm a former chair of the board of EPSB. And so I'd be lying if I said I didn't have concerns as well. But the board has demonstrated its independence at its most recent board. It balked on some regulatory recommendations that came from staff that sent it back for further review. So I think that it's finding its footing. I would hate to see it split out again because I don't think it's the best use of money to split them out, especially in a tight budget time when we're trying to fund so many things for teachers. And I think the big tell internally is that the staff that we had to pry out of there with a crowbar, kicking and screaming, don't want to leave where they are now. And so, I think that says a lot for how they feel about being included, for the culture and climate we've been able to create in our office. They're really invested in the work, and I'd invite you anytime to come by and talk with the folks in the office if you had any questions. And I'd be happy to talk to you one-on-one as well as having that perspective of serving on the board and then serving the board in a different capacity.
motion to approve?
We do need a motion to approve the agenda. There are two parts to the agenda. The first page is the agenda. The second page reiterates what was submitted as budget priorities for the department in November. That's gone. That can't be changed. So we can go ahead and talk about that and then approve the whole document. With any changes at the end may be the best way.
I think that would be fine. Of course, as the commissioner has stated, the biennial budget request for K-12 education went to the governor's office in November. Just like when we were talking earlier about the administrative regulation process and how it takes a little more time to go through the Department of Education and the state board for good reason, we started all the way back in February. We started in February building the budget for K-12 education. We started in February with our overview, our 6-year capital plan. That is something that all state government agencies go through and through the capital planning process. Again, as we talked earlier, that primarily impacts Kentucky School for the Deaf, Kentucky School for the Blind, and the FFA Leadership Academy. In April, we did an overview of the budget process. How does it work? We do this every biennium, so a little different than school districts, which are looking at their budgets every single year. We're looking at it every 2 years. In June, we talked about our baseline budget, which is our baseline, what we have received in the past, and potential requests for additional funding. So we start with kind of our baseline, what we had in the past, and then we start talking about where are we short? What statutory requirements have we been given since last time that we don't have any money for? We need to ask again, and building that history of what funds are needed to adequately support our schools and districts. In August, we did defined calculations. Those are things that we don't really have any control over, that the Office of the State Budget Director or other state government agencies tells us what to put in our budget request. So if we're paying rent in a state building, then they say, okay, you're going to pay us rent at this dollar per square foot, and they tell us what to put in there. And we prioritized our additional budget requests. In October, we took to the board for their approval the budget request that we're going to fly through here today. And then we submit that to the state budget director's office. They consider that in the context of the entire state budget. The thing that we get to do is we get to say, here's what we want and what we need. And then the state budget director's office has that monumental task of trying to make it balance across all the things that are competing interests, including, justice requirements and health requirements and family requirements and all the other things in the grand context. So that's where we have already submitted. It's over in the state budget director's office, and they are asking questions. There's always a lot of interest in our budget. We are the vast majority. We have the biggest number when it comes to agencies which we are absolutely appreciative and thankful, but it just seems like it's never enough. So Charlie's going to walk us really quickly, and I mean quickly, through kind of the pieces and parts, and we're going to spend a few minutes on the additional budget requests, because those are the ones that the former board advocated for certain additional funds that we need. And your role as state board members, of course, you didn't build this budget, but it's really helpful for us to hear what you have to say as far as advocacy as we move forward. What things do you like, and what things do you want us to be talking to people in the budget director's office about? These are funds that we really, really need, and it's a high priority for us.
So, to be clear, what's been submitted, we cannot change.
We cannot.
We can add, and as we get to the later part of this discussion, you may have recommendations to add something.
We cannot, as the agency, add things to what we have already submitted.
Right.
Kind of that has passed.
So
but
what we're going to talk about there, we cannot. It's already over there. We can't change.
It's already over there, but of course, it is within the discretion of the governor when he is building his budget to make any changes. He could take all of this or none of it. So I do think it's helpful for us to hear what you'd like us to advocate
to lay the groundwork.
Yes.
What we're
you can't change what we submitted.
So, but you will you're coming with recommendations of things to add
No. We're going to go through what was already submitted, and you can tell us what you'd like us to advocate. It's already over there.
Okay.
Or if there's other things, we can still advocate.
But then the action item that is on this agenda is then what?
Is the document that
Is the document that
Right.
So
The legislative priorities.
the legislative priorities and the things on that document that can be changed, that's the first page of
Yes.
the things that Tracy went over.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And most of those are tied to the budget priorities.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll start quickly. I'm Charlie Harmon, the budget director. You're going to see about 3 or 4 slides and the one handout that you've got. And that's a summary of about 600 pages of budget requests. So you hear us talk about budget requests, there were like 585 pages. So as you try to condense that down to this little bit, this is where we are. So Robin mentioned the capital planning process. So luckily at the department, we have 3 major places that we have capital items. We have campuses, residential campuses in Louisville for KSD and Danville for KSD. Both of those facilities have about 16 or 17 buildings. They all have to have roofs. They all have to have air conditioners. They all have to have windows, and they all have to have lawn care systems. Okay, so we've got a lot to do when we're not experts in those things, because we're expert in education. Okay, so that's a little different. So this plan started in February with the Capital Planning Advisory Board, and now some of it, the first 2 years, you see there 20 and 22, were submitted as part of our budget request. It is focused in 3 different places. They're basically pool projects for roofs, HVAC. Most of these buildings were built in the 60s. And then we have a new one that we hadn't had before, a safety and security pool. So if we have Senate Bill 1 2019 initiatives that need to be done at these schools, they'll be covered in that pool that's there. And you can ask questions now or when we get to the end, if the chairman
What's it going wrong?
Okay. So Robin also mentioned the baseline. You can see here FY20 is the year we're sitting in today. The FY21 and 22, the same numbers have to be right because it's the baseline. It's exactly the same as what you've had in the past. The key things there is, Robin mentioned this morning, that KDE operations, you see 27 million there. That's about 2/3 of 1% of the $5 billion budget. So it's although 27 million isn't chump change, it's a speck compared to what goes to school districts.
I'm sorry, Charlie, is that a line on the handout, a line number?
No, ma'am. Those are all the additional budget request items, not the baseline. Okay.
So
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have those.
You see the next slide now is Flex Focus. These are the areas that you all see and read about. Our Flex Focus programs are extended school services, textbooks and sessional resources, professional development, safe schools, and preschool, state preschool. Other grant programs are things like Read to Achieve and Math Achievement programs. If you've been in local school districts, you know what those two are. We also have $700 million in our budget for school district health insurance. So we have around, how many? We have 50,000 teachers that we pay health insurance for. Okay.
Let's pause for a second, make sure everybody knows where we're working off of.
I'm sorry, I thought they had.
Is it on the computer?
Or do we have
The first.
You have, this is on your computer what I'm thinking about now. The good thing about the computer is we'll update the software to be different next board meeting.
He's not there.
Learning curve here.
Charlie's going to be working, everybody else will be. Yeah. No, it's a Windows thing.
David, I've got a question. When you work the
Please, go ahead, sir.
This baseline budget, I guess there was a great deal of work done to determine if these figures were going to be adequate to meet the programs we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think arguably, no, they are not adequate. We have about $500 million more in requests.
I think some things are maybe
And the
easy.
baseline budget for 20, Karen used the same baseline for 21 and 22.
Yes, that's just a requirement of the budget instructions that the concept of baseline is carrying out in the future what you have today.
And then if you need more in any of your existing work, then you ask for more as an additional budget request.
Okay, so the next line you'll see is, I'm sorry.
Everybody caught up?
Yeah.
Okay, our apologies.
So the next line is protected school for the blind, protected school for the deaf. They get around 17 million combined. We also have a corresponding item in our additional budget request for those two schools that we can talk about in a moment if you like. The department also has around $40 million of restricted funds. Many of those funds initially came from the Gates Foundation. We've probably had 5 or 6 or 7 grants over the years where Bill and Melinda Gates have given us money for different projects. So that's most of that. Federal funds, I know Kelly touched on that a little bit. We get almost $1 billion in federal funds. The biggest two pieces are Title I, we get around 250 or 60 million. And then IDEA, we get around 150 or 60 million as well. So, and then there's another 15 or 18 smaller federal grants. So you round out to around 5.1 billion, which is a lot of money. I didn't spend time on SEEK in the prior slide because I have a whole slide on that. We won't have time to talk about every one of these lines, but the first 6 or 7 you see above the SEEK related category are all the basic funding, Tier 1, transportation, and all the various nickels. The nickels are a form where school districts raise money to build facilities. Okay, that's a whole other subject matter. And below that you see secondary vocational education. That is a piece of SEEK that's pulled out for the area technology centers. Vocational education, transportation gets money to districts from where they take students from one district to another to an ATC. Another highly profiled piece is the local district teachers retirement match. This is another on behalf where the department pays us on behalf of all school districts. So this is about half of what's needed in a year. Okay. The other half has come through a direct appropriation to the teachers retirement system. It doesn't flow through us. And then you see the National Board Certified Supplement, $2.7 million. All that is part of what we call the SEEK program. So that's 585 pages in 6 minutes. Then if you have this, and I couldn't give you this on the screen because you just couldn't read it, and it just wouldn't be worthwhile. But I'll just spend a minute or two on this, and if you have any questions about any of these requests, we can talk about them individually. But this is not everything that our districts, our staff, and our cooperatives that we work with ask for. You know, these are 21 items that are really, really important, but there's probably 21 more. Okay, so this made the cut. All are important. You'll notice in the description column, if you have the ability to see it, it has some red numbers or red statute references to it. These are all programs that are statutorily required that are either not funded at all or underfunded. So it's about 2/3 of what you see on here. So it's not like we're asking for pie in the sky things. We're just asking, in many cases, to fund what you've already told us to do. Do you want to go down at all, Robin or Kevin, or do you want to talk about any of them or all of them?
What's the
Chair?
pleasure of the chair?
I mean, I'm fearful that we'll be here
Yes, sir.
We could be.
until the light's completely dark.
We have candles in the foyer.
I think we at least need to get back to your preschool question. We were holding that until we got to this section and go over what we've done and submitted in terms of increasing the eligibility for poverty level for those students for our projections.
So in the past, we have had funding for state preschool at the neighborhood of $90 million. And 2 years ago, we had to take a budget cut, which reduced it 6.25% to $84 million. Okay. Then in addition to that, we were asked to carve out $7.5 million a year for a preschool partnership arrangement. And that was a public-private partnership where preschool organizations and school districts joined together to try to deliver some preschool opportunities a little better. We've done that for a few years now, and Greta and her team and Tracy can talk to the effectiveness of that. But in our budget request, we are just requesting that the total preschool funding be restored. Okay, that is what's in the request today, to the $90 million level, which is about 13 point something. We also have a small request for preschool in here. As Greta mentioned earlier, we have 5 regional training centers, RTC, for preschool out there. And they are mostly right now funded with federal IDEA dollars, and they have a need to have some more state funding there to be able to serve more students. So we have asked it's $950,000, which I throw $950,000 out like it's not important, but it's a small number compared, but it's a very important piece. So those are the 2 pieces in our budget request that relate to preschool.
Lou has a question.
Looking at the baseline budget first, just roughly adjusting for inflation, not even thinking about the $4.1 billion line, how does that $121.4 million in flex focus compare to what we often talk about as pre-2008 levels?
So I think that number had been as high as 180 in the past. That's been through at least 2 or 3 budget cuts over the years. A little bit might have been restored here and there, but not very much at all. Yes, it was called program elimination in the last budget. So of that 121, I believe it was in the neighborhood of 50 million was taken from that. ESS was not. Instructional resources, textbooks, PD.
Center for School Safety, preschool.
School safety wasn't cut. Yeah, thank goodness. But preschool was cut. So it was some big pieces taken out of that, big chunks.
So I don't know what the previous budget looked like. So as I look at these things, can you tell me, are most of these things an increase or a decrease of what the programs had in the past?
So what's on the screen is the same or less than we had in the past. Okay? But there's probably 50 programs within there where you only see a few lines just for it's hard. All of this is additional to what we have today.
Okay.
All of this is additional to what we have today.
But correct me if I'm wrong, the baseline is either the same or less because you have to follow very strict budget instructions to arrive at those numbers. When that budget gets to the governor, that's the governor's prerogative to raise those up in a proposal, and then the General Assembly's prerogative to accept those up or down and then finalize that. The document here is where the additional budget request is where the board can set a policy direction as to what the board values for that legislative session. Unfortunately for this board, as it exists today, that train left the station in November.
Yes, sir.
But we can still advocate for you.
Yeah. Through the legislative process.
Based on your feedback.
And as we said a few moments ago, we've had numerous conversations with the Office of State Budget Director. They've asked us for data and input and ideas on several items. And we think things are looking good, but we don't know the outcome until the 28th.
And the governor,
Cheers.
and the governor has line item veto
For the budget.
for the budget, correct? So if something is taken out, he has the right to, he has the
He can
authority.
take out, he can't put in.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. He can take out.
We can take
Sometimes you can like take out a word like not.
and it becomes
You can get real
It is.
tricky. So he sort of could put it back.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm asking.
it's possible.
Seen it all happen.
Mike,
Yeah, just, Robin, the thing that I talked about with you all this morning about Estill County being the 54th area technical school, and it'll be completed in about a year. And they were the first school in the state to ever get EDA money. Would it help to have the board support that, or would you rather us do that through the legislature?
I think since we have already submitted our official budget request, it's better to do it through the legislature. For that opportunity of advocacy.
Okay.
I'm assuming we'll be a motion. Correct, and what you will be voting on, again, is that back to that legislative priority document, that statement of support, which reinforces the General Assembly's obligation under the Rose decision, adequately and equitably fund education in Kentucky, and then the other lines there related to charter school training from the bottom, school facilities, career technical education, full day kindergarten, and then the ratification of the EPS. So we retreat.
No, I move that we support what Commissioner Brown said.
Which basically is a motion to approve the 2020 legislative agenda as proposed. And that has been moved by Patrice. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Claire. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. The next item that I do want to mention, I think Kevin is going to have wants you to talk. Have you talked to everybody that the form meeting is at?
I think so. There's a form that the Lieutenant Governor needs us board members to fill out related to your confirmation. Yes, and he'll return that to Jennifer, and we'll get that.
They
So if it goes in the folder.
Just put that in.
You can either return or you can leave it in the leave your white folder here and it's in there.
Just put it in the white folder.
We already did
I would like to remind everyone that the next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held with the Kentucky Department of Education on February 4th. We will be taking photographs prior to the start of the meeting and will need everyone to arrive in the department by 8:30 a.m. And before we take a motion to adjourn, I would like to make a statement, but then Kevin will make a statement. You want to go first? Or go first?
I just want to thank the press for being here today. They cover the majority of our meetings. We have Valerie Hunset Spears from the Herald Leader. She's been with us all day. Kevin Wheatley with WDRB, and the gentleman in the middle, I'm not sure what outlet you were from, with
Spectrum News.
Thank you. In this day and age when the media is not given the respect it deserves, I just want to thank you. But for the media, the education issue, we would not have had some of the reforms and the funding that we have had in the past. So we were partnering in that to help. You are partnered with us in that and also help keep us honest. So thank you.
Before we conclude, I want to go back to a very early thing we talked about, and that was communicating about what takes place at the meetings. It would seem to me that you're going to be asked about what took place at this meeting today. I would suggest that the primary the primary major issue was that we quickly and deliberatively moved on the purpose of getting a new commissioner of education. I think that's an easy, unified statement. The rest of it was very educational, critically important for us to have some background piece, but the message that ought to come out here about the major thing that took place was we're committed to move aggressively, quickly, but very deliberatively on getting a new commissioner of education. I think that gives us an easy thing to communicate to folks who ask us about what took place. Is there anybody else on the board who has something they need to say before we leave? Then I would like.
Can you repeat what you said about the next meeting? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was more than happy. I'm going to repeat it very carefully because I get dates really screwed up. So the next meeting is at the Kentucky Department of Education 5th floor on February 4th, and you need to be there at 8:30 so that you can be participating in the pictures that will be taken. And if on February 4th, if you're too early, you can bring the baby with you. Or if you prefer to wait until the normal due date, then I think people will know in the picture that things are moving all the way.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have something they need to say? I really do. I appreciate everyone's patience with the chair. This is it's an interesting task to chair a meeting, and I never intend to be pushy about things. What I try to do is help on that issue. For example, letting me recognize you when we get to the meetings where we have the live streaming. They do want to show faces. It doesn't really help very much just to have voices out of the blue coming in, and then nobody. It just helps us. We get much more organized. And the really wonderful young person back there is shaking their heads. So with that, Michael, I need a motion to adjourn.
I would love that.
Joanne, I need a second. Michael has moved that we adjourn. It's been properly seconded by Joanne. Motions to adjourn and not discuss it. That's true. Yes, absolutely. I remember that from the Robert's rules. Everybody was saying the rules. So without objection, we're adjourned.